In the southeastern region, there lies a city named Lucy. Though it pales in comparison to first-tier cities, it possesses its own unique characteristics that have garnered a modest reputation in the surrounding areas. However, these peculiarities often serve as mere fodder for laughter and gossip in taverns elsewhere. The prevalence of street vendors here is quite pronounced. Each vendor operates a small tricycle, hawking their wares wherever they roam. Unless apprehended on the spot, they have an arsenal of excuses to deflect the city management, making regulation exceedingly difficult. The authorities have attempted to impose certain measures, but such endeavors rarely yield lasting results. The vendors reemerge, engaging in their modest trades. Even when caught, they face only confiscation of their goods, and fines imprisonment is not an option. While some have tempered their activities, the vast majority continue to traverse the city's thoroughfares in their electric tricycles or other makeshift vehicles. Wang Chun is one such vendor, following the tide of his peers as he navigates the city on his tricycle. An orphan, he relies entirely on his own resourcefulness. At just 18 years of age, he is a recent student at Lucy High School, shouldering the burden of tuition fees and personal expenses without the support that other children might receive. As a result, Wang Chun seldom attends school, and few in his class are familiar with him. His seat is mostly vacant. Had his exam results not been satisfactory, his teachers would likely have urged him to withdraw. Wang Chun resides in a modest dwelling borrowed from the elderly Mr. Wang next door. It is an old courtyard with a wooden and thatched roof shed serving as a parking space for his tricycle. The sound of his cracked smartphone jolts him awake, prompting him to rub his eyes. It's time to rise. There's no room for delay. I must get up now, or I risk losing my spot to another vendor, he thinks. Wang Chun enjoys a deep slumber, yet an inner voice seems to scold him, engaging in a battle against his own laziness. He abruptly sits up, rubbing his eyes and lingering in thought for a few moments. The weather outside is quite pleasant, as autumn has only just begun and the sun shines with a gentler warmth. This 18-year-old youth stands at an average height, though notably slender with fair skin. His large eyes and delicate features are somewhat obscured by a flamboyant hairstyle that renders him inconspicuous in a crowd. After neglecting his hair for 2 months while he busily sought funds for next year's tuition, Wang Chun chuckles to himself, this tricycle is loaded with belts I purchased for merely 10 yuan each, and I can sell them for at least 20. What a lucrative venture. He hops onto his blue tricycle, filled with optimism. Old Wang, am heading out to sell. Care to join me? He calls to the adjacent unit. Although he ought to address the man as Uncle Wang, the middle-aged neighbor insists on being called simply Old Wang. Young Wang, I have matters to attend to. Will join you shortly, comes the reply. Wang Chun internally grumbles, feeling taken advantage of by the man, who used to refer to him as Little Chun. With a huff, he steers his tricycle towards Shape Street. The street is bustling with vendors, and city management has given up trying to enforce order, resulting in Shape Street becoming a haven for street vendors. Shoppers flock here in droves, fully aware of the vibrant market atmosphere. Among the vendors is an elderly man shouting, Come, come, buy the best candied hawthorn. All imported, just 10 yuan a skewer. Nearby, a woman, unwilling to be outdone, grabs a megaphone and proclaims, Factory liquidation. Originally priced at 399 yuan, now slashed to 150. But wait, me price is only 80. Hurry, limited stock. Wang Chun's tricycle rolls into the heart of Shape Street, his own call for business blending with the cacophony around him. Everything here is just 10 yuan, originally priced at 20, 30, or even 50, now only 10 yuan each. 10 yuan, what a bargain. You can't go wrong. The calls of vendors invigorate Wang Chun, who accelerates towards his usual selling spot. At that moment, a girl walks past him, casting a glance in his direction. It is Han Yi, Wang Chun's classmate, renowned as the most beautiful girl at Lucy High. Her striking features, including a perfect oval face and tall stature of 170 centimeters, combined with her wavy hair, create an irresistible allure. Han Yi, with her captivating almond-shaped eyes, feels an odd familiarity with Wang Chun as she strolls through Shaped Street, as if she has seen him before. Wang Chun recognizes her instantly, the school's well-known beauty, albeit his nominal classmate. "Good afternoon, Han Yi," he exclaims, catching her off guard. She quickly lowers her head and hurries towards the school, blushing. Who is this boy, and how does he know my name? She wonders, baffled that someone selling on the street would recognize her, especially one with such a flamboyant hairstyle. As she contemplates, Wang Chun begins to arrange his goods, mulling over the perfect sales pitch. The day's sales will largely hinge on his ability to attract customers with clever phrases. Selling belts faux leather that costs him merely 10 yuan each clears his throat and proclaims, stronger than cowhide deathist belts are superior in quality. Raising his voice, he captures the attention of passers-by. "What do you mean, stronger than cowhide?" they inquire. "Of course. These are imported from New Zealand genuine leather, stronger than cowhide," he asserts while giving a thumbs up to his belts. "Let me take a look." A crowd gathers around him, inspecting the belt's elegant designs. "How much for one?" A voice calls out. 50, and that's a steal for genuine leather. Wang Chun responds confidently, like other vendors, starting high with firm resolve. "That's too expensive. These are genuine leather. You can't find a better deal." Wang Chun insists, though he grows uneasy as a discerning customer produces a faux belt for comparison. As he engages in a negotiation, his confidence wavers slightly under the scrutiny of an informed buyer. "All right, fine, 30 will do. No lower. 20. Deal." The buyer tosses him 20 yuan and struts away, leaving Wang Chun seething with frustration. "Stronger than cowhide. Come get yours now," he shouts, trying to maintain enthusiasm despite feeling cheated. 30 is my final offer. He grumbles internally, yet a smile creeps onto his face. After half an hour, the lively atmosphere of Shaped Street is shattered by a sudden shout. The city management is coming. A voice from the left rings out, filled with panic. Other vendors scramble to gather their belongings. Wang Chun, of average height, stretches up on his toes for a better look. Sure enough, city officials approach from the left side of T Street. His tricycle is easily stowed. He swiftly covers the belts with a large cloth and hastily departs to the right. City management. Wang Chun accelerates, weaving through the crowd at over 20 kilometers per hour. Suddenly, a city official appears on the right side. Wang Chun's eyes widen in disbelief. "Oh heavens, are you serious?" Wang Chun abruptly tightened his grip on both brakes, yet the vehicle's speed only diminished slightly as it continued to surge forward. "Brake! Brake!" He was less than 50 meters away from the city management officials emerging from the right. Wang Chun pondered if he had unwittingly stepped in dog excrement before leaving home today. He initially thought he could escape unscathed, but nearly found himself crashing headlong into a den of thieves. With both hands clenching the brake, he realized it was somewhat malfunctioning, and the car persisted in its reckless advance toward the den of thieves. "Stop right there." Wang Chun scowled, forcefully striking the brake lever, his mind overwhelmed by a torrent of expletives. In a moment of desperation, he resolved, "This is it. I have no other choice." Gritting his teeth, he employed both feet in an effort to halt the vehicle. Wang Chun, clad in flip-flops, felt the friction against the ground as he utilized this unconventional braking method. To his delight, the car indeed slowed considerably. However, an embarrassing situation soon ensued. Both flip-flops had completely slipped over his ankles. Never mind. Wang Chun's face flushed with embarrassment. It was utterly mortifying, especially with so many pedestrians on T Street observing him. He lifted the front of the bike and pivoted, making a swift maneuver between two sides, realizing there was only one route left straight ahead towards the vertical street, leading to the school. Indeed, the situation was undeniably awkward. Chapter 2. Entering the classroom, Wang Chun, once the swiftest among them, found himself lagging behind. The urban management officers had arrived, instilling panic in everyone. It was a heart-pounding escape, reminiscent of a grand flight, with a throng of officers in pursuit and a group of street vendors desperately fleeing. Wang Chun dared not accelerate. The chaos of the crowd made collisions a perilous possibility. As a cluster of vendors reached the end of a narrow street, a small alley leading outside appeared. They disregarded all caution and rushed toward it, but the alley was barely 3 meters wide. Their collective haste would surely cause a bottleneck. Hurry up, Wang Chun, still at the rear, saw the path ahead blocked and the pursuers closing in. To the school. An epiphany struck him as he steered his tricycle towards the school gate. It was class time, and the school gate stood open, with several cars coming and going. Wang Chun's vehicle did not resemble those of parents picking up students. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop!" shouted the security guard. "Uncle, I'm a student," Wang Chun exclaimed, raising his student ID high. Yet, he was still called over for verification before the guard, albeit reluctantly, allowed him to pass. Wang Chun was still wearing his slippers, which clung awkwardly to his ankles. But his focus was solely on escaping. After parking his tricycle in the student lot, he finally exhaled, relieved to have narrowly avoided trouble. Though the onlookers outside were a different story. Arriving at school on an electric tricycle drew curious stares, and many eyed his slippers, snickering at his appearance. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Chun barked, feeling the heat rise in his cheeks as he fumbled with his shoes, embarrassed. The school bell rang, signaling the start of afternoon classes. With surveillance cameras in the parking lot and teachers patrolling the premises, lingering outside classrooms was strictly forbidden. Students caught loitering would face penalties. Yet, his shoes remained stubbornly stuck. He decided to enter the classroom, hoping to attend the lesson, reasoning that the teacher might not have arrived yet. After a brief wait, he noticed fewer people milling about and awkwardly climbed the stairs to his classroom, feeling exposed without shoes. Upon reaching the door, he sensed his luck was running thin. The teacher, a middle-aged man with glasses and a shiny bald head, had already filled half the blackboard with chalk. Wang Chun hesitated at the threshold, mustering his courage. "Are reporting." The teacher lowered his glasses slightly, peering toward the entrance, while the entire class turned to look. Wang Chun, clad in his ankle-high slippers and casual attire, became the center of attention, eliciting suppressed laughter from his classmates. His face flushed crimson as he stammered, "As student." Wang Chun, overwhelmed by embarrassment. He dashed to his seat without waiting for the teacher's response. No one else in the school would have worn slippers to this extent. The classroom atmosphere ignited with laughter, as the students found amusement in the rare sight of a classmate making such an unusual entrance. Hey, quiet down, class is starting," the teacher snapped, feigning sternness. Although many continued to chuckle, the noise subsided significantly. "Hello, classmate." Wang Chun greeted Han Yi, sitting beside him, in an attempt to ease the awkwardness. Ever since he had appeared at the door, Han Yi had been wide-eyed in surprise. The person she had seen on the pedestrian street moments ago turned out to be her own deskmate. She recalled that he had occasionally attended class, which explained the familiarity amidst her initial confusion. "Can you lend me your notes?" Wang Chun asked, embodying the spirit of a diligent student. "Oh, since we are deskmates." Han Yi acquiesced, having previously requested this arrangement from the teacher due to Wang Chun's infrequent attendance. It was bearable. Perhaps she could endure one day with him, and he might not return the next. "Deskmate, lend me a pen." "Sure." "Deskmate, can I borrow an unused notebook?" "Thanks." "Oh." "Deskmate, I need correction fluid." "Oh." "Deskmate, how should this problem be solved?" Han Yi was growing weary, beginning to suspect that he was intentionally striking up conversation. She thought to herself that if she could just endure today, tomorrow he might not show up again. Meanwhile, the boys in the back, who had initially mocked Wang Chun, were now astonished to see him chatting with the goddess Han Yi, especially as she occasionally helped him with problems. Having dealt in business and selling goods, Wang Chun was naturally sociable. Han Yi's elegant handwriting was a pleasure to read, illuminating the pages with clarity. Wang Chun, who had been studying independently, found many of his confusions resolved with the help of her notes. "Honey, what's your WeChat ID?" he blurted out, his voice rising in the otherwise quiet classroom, causing all eyes to turn toward him. Seated at the front of the third row, adjacent to the podium, Wang Chun became the focal point of attention. "What? He's asking Han Yi for her WeChat." The boys in class were incredulous. A toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Han Yi was the goddess of the high school, a beauty of remarkable stature and grace, admired by countless boys, and many coveted her WeChat contact. Her height, looks, and ethereal aura were comparable to that of a star. "I'm just focused on studying," Wang Chun insisted, blinking innocently. Han Yi's face flushed crimson, feeling the weight of her classmate's gaze. After contemplating for a moment, she nodded, having perused several pages of his notes. The boys in the back erupted in disbelief, astonished that Han Yi would actually share her WeChat with someone they deemed unworthy. Chapter 3. The Dawn of Mythical Era. A tremendous sound reverberated through the air, akin to a thunderous roar, yet louder still. Many students were startled, causing their desks to tremble. Bewildered, they exchanged glances, seeking an explanation for the commotion. Could it be that a building had collapsed? Coincidentally, the class had just ended. In curiosity piqued, they rushed into the hallway to investigate. In the sky, streaks of light cascaded down, brilliantly illuminating the day, reminiscent of a colossal firework display. Wang Chen, however, remained seated, diligently reviewing his notes, embodying the essence of a model student. After more than an hour, the school bell rang, and Wang Chen was the first to dash out of the classroom, heading to the parking lot to retrieve his electric tricycle. Falling meteors, someone exclaimed along the way. As others discussed the phenomenon via live streams on their phones, Wang Chen looked upwards, his gaze drawn to the dazzling flames still descending, and noticed one particularly bright light heading in the direction of his home. Surely, the evening news would cover this event. Before Wang Chen could mention the pedestrian street, old Wang delivered a shocking revelation. Young Wang, listen to me. Your house has been struck. Really? I just heard a loud bang and through the crack in the door, I saw your parking tent collapse. Wang Chen felt exasperated, internally cursing. Go check it out, urged old Wang. Wang Chen, striving to maintain his composure, muttered to himself. The heavens bestow great responsibilities upon those chosen. Upon opening the door, he discovered the parking lot in disarray. Fuming, he glared at the sky, wishing he could confront whoever was responsible. How could the parking lot simply collapse? It was evident that something had fallen from above. According to old Wang, a large pit had been created in the mountain behind Wang Chen's house, likely from debris raining down, with a chunk hitting his grass shelter. Resigned, Wang Chen began to tidy up the wreckage. Amidst the rubble, he stumbled upon a large stone and an ancient bronze bowl. Initially irritated, his mood lifted upon discovering the bowl. Well, since it fell from the mountain, it might as well replace my broken one. The bowl, made of ancient bronze, was a fortuitous find, and Wang Chen considered it a divine compensation. This bronze bowl could fetch a decent price, he mused, weighing it in his hands, growing increasingly pleased with his fortune. After all, it was a small blessing amidst the day's misfortunes. Despite the day's earlier misadventures, including a close call with the city management and an embarrassing incident at school, Wang Chen found solace in the bowl. He spent time examining it, even weighing it on a scale, calculating its potential value. Fortunately, his optimistic nature kept his focus entirely on the bowl. The bowl was pristine, devoid of any markings, and after a thorough cleaning, it gleamed. However, as he held it, a sudden sting shot through his finger. Had he cut himself? Blood? He inspected his fingertip, which bore a small, chaotic wound. How could this happen? He wondered, perplexed by the sudden injury, particularly since the bowl's edges appeared smooth and rounded. Yet, there it was, blood on the rim of the bowl. Monster! Wang Chen exclaimed, lifting the bowl to scrutinize it closely. Congratulations. You have successfully recognized your new master. A youthful voice echoed in his mind. Wang Chen pondered for a moment, glancing around the room in confusion, unsure of who had spoken. After a prolonged pause, he realized the voice emanated from the bronze bowl itself. A ghost, he yelped, jumping to his feet, panic flooding his senses. The more he thought about it, the more unnerved he became, and he hurled the bowl out into the courtyard. Congratulations, master. The voice called again. Congratulations, my foot. Wang Chen retorted, his urban upbringing lending him a healthy fear of the supernatural, fueled by countless ghost stories told by vendors when business was slow. A blood-drinking monster, he exclaimed, mustering his courage to stomp on the bowl several times before bolting from the courtyard. Terrified, he ran toward the mountains, reasoning that the sunlight would deter any malevolent spirits. My heavens, I'm a preserved egg. Don't run away. I want to make your name known far and wide. A voice called after him. Wang Chen quickened his pace, the clanging sound behind him growing more urgent. In less than 20 minutes, he reached the mountain summit, where the bronze bowl followed closely behind. Don't run. I'm not a monster. Drinking blood doesn't make you not a monster. You should just perish, Wang Chen countered, sprinting in circles on a flat area about 50 meters wide at the mountaintop. If I wanted to eat you, you would have been gone long ago, the bull retorted. From this day forth, the world shall transform. Mythical beings shall emerge, and the age of technology will fade. Go deceive someone else. Wang Chen gasped, breathless yet unwilling to halt his frantic escape. With a swift whoosh, the bowl appeared in his hand, revealing that it had intentionally held back its speed to give him time to process. Ah! Wang Chen screamed, noticing the bloodstains on the bowl once more. Overwhelmed, he hurled it away with all his might, sending it tumbling down the mountainside. Curse this. I don't care if you're an antique anymore, Wang Chen thought, never imagining he would encounter such bizarre events. The bowl arced gracefully through the air, landing deeper into the mountains, ensuring Wang Chen would not be troubled again. At that moment, the world began to shift. A mist emerged from a wormhole above Kunlun, seeping into the earth. This was the essence of the heavens and the earth. The spiritual energy had yet to fully spread, likely to envelop the world by the following morning. At the foot of the mountain, a peculiar young man prepared to ascend. His appearance was odd, with bulging areas on either side of his forehead resembling horns, perhaps a natural trait. Standing over 2 meters tall, he towered like a small mountain. And one could only imagine the sight of such a figure among a crowd of adults, dwarfed like a child beside a grown-up. Within 1,000 miles. This mountain is the highest. Tomorrow morning, Zhou Dainyu, shall claim this peak, he declared to himself. Having emerged from the depths of the wilderness, Zhou Dainyu was prepared to climb. Suddenly, a bronze bowl fell from the sky. Curiously, he reached out to catch it, but it descended too rapidly, striking him squarely on the forehead with a resounding thud. With a dull thump, the once bulging areas on either side of his head now bulged in the center, forming a sizable bump. Zhou Dainyu, robust and formidable, let out a roar, only to collapse to the ground, taking more than 10 breaths before he slowly managed to rise. He bellowed, "Who among you has the audacity to litter?" With a heavy turn of his head, Zhou Dainyu searched for the offending trash. Frustration boiled within him. Having just emerged from the mountains, a particularly large bump had formed on his forehead, swollen to an alarming size. "I shall see who is responsible," he fumed. Smoke seemingly emanating from his nostrils as he cast a furious glance towards the mountain's summit. It was his inaugural venture beyond the mountains. And already he encountered the disgrace of littering. Chapter 4. Are you hitting me? Zhou Dainyu touched the bump on his forehead, wincing in pain. I cannot be blamed for reaching out. My curiosity got the better of me. Anyone else would have done the same, certainly not shying away or shielding themselves. If anyone is to be blamed, it is that cursed individual who carelessly discarded their belongings, and now that I have him in my sights, I shall peel off his skin. Zhou Dainyu glared at the mountain, his heart set on revenge. And what of my appearance? He pulled a bronze mirror from the beast hide in his pocket, growing increasingly furious at his reflection. How has my once handsome visage transformed into this? How shall I face anyone in the future? In a fit of rage, he hurled the mirror far away and stumbled back against a sturdy tree, causing it to sway. This cannot be real. It simply cannot be. Zhou Dainyu touched his face, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. With renewed fury, he cast a fierce glance at the mountain peak and charged upward. The enmity seemed insurmountable. At this moment, Wang Chen stood atop the mountain, preparing to descend when, unexpectedly, a bronze bowl soared up from the base of the mountain. A ghost, Wang Chen shouted, hastily attempting to flee. The bronze bowl, however, had other intentions, instantly appearing before him and blocking his path. This bowl was no ordinary vessel. It possessed the ability to change form. And Wang Chen found himself momentarily unable to grasp the situation. A monster is approaching. The voice of the bronze bowl echoed in Wang Chen's mind, as it nestled firmly in his palm. Go away, you are the monster, Wang Chen protested, vigorously shaking his hand, yet the bowl clung tightly, refusing to budge. Indeed, just moments ago, a bull demon was below, and I struck its forehead, the bronze bowl continued. You are the monster, get away. Wang Chen remained unconvinced, shaking his hand with increasing desperation, terrified of the creature that could drink blood, leap, and fly away at any moment, potentially devouring him. The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. Ding! Reputation increased by 100. A sudden voice resonated in his mind. Wang Chen paused, bewildered. What reputation? What reputation does he possess? Where does it even come from? The bronze bowl exclaimed with delight. Do you recall when you were fleeing? I mentioned that I would help you gain fame across the land, right? This is how you become renowned. The more reputation you have, the more powerful you become. The youthful voice of the bull chimed in. Indeed, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. His curiosity piqued, and he ceased his curses against the bull. No longer shaking his hand, he began to attentively listen to its words, faintly recalling that the bull had mentioned striking a bull demon. Most importantly, that bull demon sought his life. A demon? A true demon? Wang Chen was struck with realization, cold sweat trickling down his back. My heavens! Could it be that this world truly harbors monsters? Certainly, with the appearance of this little demon, what else could be impossible? The ground trembled slightly. Mo! A tremendous bull's roar erupted as a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, suddenly appeared before Wang Chen. The roar was deafening, reverberating in Wang Chen's ears. This figure did not bear the form of a bull, lacking any bovine features. It was a man, human in body and face, yet bellowing like a bull. Wang Chen was taken aback. The towering man, emitting such a roar, was likely the bull demon the bull had mentioned. Now, Wang Chen began to believe the bull's words. The man's forehead bore 2 protruding lumps, the bones distorting the skin, unlike a normal human's smooth brow. Most notably, a swollen red bump resided in the center of his forehead, engorged and unmistakably large, roughly the size of a fist, filled with congealed blood. Zhou Dania's face was rugged, bearing an innocent appearance, yet his size posed a monumental threat to Wang Chen. Recalling that it was he who had struck the bump, Wang Chen felt a surge of guilt. This is no jest. A single punch from him could very well be fatal. Swallowing hard, he forced a smile onto his face. Roar! Zhou Daniu, in a fit of rage, let out another bull-like bellow. Was it you who threw something down? Wang Chen, startled, shut his eyes tightly, only daring to carefully open them after a moment. It wasn't me. Truly, it wasn't me. I could never throw anything down. I am a law-abiding citizen. You're the only one on the mountain. If it was you, then who could it be? Wang Chen trembled at the thought of the demon's potential fury. This was a demon, a creature of legend from ancient myths. I swear, it was not me who struck you with the bronze bowl. Wang Chen's wide eyes reflected his frantic thoughts. Today had already brought forth an array of bizarre occurrences. The bronze bowl? Zhou Dania's eyes widened in suspicion as he glared down at Wang Chen. A wave of dread washed over Wang Chen as he realized he had spoken out of turn. His mind momentarily clouded. How do you know it was a bronze bowl? Zhou Dania pressed, his expression darkening. At that moment, the voice of the bowl echoed in Wang Chen's mind. Strike him with the bronze bowl, quickly. Wang Chen gulped. You want me to hit him again? Yes. Give him another blow. The bowl's insistence left Wang Chen feeling conflicted, although he understood the necessity of the action. The fact that Zhou Dania had not been knocked out by the first impact spoke volumes of his resilience. Wang Chen hesitated, fearful that he might not succeed in subduing him. Fear not. The bronze bowl now possesses magical power. One strike and he shall surely be incapacitated, the bowl reassured him, its tone revealing a sense of glee. Zhou Dania observed Wang Chen in silence, awaiting a response. Why are you dazed? Speak. How do you know it was a bronze bowl? Because I saw it. That person struck you, and then fled, running down the mountain. I hold a grudge against him and intend to capture him, Wang Chen declared passionately, his teeth clenched, speaking with conviction. Suddenly, a bashful smile crossed Wang Chen's face. The bronze bowl emitted a flash of magical light, perfectly striking Zhou Dania's face once more, with no margin for error, resulting in another intimate encounter with the bowl. You hit me? Zhou Dania, despite his robust nature, was unable to withstand the blow enhanced by magical force. Wang Chen, feeling a surge of fear, began to retreat. The bowl's persistent voice urged him, strike him again. Just hit you? Go to hell. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, swinging the bronze bowl again, this time connecting with the opposite side of Zhou Dania's face. Before Zhou Dania could react, his hefty body collapsed to the ground, fresh from his training in the mountains. He found himself in such a predicament, rendered unconscious by a mere mortal. Zhou Dania, who once viewed the world as a place of beauty, now saw it as a terrifying realm, rife with bullies. Just moments ago, his curiosity had led him to remain unguarded, only to receive a blow from a bronze bowl, resulting in a painful bump on his forehead. Now, having been knocked unconscious by the very bowl he sought to discard, Zhou Dania vowed that should he ever encounter that bronze bowl again, he would crush it underfoot with unrelenting fury. In his dazed state, a torrent of curses surged within him, yearning to be unleashed. Chapter 5. Bullying Zhou Dania. Zhou Dania fell heavily to the ground, and Wang Chen blinked his large eyes, waiting for Zhou Dania to return to his original form. What are you waiting for? He mused. A monster would not revert to its true shape unless it was dead or had exhausted its magic. Pitten, sensing Wang Chen's curiosity, remarked that modern people tend to be quite inquisitive. Wang Chen chuckled, squatting down to closely examine Zhou Dania, keen to discern the differences between a monster and a human. Aside from slightly larger nostrils and a few extra bumps on his head, there seemed to be little else. Wang Chen's curiosity persisted. His fear was mitigated by the fact that Zhou Dania had been knocked unconscious, allowing him to feel relatively safe. The bronze bowl had emitted a magical glow twice, indicating even monsters could not withstand it, as Pitten had said. Wow, what are you doing? Stop it. Pitten's youthful voice shrieked, taking off his clothes. This beast's skin must be worth a fortune. It could very well be genuine cowhide, or perhaps the hide of a cow demon. Wang Chen grinned. Ah, my heavens. It's blinding. Please stop. Pitten's screams became even more exaggerated, echoing in Wang Chen's ears. The sight was both magnificent and grotesque. Jordania's chest was adorned with a profusion of hair, indescribable in its abundance. Pitten, seemingly possessing a touch of obsessive cleanliness, continued to wail, "Stop it. This is unacceptable. How can a person behave in such a manner? Oh, come on, it's just a guy. Haven't you ever seen a man with chest hair?" Wang Chen retorted nonchalantly, having grown accustomed to hardship in his impoverished upbringing. He proceeded to strip Zhou Daniu of his leather attire. What a treasure! Wang Chen was an astute individual, having been in commerce for over a decade. He immediately recognized the garment as authentic. Truly, the cow demon was a source of riches. Although he pondered whether to remove the leather pants. "What are you doing? Stop it, you weirdo. Don't do that." Pitten's screams intensified. "Hey, for a little demon, you're even more timid than I am," Wang Chen teased, laughing heartily, finding Pitten amusing and his earlier fears dissipating significantly. Zhou Dani's body was enveloped in a yellowish aura, which seemed to signify the flow of his magical energy. Pitten, unable to bear the sight, muttered under his breath. "Here, take this," Wang Chen exclaimed, seizing a handful of Zhou Dani's chest hair and yanking it fiercely, causing it to come alarmingly close to the bronze bowl. In an instant, Pitten's scream reached unprecedented heights, and Wang Chen instinctively covered his head, nearly rendered dizzy by the sound. He burst into laughter. Realizing that his fears had vanished, it dawned upon him that monsters were not necessarily terrifying. At least, this little demon named Pitten was quite entertaining. The sound of jingling echoed in his mind, indicating an increase in recognition points, further amplifying Wang Chen's joy. He recalled Pitten's earlier words, which left a deeper impression, and he was accumulating recognition points. Although he was unaware of their purpose, they were certainly preferable to having none at all. Hearing the jingle, Pitten grew even angrier, wishing he could swallow this bizarre new master whole. "Enough. I don't want to argue with you. You are to remain on this mountain until dawn." Are you taking revenge?" Wang Chen inquired suspiciously. "No, the end of the era of magic is near, and the first influx of spiritual energy from the heavens is imminent. If one can receive this divine energy as baptism, it will yield tremendous benefits and solidify an unparalleled foundation. Such opportunities are rare and cannot be sought after. Even prominent figures in the past may not have had such luck in their youth." Pitten spoke with conviction, one thought flowing into the next. Wang Chen was finally persuaded, eagerly anticipating the mysterious first influx of spiritual energy. The era of diminished magic was soon to become a relic of the past, and the entire planet, even this corner of the galaxy, would begin to receive heavenly energy. Pitten claimed that ordinary people would easily live past 100. Those with longevity could reach 150, and extraordinary individuals might even approach 200 years of age. Wang Chen listened with great yearning. Could human society truly undergo such a transformation? He recalled Pitten's assertions, which seemed reminiscent of ancient mythological tales. "Pitten, our history books do not recount it that way. That era was merely the Stone Age, where even securing enough food was often a struggle." Wang Chen, educated and knowledgeable, interjected. "Ha!" Pitten laughed, making Wang Chen ponder if the ancient era was indeed not as dire as he believed, or if life had been truly challenging. The truth behind millennia-old events is not easily discerned, especially since neither of them had lived in that epoch. Since it is referred to as the mythological era, would it not be simple to erase certain truths and fabricate a history? Pitten remarked. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. If this world was inhabited by monsters, including cow demons and the little demon named Pitten, then perhaps his words held some truth. Wang Chen probed further, hoping to extract more information about the ancient times from Pitten. As you grow, you will naturally uncover the secrets of this world, why the mythological era has faded into obscurity, and whether what you read in history is genuinely history. Pitten chuckled, evading Wang Chen's inquiries, unwilling to divulge everything at that moment. Who says there were no deities in ancient times? Who could truly investigate? If these immortals wish to obscure certain aspects, crafting a set of laws as a historical narrative would be a trivial task. How could mere mortals, with lifespans barely exceeding a century, uncover such truths? Even contemporary events often conceal truths from the public eye, let alone the distant past and the primordial era, which are so ancient that they elude thorough examination. Many phenomena do not arise from a vacuum, such as the origins of the classic of mountains and seas. Wang Chen's heart raced with excitement. This discussion extended late into the night, with Pidden sharing tantalizing hints, igniting Wang Qin's curiosity and enthusiasm. He recognized that many aspects were indeed imbued with mythological allure, far beyond the realm of scientific explanation. Pidden instructed Wang Qin to sit cross-legged upon the highest boulder of the mountain, while the bronze bowl danced nearby, emanating streams of light and shimmering runes. Pidden began inscribing intricate formations, informing Wang Qin that he had grand plans for the first day of spiritual energy revival. Wang Qin was filled with anticipation. His fears of Pidden had evaporated entirely. He now trusted that Pidden would not harm him, for if he intended to do so, he would have devoured him long ago. In his heart, he still viewed Pidden as a little demon. As the night wore on, time seemed to fly. Pidden showed no intention of departing from the mountaintop, stating that the dawn would herald the transformation. Wang Qin felt anxious, fearing that Zhou Daniu might awaken suddenly. If that happened, it would spell trouble. He had struck him unconscious, stripped him of his cowhide clothing, and even yanked at his chest hair. What a predicament! Zhou Daniu must surely be tormented by thoughts of countless grass-mud horses galloping through his mind, wondering, what grudge do you hold against me? Why treat me this way? You even covet my clothing. Are you truly that impoverished? Go ahead, give him another one. Pidden suddenly suggested. What? Wang Qin was taken aback, finding Pidden rather ruthless. Isn't that a bit much? Smash. Otherwise, if he wakes up. Wang Qin, hearing this, did not hesitate. He approached Zhou Daniu with the bronze bowl in hand. What if I accidentally kill him? Smash it. What is there to fear? He is a monster. They're not that easy to kill. Wang Qin felt a tinge of guilt but ultimately proceeded. The bowl struck Zhou Daniu on the head, causing his body to convulse. If Zhou Daniu were aware, he would surely be infuriated, thinking, what have I done to deserve this? Even in my unconscious state, you continue to torment me? What separates you from Pidden? Is there anyone like you? Such a person has never graced our village. Wang Qin smiled shyly. Taking a few steps back from Zhou Daniu, seemingly feeling embarrassed for having acted too harshly, perhaps the monster would not awaken until the day after tomorrow. Well done. Paidan praised. The bronze bowl soared once more to the summit of the mountain, taking over an hour to arrange. At this moment, Paidan's preparations were nearly complete. A complex array filled with intricate patterns had been inscribed, as if drawn by a luminous pen. Each line glowed with a soft golden light, creating a captivating sight under the night sky. The array formed a sphere, with numerous runes circulating around it. Wang Qin stepped into the center of the array, where he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if surrounded by sacred texts. All that was missing was the sound of Zen. He sat upon a large stone, quietly awaiting the arrival of dawn, feeling as though time stretched languidly during his vigil. Chapter 6. Who dared to steal my vital energy after a long night? The first rays of dawn finally broke through. The formation inscribed by Paidan suddenly erupted with brilliance, resembling a miniature sun that coalesced at the mountain's peak. Its radiance was overwhelming, and a colossal beam of light, visible only within the formation, streamed directly from the rising sun, connecting with the formation and piercing the vast sky. This beam was so immense that it would require at least 10 people to encircle it. Wang Qin worried about potential intruders, but Paidan reassured him, stating that only those within the formation could perceive this luminous thread. The runes surrounding Wang Qin began to swirl with increased intensity, as if the formation had drawn some energy from the sun, fully activating it. The runes danced around Wang Qin, who sat cross-legged on a large stone, holding a bronze bowl with one hand, exuding an aura of sanctity and inviolability. With the formation finally activated, Paidan breathed a sigh of relief, no longer fearing any monstrous entities emerging to disrupt them. The formation provided automatic protection, preventing even the tiniest insect from entering or exiting. Any contact with the formation's runes would result in utter obliteration. At the moment the formation was activated, it felt as if the very air around had transformed, the sky becoming remarkably clear, as if the previous murkiness had been thoroughly purified. The world was awakening, heralding profound changes to come. Inside the formation, Wang Qin could visibly discern the runes extracting strands of white energy from the air, which flowed into his body. The influx of energy was substantial, converging from a radius of 1,000 miles. Wang Qin felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as if he were being rejuvenated. He felt so vigorous that even if Paidan were to chase him from the foot of the mountain to its summit again, he would not even break a sweat. He noticed dark energy being expelled from his pores, dissipating into the air, indicating the removal of previous ailments. The revival of the world, coupled with the cleansing power of Paidan's formation, made it nearly impossible for any lingering afflictions to remain. Prolonged existence in this revitalized realm could significantly extend one's lifespan. allowing ordinary individuals to live well beyond 100 years. Once deemed a great fortune to have 5 generations under one roof, such a sight might soon become commonplace. At this moment, the spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius was being drawn by the formation, with strands of ethereal energy being absorbed, bestowing upon Wang Chen a robust foundation. Opportunities like this are perhaps once in a million years, marking the end of an era devoid of celestial beings, a phenomenon seldom witnessed even in the vast universe. Streams of white spiritual energy entered Wang Chen's body, accompanied by the exit of some dark energy. Lacking any foundational strength, the energy could not remain within him. The surrounding energy, once dense, began to thin significantly. Is someone stealing our spiritual energy? Have they lost their senses? Pai Dan shrieked. With increased energy in the vicinity, the human body cannot bear it, rendering it harmful rather than beneficial. Has he gone mad? Pai Dan, within the bronze bowl, appeared to be preparing for a confrontation. You'd better not blame me for being impolite, little monster. What are you planning? Wang Chun felt an ominous premonition. Hang in there, kid. Suddenly, the bronze bowl slipped from Wang Chen's grasp and soared into the sky. In an instant, a tempest arose, creating an oppressive atmosphere that felt apocalyptic. Wang Chun was overwhelmed by the magnitude of the moment. In this era of revived spiritual energy, Pai Dan had foretold the emergence of formidable beings, and the bronze bowl seemed to possess such power. The small bronze bowl ascended into the air, radiating brilliance across a 1,000-mile radius, casting darkness over the realm, including the city of Luxi. The sky thickened with ominous clouds, as if the cosmos itself conspired to conceal the true nature of the bowl, lest cataclysmic thunder descend upon them. As the tiny bowl hovered in the sky, it absorbed the spiritual energy from a radius of 10,000 miles, creating a dense fog that rendered visibility to mere meters. Hang in there. Pai Dan's voice echoed as the formation's runes accelerated, inundating Wang Chen with an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy, far surpassing any previous experience. The bronze bowl descended, hovering above Wang Chen, cleansing the corporeal forms of ordinary beings with its immense energy, a dangerous endeavor that required the protection of a powerful entity. It hurts. Take it easy. Wang Chen cried out. Slow down. Pai Dan, you were so wicked. Why didn't you warn me beforehand? It hurts. Keep quiet. Pai Dan retorted. I genuinely feel pain here. This is far too intense. Can't you slow it down? Wang Chen appeared quite aggrieved. Pai Dan, with a look of exasperation, thought to himself, how did this incarnation of the devourer end up with such a human? Pai Dan covered his ears, wishing to block out the sound. Wang Chun found amusement in Pai Dan's reaction, and amidst the clanging sounds in his mind, his fame continued to rise, filling him with joy. He had heard that this notoriety could be exchanged for tangible rewards. Having grown up in poverty, Wang Chun hoped to exchange his newfound fame for food or money, alleviating his fears of hunger and financial struggle. 2 hours passed, and Wang Chen's body was finally cleansed, the dark energy dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. Who has stolen my spiritual energy? Which shameless individual dares to do so? You have a death wish. I am the guardian mountain ape, and if I catch you, I will ensure you suffer in the depths of the ape's den. The spiritual energy that Pai Dan had drawn from a radius of 10,000 miles sent many into a frenzy. The sudden depletion hindered their bodily purification. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity now slipping away. In this era of decline, as celestial beings fell and gods vanished, those who survived were mere remnants, fortunate in their lack of divine oversight. Otherwise, the first wave of revived spiritual energy would not have graced them. Wang Chen stood, feeling as if his entire being was weightless. He believed that with a simple exertion of his legs, he could leap high enough to dunk a basketball, and a single punch would unleash several times his previous strength, making even the most formidable opponents of high school no match for him. The cleansing of the spiritual energy had elevated his physical prowess beyond measure. At this moment, the only word that could encapsulate his feelings was exhilaration, a pure, unadulterated excitement. Who would have thought that after more than a decade, it would finally be my turn to strike it rich? Wang Chen declared, gazing at the mountains and rivers. Behold, this land shall soon be mine. Don't indulge in your delusions of grandeur. We must leave. Otherwise, the bull may awaken, and the land will change hands. Wang Chen snapped back to reality, glancing at the slumbering Zhou Dinyo, before turning to flee down the mountain. Upon returning home, Wang Chen felt no fear of Pai Dan. Instead, he listened as Pai Dan explained the bronze bowl and its significance. However, Wang Chen's gaze toward the bowl took on a new intensity. I warn you, this is not merely a bowl. Do not use it for eating, or I will fight you, Pai Dan stated solemnly. Wang Chen held the bronze bowl in his hands, contemplating whether it would enhance the taste of food compared to ordinary bowls. I already said not to use it for meals. It is a magical artifact known as the Devourer of Heaven. Devourer of Heaven, Paidan reiterated. That shouldn't be a problem. If it can devour the heavens, surely placing a roasted chicken inside wouldn't be an issue? Paidan's internal monologue screamed in frustration. My goodness. Do you even understand human language? If I put a chicken leg in it, will it cook instantly? Wangchen mused. If Paidan could emerge from its original form, it would undoubtedly confront this new master. Do you not understand human speech? If that's the case, I shall resort to beastly sounds to communicate with you. Can we not engage in a civilized conversation? Surely, you must be doing this on purpose. Wangchen could hear the indignant snorts emanating from Paidan, and he mused to himself, could it be that this is a creature with a particularly large nose? It was imperative not to provoke him further, lest he truly became agitated and revealed his true nature by blowing air through his nostrils. Paidan, you claim to have bestowed upon me a multitude of reputation points. Pray tell, what purpose do these serve? At last, they arrived at the crux of the matter, and Paidan appeared somewhat more amenable. However, upon recalling that these reputation points were a result of his own efforts, his enthusiasm waned. Reputation points are the laws crafted by the inaugural master of the artifact known as Swallowing Heaven. Once it recognizes its master, it is capable of gathering the thoughts, resentments, and beliefs of others directed towards that individual. In ancient times, this phenomenon was akin to the illustrious power of incense offerings, though it is not precisely the same. It is merely a variant rule edited by its first master. These reputation points possess the ability to replicate numerous items. Anything you encounter can be reproduced. Go ahead and boast, Wang Chun, he retorted in a cold tone. Paidan felt a twinge of embarrassment. The only things that cannot be replicated are those imbued with the essence of loss. Everything else is fair game. Paidan stubbornly lifted his head, seemingly unwilling to concede. I refuse to believe you have ever encountered anything infused with such loss. Such items are exceedingly rare in this realm. Whether it be the elixir of immortality or the longevity pill. Have you ever laid eyes on them? Even in this age of dwindling spiritual energy, such treasures remain scarce. Paidan spoke with fervor, his tone suggesting he was no longer merely bragging. For he believed that Wangchen had never witnessed anything that could not be replicated by a bronze bowl. All you need to do is present the original item and exchange it for the equivalent number of reputation points to obtain an identical object, without a single discrepancy. Wangchen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Can I replicate currency? He produced a Tinyuan note, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Paidan sighed in resignation. Well, if you're not afraid of being caught by the authorities, then go ahead. Wangchen's expression fell, visibly disappointed. However, while I cannot replicate the renminbi, I can replicate other items. For instance, that new plump spiny creature I recently purchased. I have been reluctant to wear it. Chapter 7. Perhaps there are other sources of life. The news of the fallen fireball has finally emerged, garnering attention from around the globe, given the magnitude of the event. Reports indicate that the fireball consisted of fragments from a colossal meteorite, which was struck down by a missile beyond the ozone layer, resulting in the debris descending to Earth. Various platforms, amidst skepticism, adamantly asserted that this was not a supernatural occurrence. The videos circulated widely, inundated with comments and reactions, as individuals presented their own theories, deeming the situation illogical. How could a meteorite be intercepted beyond the ozone layer when it should have been detected millions of kilometers away? The comment sections erupted with a cacophony of opinions. Some suggested machine malfunctions as the reason for the oversight, while the majority expressed disbelief in the platform's explanations, suspecting a fabricated narrative concealing deeper truths. The implications of such an event were monumental. Should the truth be revealed, it could incite widespread panic within society, with fears of being struck by another unexpected meteorite looming large. On this day, nearly everyone was preoccupied with concerns about their safety, as if the very fabric of their existence had become perilous. Subsequently, the authorities issued a new directive, pledging compensation for citizens affected by the meteorite disaster. Instantly, the hotline provided by the government was overwhelmed with calls, as many reported the meteorite's location. The officials promptly arrived to remove all fragments of the meteorite, seemingly more focused on the retrieval process than on providing reassurance, leaving an impression that their true interest lay with the meteorite itself. Simultaneously, numerous renowned scientists from around the world converged upon the Kunlun Mountains in China. Having traveled vast distances due to a significant occurrence, an entity suspected to be a wormhole had appeared. The concept of a wormhole was first introduced in 1916 by Austrian physicist Ludwig Flamm and had remained unproven until now. The emergence of such a phenomenon at the peak of Kunlun Mountain was exhilarating, should it yield fruitful research. It could represent one of the most significant breakthroughs in the history of science. As early as 1930, Einstein had posited that wormholes are conduits connecting distant regions of the universe, enabling interstellar travel. The discovery of a wormhole could allow humanity to traverse trillions of light years in an instant, potentially leading to the discovery of life beyond humanity itself. The scientists were filled with excitement, including retired ones who, with the assistance of younger colleagues, traveled great distances to reach the Kunlun Mountains. This mystical range is steeped in myth and enigma, home to the notorious Gate to Hell, one of the world's most feared forbidden zones. While Kunlun is revered as the cradle of Chinese civilization, shrouded in countless unsolved mysteries, today, the mountain attracted prominent figures, each renowned in their respective fields, who came to witness the phenomena. The entire mountain range was cordoned off, and the matter was classified as top secret, akin to the sudden appearance of the meteorite. The upper echelons of power now believed that the world had transformed. Some truths might indeed exist. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. Since 1983, numerous confidentiality agreements had been signed, amounting to thousands. Those present at Kunlun Mountain were also required to sign such agreements, unless the information was made public. The events unfolding in this legendary mountain range, was it merely a scientific phenomenon, or did it signify the emergence of something from the realm of legend? Perhaps the other end of the wormhole truly connected to another source of life. Wang Qin gazed at the bedside cabinet, pulling out a large red fat spike. Fat spike? Pai Dan wondered, am I truly not mistaken? My heavens, you were desecrating the devouring heavens. The rules of the past were designed for a better life, trading notoriety for cultivation resources, rather than replicating something like a fat spike. Thankfully, my temper is mild now. Had it been earlier, Pai Dan was rendered speechless with frustration, lamenting the encounter with this eccentric character. And what vexed him further was that he had initially pursued Wang Qin to become the master of the devouring heavens. What use is he to me? What if I die from anger one day? Never mind, let it be. Yet, as a spiritual artifact, replicating a fat spike was akin to placing one on one's own head. It was better to feign ignorance. Wang Qin could sense his notoriety increasing. Realizing it was Pai Dan who had facilitated this, unable to suppress a mischievous smile, Wang Qin disregarded the concerns and, following Pai Dan's instructions, picked up the large red fat spike to place it in the bronze bowl. Is there something wrong? Is my operation incorrect? Wang Qin continued. Should I chime a bell and chant some incantation? Damn it, chant an incantation? I'm talking about the large red fat spike. Pai Dan raged internally, though he maintained a facade of composure. Oh, men. Following Pai Dan's guidance, Wang Qin concentrated, feeling 20 points of notoriety dissipate from his mind, as a large red fat spike materialized in his hand. How marvelous. There is no cost involved. One merely needs to be recognized and remembered by others. The deeper the impression, the better. Wang Qin felt he had grasped the essence of it, or perhaps his true nature was beginning to surface. With nearly 1,000 points of notoriety, Wang Qin felt a pang of hunger, eager to visit the market. To buy? I wish I could, but my pockets are empty. Never mind, I'll rest for now. Wang Qin reluctantly ventured out to purchase his favorite fried rice, opting for the most expensive portion, replicating several servings. Indulging as he had never dared to before. Fried rice demanded a mere 15 points of notoriety per serving. Wang Qin felt he had struck gold, envisioning a future where he could lazily recline in bed. Chapter 8. The parking lot. Wang Qin believed that the renowned points were equivalent to the value of the renminbi. Thus, possessing 10 million renowned points would render one a millionaire. Astonishingly, he had indeed struck it rich. The thought that he, Wang Qin, could one day become a millionaire filled him with glee as he lay in bed. From that moment on, living a life of leisure, doing nothing but lounging in bed, seemed quite appealing. With the mere flip of a bronze bowl, a plate of fried rice could materialize. How convenient, and still steaming hot. Would such a lifestyle lead to a generation's demise? Various thoughts flickered through his mind, akin to two small figures bickering within him as he initially rose from slumber. He contemplated a life steeped in monotony, devoid of excitement. Yet, should he rise with the aid of the bronze bowl, perhaps he could witness a different vista. The world had irrevocably changed. The ancient era of deities contending for supremacy was on the brink of resurgence, and even more so. After all, the ancient period marked the twilight of the age of magic, during which only a sliver of the mythic realm had been unveiled. The future, however, was truly unfathomable. The era of magic had merely spanned 2 millennia. Wang Chun pondered, perplexed by its brevity. Yet, all of this lay beyond his current grasp. The chasm was insurmountable. From the outset, he had been an inconspicuous individual, but henceforth, he yearned for recognition and to relish the sensation of being known by all. With fervor, Wang Chun sprang from his bed, standing at the bedside and engaging in self-dialogue. He held aloft a bronze bowl, feeling an exhilarating surge of vitality. For a fleeting moment, he even fancied himself capable of delivering a fatal blow to a bull. However, he quickly suppressed this whimsical notion, fearing he might find himself gored against the wall. The thought of the bull conjured memories of the bull demon atop the mountain. He wondered how it was faring now. Grasping the concept of renowned points firmly in his mind, Wang Chun stepped out of his home, driving his small tricycle to a place he had only passed by but never entered, the gym. Each day, as he set up his stall, he would envy the muscular figures he observed, not because he admired their inverted triangle physiques, but rather for their strength. As a small vendor, he often found himself embroiled in disputes over stall space, invariably being the one driven away. Those men were unreasonable. A mere disagreement would prompt them to flex their biceps. Wang Chun was timid. Upon entering the gym, he dared not meet the gaze of those muscular behemoths, fearing a confrontation, for they exuded an aura of menace. Moreover, as a newcomer to such an establishment, he was uncertain of the unspoken rules and harbored a sense of discrimination. After paying the fee, a painful transaction for him, he followed the guidance of a beautiful trainer toward a strength testing station. Eager to discover how much power he could unleash with a single punch, the station featured a human-shaped target adorned with numerous striking points, which Wang Chun examined with keen interest. A force gauge stood beside it, simplifying the process. Strike the target, and the data would be instantly displayed. He was brimming with excitement, for he had always been physically weak and was now curious how much his physique had improved after being infused with spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, Wang Chun unleashed a punch towards the target. At that moment, he felt as though every ounce of strength had been drawn from him. However, a powerful force surged within him, catalyzed by the spiritual energy and concentrated in his fist. It was a blow unlike any he had ever delivered in his life. In that instant, he had never felt so strong. His muscles, bones, and cells pulsated with newfound vigor, reminiscent of Taoist internal energy cultivation. The impact echoed heavily, causing the target to sway violently, nearly toppling the entire apparatus. The display screen flickered, eventually stabilizing at 98 kilograms, 196 pounds. How could this be? Wang Chun nearly shouted in disbelief. He had struck with over 100 pounds of force. In the past, even achieving 100 pounds would have been a monumental feat. My goodness, the times have indeed changed. In an instant, Wang Chun was filled with hope for the future. A force exceeding 100 pounds was no trivial matter. Wang Chun surmised that few in this gym could achieve such a feat. He laughed heartily, feeling an abundance of confidence swell within him. With his head held high and chest out, he resolved to walk with an air of authority from that day forward. Let anyone who dared to bully him beware. A single adversary would be met with retaliation, and a group? He would simply flee. He declared, "This is not cowardice, this is." Having exited the gym, Wang Chun made his way to school. Even with extraordinary strength, education remained paramount. One could not afford to be a simpleton. Engaging in business without the ability to calculate would lead to deceit, for raw strength alone was insufficient. One must be a knowledgeable and sensible individual wielding brute force. Reflecting on the emperors of the post-common era, which one was not exceptionally astute? Brute strength was merely a tool wielded by the cunning. Wang Chun drove his tricycle into the school, where the security guard recognized him from his previous visit and let him pass without obstruction. Wang Chun had never attended classes before, always occupied with the daily grind for survival. Today was a rare occurrence. The parking lot was crowded with onlookers as Wang Chun navigated his tricycle towards their class's designated area. Everyone disperse, if you linger. I will make sure you are seen outside the school, he shouted, his tone unmistakably menacing. Upon his approach, he spotted Han Yi, who had arrived on her bicycle, cornered by a group of unruly youths. You should park elsewhere, one young man with dyed yellow hair barked at Wang Chun, his demeanor hostile. As Wang Chun entered the parking lot, he noticed Han Yi encircled by a gang of ruffians who were obstructing her path to the classroom. Xiao Yi, let us reconcile. With so many brothers watching, don't put me in a difficult position, implored a robust young man, about 7 meters tall and as tall as Han Yi. His arms as thick as Wang Chun's thighs. This was Han Yi's ex-boyfriend, the notoriously aggressive Xiao Ming, who had a band of followers and was feared by his peers. Recently spurned by Han Yi, he had been relentlessly pursuing her, causing considerable frustration. Rumor had it he was infuriated by her communication with Wang Chun and had been searching for him throughout the school to exact his revenge. Unable to locate Wang Chun, he had resorted to cornering Han Yi in the parking lot. Wang Chun stood at a distance, slowly locking his bike while eavesdropping on the unfolding drama between his desk mate and her ex. He recognized Xiao Ming, although the latter did not know him. Curiosity piqued. Wang Chun found himself in an awkward and tense situation, as he had never experienced anything like it. Why? What have I done to deserve this? Why do you have to make me angry by contacting that hideous creature? Are you upset with me? I assure you, there is nothing between me and Xiao Hong. Xiao Ming shouted in frustration. I am not angry with you, Han Yi retorted, her voice rising. That ugly creature has nothing going for him. He has a ridiculous hairstyle and is a vendor. You contacting him is clearly intended to provoke me. Xiao Ming, fuming, shouted. What does he have that I lack? More money? A better physique? Wang Chun, still locking his bike, listened intently to Xiao Ming's outburst, his curiosity about the ugly creature growing. How could Han Yi's communication with him incite such fury? Upon hearing the next line, Wang Chun's expression soured. The desk mate Xiao Ming referred to was none other than himself. My heavens, are you instigating a conflict? If it were not for your numbers, I would. Don't single me out. How dare you call me ugly and disparage my style? Wang Chun seethed inwardly. Xiao Ming stood rooted to the spot, his face flushed with indignation. His height a disadvantage he could not alter. Brother Ming, that ugly fellow is over there locking his car. A classmate from Wang Chen's group suddenly pointed him out. The school strictly prohibited fighting, so Wang Chen felt little fear of their potential aggression on campus. In his current state of anger, Xiao Ming saw a perfect opportunity to act before Han Yi, to see if she would show concern for him. Hey, what are you doing? Came a sudden voice from the instructor, accompanied by the sharp sound of a whistle. The instructor, a veteran from a military academy, was not to be trifled with. Engaging in a scuffle before him would be foolish. Realizing he could not act, Xiao Ming shot a glare at Wang Chen. I can't say it's love, but there's a hint of affection. I can't say it's hate, so let us not dwell on it, nor feign regret. Wang Chen returned Xiao Ming's glare, his voice slightly trembling as he sang a couple of lines. You. Xiao Ming's gaze intensified, his demeanor growing more hostile. Listen here. Keep your distance from Han Yi. It's best if you don't come to class and just stick to your own business. Initially, Han Yi had feared that Wang Chun might become an unwitting casualty, but she sighed in relief upon seeing the instructor arrive. She pushed past a few young men blocking her way and proceeded towards the instructor. The parking lot dispersed in a hurry, with the instructor present. Only the unfortunate remained behind. Wang Chen had recently cut his hair, looking considerably more polished and capable, and could hardly be considered an eyesore. Many boys relied on their hairstyles. If he were to groom himself a bit more, he would undoubtedly appear even more handsome. The two ascended the stairs together towards their classroom, while Xiao Ming watched from behind, gnashing his teeth in frustration. He claimed it was not to provoke him. Yet here he was, walking alongside Wang Chun. Xiao Ming felt an intense sense of injustice. He was particularly irked. I am wealthier than him, stronger than him, and I possess a sense of security. No one in the entire grade dares to raise their voice at me. I can protect you. With such numerous advantages, he believed he still had a chance. If gentle persuasion failed, then he would resort to more forceful measures. Chapter 9. Zhou Daniyu is a truly good person at this moment. The daytime temperature was still relatively pleasant for the human body, but as night fell, one would need to don an additional layer. Though situated in the south, one cannot withstand the chill of spending the night atop a mountain without proper attire. Sooner or later, one would catch a cold. As evening approached and the sun began its descent, a biting wind stirred at the mountaintop. Zhou Daniyu groggily opened his eyes. Why was it so dark? HM? The surroundings appeared somewhat blurred. Rubbing his eyes, he felt an excruciating pain in his head. Yes, it was from being struck by a cursed bronze bowl, after which he sought revenge by ascending the mountain. What transpired next? He encountered a harmless young man who, in a state of anxiety, offered to guide him, claiming to know the whereabouts of the bronze bowl. Zhou Daniyu's head throbbed, feeling a lump on his forehead. He pondered the meaning of life itself. Wait, where did this lump come from? As he touched it, he discovered another bump on the right side of his head. The moment he touched it, pain surged through him. His facial features contorted in agony. Good heavens, why was there also a lump on the left side? With eyes wide like lanterns, Zhou Daniyu realized that even the crown of his head bore a bump. Who was responsible for this? Yes, it was that person who had struck him on one side of his head while he was dazed, and then took the opportunity to hit him on the other side as well. The lump on top, likely a remnant from when he fainted. What hatred or grievance could warrant this? Had he stolen from this person in a past life? Jordania retrieved a mirror from his pocket, catching a glimpse of his reflection in the fading sunlight. A ghost. Jordania flung the mirror away in horror, his face a mask of panic. It was over. His appearance was ruined. Grasping his hair, he inadvertently touched the lump and cried out in pain. Bronze bowl, I will not rest until you are destroyed. Jordania stomped furiously on the ground. If I get my hands on you, I will turn you into a pig's head. If Nohua finds me repulsive, I will extract your teeth, rendering you unable to eat, and then toss you into the cow pen, ultimately feeding you to the pigs. Jordania raged, but alas, he could not find Wang Chen. The impression of this man was indelibly etched in his mind, profound, too profound. In Yotsuin, the pain of disfigurement meant an inability to find a cow wife and bear calves. In Yotsuin, Jordania had been the most handsome, strutting around the village without a shirt, proudly displaying his thick, smooth chest hair. There, it represented a certain allure, a masculinity. Just as Jordania was consumed with rage, vowing to feed all the boars in the pig pen with gold, a chilly autumn wind swept through. A wail erupted from the mountaintop. The sound was deafening. Anyone nearby would likely go deaf. My clothes, my leather coat. Jordania's eyes widened in disbelief. To what extent had he fallen into poverty? That even his clothing was stripped away? Little did he know, his pants had been spared thanks to the intervention of Pidden, who had pleaded on his behalf. How ironic to owe thanks to Pidden. Thank you, you wretched creature. From the back mountain of Wang Chen's house, a series of agonizing shrieks followed, particularly heartbreaking and loud. My chest hair, my pride. Jordania jumped up and down, lamenting that someone had pulled his chest hair. Was it possible that chest hair could be sold in the human world? Otherwise, why would someone pluck it? What a bizarre obsession. Let the notion of world domination go to hell. Jordania screamed. First, he was beaten to a pulp upon leaving the village, stripped of his clothes, and most critically, his chest hair had been plucked. Bronze bowl, I will not rest until you are destroyed. Jordania bellowed at the heavens. Meanwhile, Wang Chen was in class, his mind ringing with the sudden influx of reputation points. Previously, he had received a wave of points from Xiaoming and his companions, amounting to nearly 1,000, which continued to grow slowly. Now, a sudden surge of points came in, significantly higher, with hundreds added at a time. Wang Chen was puzzled. Had he offended someone recently? Or was it because he had forcibly assisted an elderly lady across the street? Why was someone so fixated on him? That shouldn't be the case. Apart from the incident with Xiaoming, he had been quite docile. No, it was from Jordania. Wang Chen chuckled to himself during class. Jordania truly was a good person. The rapid accumulation of reputation points indicated that his contributions were substantial. Even if he spent an entire year languishing at home, he would not go hungry. I adore Jordania. You are a quintessential good person. Wang Chen basked in the delight of the reputation points flooding his mind. Unable to hide the joy that spread across his face, his lips curling into a smile. Feeling the utility of these reputation points, Wang Chen was elated, as it felt akin to Jordania working for him, bringing in a windfall. Afterward, he could indulge at a lavish restaurant, treating himself to gourmet meals every day, all thanks to Jordania, a true benefactor. These delicacies were once beyond his wildest dreams. Wang Chen, a true foodie, lamented his poverty. As a child, he had been so hungry that he would chew on stones. Leaning on his desk, Wang Chen stifled a laugh, inadvertently drawing the attention of several boys behind him. They could hardly contain themselves, having just secured a date with the goddess and were reveling in their triumph. They vowed to have Ming Ji deal with him after school. Their voices echoed throughout the classroom, catching the attention of both Wang Chen and Han Yi. Han Yi's expression shifted slightly. Would Wang Chen indeed be implicated? She turned to Wang Chen, only to find that he had not lost his composure. Instead, he wore a radiant smile, genuinely bright and carefree, devoid of any pretense. This seemingly harmless young man was infinitely superior to Xiaoming. Chapter 10. Escape. The school day concluded at 5 o'clock, and it was Wang Chen's first experience of genuinely engaging with his lessons and diligently taking notes. He appeared akin to a top student, yet his occasional broad smiles undermined that scholarly aura. Throughout the afternoon, the smile never left his face. At times, he even chuckled aloud. Those seated near him were baffled by his merriment, yet, due to their unfamiliarity, they refrained from inquiring about the source of his amusement. However, a few of Xiaoming's close friends were not as dismissive. They speculated about the possibility of winning over the goddess Han Yi, their hearts brimming with delight. This audacious individual was simply insufferable. They gritted their teeth, perceiving him as an infuriating presence. Han Yi was the idol of many boys in the school. Yet none dared to approach her. Clearly, this person had a death wish. As the second hand of the clock ticked away, the hour hand reached 5. And the bell rang signaling the end of class. Suddenly, Wang Shen received a notification of several hundred prestige points, leaving him puzzled about who had sent them. Hidden. Can I see who these points are from? He asked. A languid voice responded, seemingly just awakened. You can. But it requires 1,000 prestige points to unlock this feature permanently. What? 1,000 points? Are you trying to extort me? Wang Chun nearly slammed the table in frustration. Was it truly necessary to charge such a hefty sum just to identify the sender of a few points? Buy it or not, I'm going to sleep, Pidden retorted. With gritted teeth, Wang Chun resigned himself to the cost, deciding it was worth it in the long run, even as his heart bled from the expenditure. Following Pidden's guidance, he spent 1,000 prestige points to gain access to the information. Several names materialized before him, revealing that the contributors were indeed a few boys from his class. Turning to glance at them, he noticed their unfriendly glares directed at him, just as he suspected. You can also see who has the highest total contribution, thus identifying your loyal fans, Pidden added. Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was quite promising. But it costs money, right? Buy it or not, I'm going to sleep. Wang Chen, driven by curiosity, acquiesced. The next moment, he discovered that the individual with the highest contribution was none other than Zhou Daniu, whose name was oddly endearing, having contributed nearly 2,000 points. What level of animosity must one harbor to accrue such a sum? Even Xiaoming, who was notably hostile, had only managed just under 1,000 points. Wang Chun resolved never to cross paths with Zhou Daniu again. His very life might depend on it. In Zhou Daniu's estimation, Wang Chun was likely second only to his parents in terms of significance. Was it really necessary to be so petty over a few hits? Wang Chun sighed. One mustn't be overly stingy, after all. As the bell rang, Xiaoming's band of brothers was the first to exit the classroom. Humph. His car is parked in the lot. Let us wait for him there, one of them suggested. Han Yi began to pack her belongings, and after a moment, she too slung her backpack over her shoulder and exited the classroom. She found it odd that Wang Chun was still laughing to himself without casting a glance her way. Didn't he appear to be infatuated after all? Many speculated that Wang Chun was merely lost in a daydream, including the teacher, who, given his infrequent attendance, chose to overlook his antics. In the parking lot, a crowd had gathered again. By the time Han Yi spotted Xiaoming, it was too late. He and his friends had already surged forward, surrounding her. Several boys in the class had mentioned wanting to confront Wang Chun after school, and now, encountering Han Yi, they seized the opportunity to adopt a more aggressive stance. Xiaoming, how long are you going to continue this? Han Yi said, her face flushed with indignation. Today, you must agree to get back together with me, or I will make things difficult for him right in front of you, Xiaoming threatened, stepping closer as Han Yi retreated. You're insane, she exclaimed. Indeed I am. So will you agree? Xiaoming's face reddened with excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Chun had copied all the notes from the blackboard and was gathering his things to head downstairs. He intentionally avoided the staircase closest to the parking lot. Suddenly, a surge of prestige points flooded his mind, hundreds attributed to Xiaoming and his crew. Goodness, you hold a grudge like no other. Wang Chun muttered as he descended the stairs, taking a turn and wandering off, unaware of where he was headed. He reappeared in the parking lot belonging to his class. It was enclosed by a large metal fence filled with bicycles and motorcycles. Each class had a large tree planted at the far end of the parking area, its trunk thick from years of growth. Wang Chun noticed that a crowd had gathered at the back of the lot, where many students congregated after school, making it less likely to attract the watchful eyes of the instructors. Approaching the throng, he realized that his car was parked at the very back. Honey, if you agree to my request, I won't harass him, and I'll even let him join us. No one in the grade will dare bully him, Xiaoming declared. Wang Chun strained to see through the crowd, spotting Xiaoming once again entangling Han Yi, who was struggling to keep her phone from making a call. Han Yi remained silent, coolly observing Xiaoming. Just say it. What does that ugly creature have that warrants your loyalty? Xiaoming pressed, his impatience growing. Wang Chun, thoroughly entertained by the scene, suddenly felt a surge of anger. Why am I now the ugly one? I just got a haircut. Make way, he shouted, shoving one of his classmates aside. Huh? The boy blinked in surprise, and upon recognizing Wang Chun, his expression shifted to one of hostility. Finally found you. Wang Qin glared back. You dare challenge me? Do you not know that my punch weighs in at 196 pounds? Are you seeking death? Wang Qin, just leave. Han Yi urged, gritting her teeth as she turned to him. You're just making it worse. Cornered and still putting on a brave face? The crowd, including Xiaoming, turned their attention to him, their eyes widening in disbelief. Just kidding. I'm merely here to pick up my car. Wang Qin quickly averted his gaze, realizing the gravity of the situation. Good heavens, with 20 or 30 people here, this is no joke. I might get beaten to a pulp. Everyone stared at him with fierce, predatory glares, as if they were ready to pounce. Wang Qin dared not look up, tugging at his tricycle, attempting to leave. Xiaoming obstructed his path, shifting a few steps to block him. Han Yi observed this unfolding drama, feeling a tinge of disappointment. She had expected Wang Qin to truly walk away. Wang Qin felt as though he were frozen in place, the atmosphere suddenly shifting ominously. Could I possibly take on these 20 or 30 individuals? Even if my punch is nearly 200 pounds, I've never fought before. If they all took a kick at me, would I not be trampled? Wang Qin had never engaged in a fight. His physique was slight, and he had often been the target of bullying, devoid of any fighting skills, slow to dodge blows. What does it matter how strong I am if I can't land a hit? Even the strongest will fall here. He contemplated fleeing. They had promised to watch a movie together, to share a candlelit dinner. Are you really going to bail on me? Wang Qin suddenly stepped forward, tossing his hair back dramatically. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, he stood before Han Yi. In an audacious move, he clasped her hand. Han Yi looked utterly bewildered, unsure of how to react, instinctively trying to pull away, but Wang Qin tightened his grip. With an expression of earnestness, he declared, You're treating us, right? His voice rang out clearly, catching everyone off guard. How fortunate you were to dine with the goddess, and you expect her to pay. What a peculiar individual. Most shockingly, Han Yi seemed to come to a realization and nodded in agreement. Xiaoming was left speechless. Does Han Yi truly prefer stingy men? Is he even a man if he requires the girl to pay for dinner? The absurdity of it all hung in the air. Was I perhaps too magnanimous in the past? Xiaoming pondered. Everyone stood in astonishment, witnessing Wang Qin entwining his hand with Han Yi's as they emerged from the crowd. Is this the art of courtship? So effortless? My heavens. It turns out that even goddesses are fond of frugal gentlemen. A collective epiphany swept over the onlookers. Wang Qin led Han Yi away from the parking lot. Suddenly, a boy from Wang Qin's class shouted, Oh no, we mustn't let them escape. The realization struck everyone as they saw Wang Qin had already covered quite a distance. It dawned on them why they had come to the parking lot in the first place. You theatrical fool, don't you dare run. If we catch you, we'll break your legs. Xiaoming glared at Wang Qin. Let us go. I refuse to believe he can outrun a car. With fury ignited, Xiaoming and his companions stormed towards their class's parking area. Chapter 11. The confrontation. Xiaoming gritted his teeth. You ran away without even riding your little tricycle. I truly cannot believe your motorcycle is faster than mine. Given your slight build, I could easily catch up to you even if you had a head start of 999 meters. How dare you steal what I have set my sights on? Xiaoming pondered as he approached the parking lot of his class. Where's my motorcycle? Huh? Where is my motorcycle? Who dares to steal my motorcycle? Who on earth could it be? Brother Ming, my motorcycle is missing. Brother Ming, mine too. Brother Ming. So is mine. Over a dozen motorcycles had seemingly vanished into thin air. Each motorcycle bore a distinctive sun emblem, making them easily identifiable. On ordinary days, no one would dare to touch these bikes, let alone scratch them, yet now they had disappeared. At that moment, Xiaoming recalled Wang Qin's sudden remark just before class began. Setting up a stall is not an option, not in this lifetime. If caught stealing, you will be locked up for a couple of days. Suddenly, someone pointed at a large tree. Brother Ming, my motorcycle is hanging in that tree. Brother Ming, mine too. Brother Ming, your motorcycle is also up there. The motorcycles had been hoisted into the tree. How could this be possible? According to witnesses in the parking lot, Wang Qin had used ropes to pull them up. Xiaoming was skeptical, yet the evidence was undeniable. The motorcycles were indeed perched upon the branches. Bystanders claimed that Wang Qin had been sweating profusely, paying several classmates to assist in hoisting more than 10 motorcycles, only to climb the tree himself and secure them. Utterly exhausted by the effort, you won't escape. Xiaoming remained unconvinced. Get the bikes down. I will pursue him and catch up. Lifting the motorcycles into the tree could be accomplished by a few people working together, but retrieving them from the branches would be exponentially more difficult. What if they were to accidentally damage them? In their hearts, they cursed Wang Qin, wishing for a bolt of lightning to strike him down. Xiao Ming borrowed a bicycle and set off in pursuit of Wang Chun with remarkable speed, even performing drifts like an experienced rider. Within 3 minutes, he spotted Wang Chun in the distance. One had just exited the school, while the other was about to turn at the T-junction. "This isn't over," Xiao Ming shouted as he sped forward on his bike. Wang Chun, pulling Hanyi along, ran with all his might. His speed was impressive, and despite running for some time, he showed no signs of fatigue. Conversely, Hanyi was panting heavily, her pace slowing. "I can't go on. I can't run anymore." Hanyi gasped, her breath coming in short bursts, her chest heaving. As she noticed Xiao Ming barreling toward them on his bicycle, Wang Chun glanced at Hanyi, taking in her appearance. Hanyi blushed slightly, instinctively placing her hands over her chest. Today's events in the parking lot were merely a farce. Her face turned crimson in an instant. "Do you have no manners? How can you ask a girl about her weight, especially one who is attractive? Let me tell you, asking such questions can easily get you into trouble. Forget how much I weigh." Hanyi noticed the glint in Wang Chun's eyes. "What are you planning to do? How about this? I have an idea. I will carry you while we run. If Xiao Ming catches up to us, we will be trapped, and when his friends arrive, we won't be able to escape." "Carry? Carry me while running?" Hanyi finally realized the nature of her deskmate. "You are truly something else. I am at least a school beauty. Are you really going to carry me through the streets? That would ruin my image." "Enough. Let's go," Wang Chun declared, preparing to lift her. Wait. Be a bit more civilized. You can at most give me a piggyback ride." Hanyi stepped back several paces, exhaling softly. "All right." Wang Chun nodded and hoisted Hanyi onto his back, unaware of how red her face had become. With renewed speed, Wang Chun dashed toward the old park, where an abandoned basketball court lay nearby. This was a spot frequented by elderly chess players, while young people seldom visited. Many school brawls were arranged at this dilapidated court, where the hoop remained, though the backboard was cracked. "I'll show you how to run." Xiao Ming executed a sharp turn on his bicycle, finally catching up to Wang Chun, his bike skidding in front of him. "Even if you kneel and call me daddy, it won't matter." Xiao Ming tossed his bike aside, his robust physique looming over Wang Chun. Xiao Ming was no ordinary person. He frequented the gym and could deliver a punch with the force of 140 pounds. Compared to the average person, who might weigh around 100 pounds, Wang Chun, with his frail build, might not even possess the strength of 80 pounds. Thus, Xiao Ming felt confident he could easily overpower Wang Chun with just one punch. Hanyi slid off Wang Chun's back, gripping his elbow. "Deskmate, you go first. He once hit women. I'll hold him off." Hanyi stepped in front of Wang Chun, displaying a stubborn resolve. She was indeed gambling on whether Xiao Ming would strike a woman. Wang Chun attempted to step around Hanyi, but she firmly held onto his elbow, positioning herself in front of him. Wang Chun, an orphan with a weak physique, would likely be severely beaten if faced with Xiao Ming. Yet, he remained motionless. "Get going." Hanyi's face flushed with anger. "Oh," Xiao Ming laughed, his anger turning to amusement. He had completely lost faith in Hanyi, and his gaze toward Wang Chun grew increasingly menacing. "All right, neither of you is leaving today." Xiao Ming's fury escalated, his rationality slipping away as he swung his hand toward Hanyi's face. "Who says I don't hit women? In this grade, I regard both men and women with equal disdain. Anyone who provokes my wrath will feel my wrath." "Ah!" Hanyi screamed, her hair whipping in the wind generated by the force of the slap. The velocity was astonishing, and a hit would surely send her crashing to the ground. Xiao Ming was ruthless. Unable to possess what he desired, he sought to destroy it instead. He had expected to strike Hanyi, but instead found his hand firmly grasped by Wang Chun, mere inches from Hanyi's delicate face. Smack! Hanyi, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, retaliated with a slap of her own. She was a good student who had never engaged in a fight, appearing quite demure. Wang Chun, too, seemed harmless at first glance. Smack! Wang Chun's other hand met Xiao Ming's face, leaving a red mark. "Allow me to return the favor. I never expected you would dare to strike." What was Wang Chun's strength? Certainly far beyond Han Yi's capability. The impact sent Xiao Ming's head spinning, as if a swarm of bees were buzzing inside. At that moment, Xiao Ming could only think, why is Wang Chun so strong? When Wang Chun had gripped him, it felt as if he were caught in a vice. "It hurts, bro, it hurts." Xiao Ming suddenly cried out. "Hey," Wang Chun smirked, a sense of satisfaction washing over him as he received a significant boost in notoriety from Xiao Ming. "So you understand what pain feels like?" With another swift strike, Wang Chun delivered a blow to Xiao Ming's other cheek. Oh, another 200 notoriety points. Wang Chun possessed over 190 pounds of strength, and with this blow, He struck hard, sending Xiaoming's teeth flying and his head ringing. Ah! A scream escaped Xiaoming's lips. Wang Qin had never fought before, but this time. As he reached out to grab Xiaoming, he was astonished by his own speed. He had not anticipated that after being cleansed by the essence of the world, his physical abilities would undergo such a transformation. With every slap, his notoriety points soared by 100 or 200. This was a lucrative endeavor. A single slap was worth several meals. The sounds of conflict echoed in the air. After enduring 10 slaps, Xiaoming felt as though he were teetering on the brink of madness, his mouth filled with blood. A gentleman may be slain, but he must not be humiliated. Xiaoming mumbled defiantly, determined to confront Wang Qin, now acutely aware of the immense strength possessed by the seemingly frail adversary. You dare to call yourself a gentleman? Wang Qin retorted, delivering a resounding slap to the back of his head. What? What do you mean? Came Xiaoming's bewildered response, only to be met with another swift strike to the same spot. Thinking of escaping? Wang Qin kicked him down to the ground. It was nothing short of a complete rout. Wang Qin's speed far surpassed Xiaoming's, and even with his guard up against the impending slaps, he was caught off guard by the swiftness of the attack. Heavens, are you toying with me? How can someone so slender possess such strength? This is utterly absurd. Chapter 12. Embarrassment. Wang Qin stepped forward, his strong grip seizing Xiaoming by the collar. With a swift motion, he struck him across the face. How dare you hit a woman? Brother, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Xiaoming, a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong, pleaded. His earlier bravado had merely been a facade, as he only dared confront Wang Qin due to his perceived weakness. Had Wang Qin been a larger and more imposing figure, Xiaoming would never have dared approach him alone. He relied heavily on his so-called brothers. Xiaoming's face swelled from the blow, eliciting a twinge of sympathy from Han Yi. He looked pitiable, resembling a pig's head, and she imagined he would need to get a full set of dentures. Observing his garbled pleas for mercy transformed Han Yi's perception of him. He was nothing but a coward, deserving of her disdain. At the same time, she found herself curious about Wang Qin's remarkable strength. Could he possibly be a fitness enthusiast? He didn't appear to be one, though she wondered if he had abs. What's that? I didn't quite catch that, Wang Qin remarked, furrowing his brow as he reached into his backpack and withdrew a large red object. Han Yi's face flushed instantly. With so many onlookers, and being associated with Wang Qin, one might mistakenly think she was his girlfriend. Such an item should not be carried around in a backpack. But recalling Wang Qin's profession, she felt a sense of understanding, albeit surprised that he sold such things. Please, brother, no. Xiaoming cried out in despair, struggling against his restraints, seemingly struck by a thought. You can't just bring out a weapon in the middle of this. What are you trying to do? This is utterly immoral. I've never done anything like this at school. You're even more wicked than I am. You must stop this. Brother, let's talk it over. If you want money, I'll give it to you. If you want a motorcycle, I'll give you one. If you want a beauty, I can arrange that too. Just stop. Xiaoming spoke rapidly, fearing that if he hesitated, it would be too late. Who is your brother? Father. Xiaoming suddenly knelt, putting all his strength into it. Ah. I have no son like you. Wang Qin chuckled, putting away the red object. Just as Xiaoming felt a moment of relief, Wang Qin pulled out a bundle of thick rope, presumably meant for tying up motorcycles. What are you doing? Shut up. Who's your father? Wang Qin slapped him again. Xiaoming immediately fell silent, watching as Wang Qin wound the rope around him multiple times, tying knots with ease. It wasn't so bad, he thought, at worst. He would be tied up, which was better than having that weapon pulled out. After securing Xiaoming, Wang Qin clapped his hands in satisfaction. Han Yi, thinking the ordeal was over, approached and stood beside him, gazing at Xiaoming. To her surprise, Wang Qin pulled out the large red object once more. Han Yi's cheeks flushed anew. Hadn't he just hidden that away? Oh no, this is humiliating. Xiaoming's face turned pale. You said you were putting it away. Was your intention merely to bind me and keep me calm? This is outrageous. You're bullying me. How have you not been struck by lightning for this? You must cease this at once. You're going too far. Xiaoming was utterly anxious, watching Wang Qin approach with the red object, holding it open with both hands. Look at you, so beaten up that your parents might not recognize you. How pitiful. Let me put this hood on you, Wang Qin said softly, as if comforting a sorrowful child. No, I don't want that. Smack. Wang Qin's demeanor shifted instantly, and he slapped Xiaoming again. No, please. Xiaoming was on the verge of tears. You're being unreasonable. I told you I don't want it, yet you still. Want or not, you're getting it. Wang Qin opened the large red object and placed it over Xiaoming's head, regardless of his frantic shaking and struggles. Wang Chen wore a tender smile. Strangely enough, it looked quite appealing. Xiaoming nearly choked on his blood, and the onlookers wore peculiar expressions. How could Wang Chen find it attractive to have that object on his head? Brother, we might be living in different eras. In that moment, Wang Chen became unforgettable to many. Such a statement ensured he would not be easily forgotten. Xiaoming felt his reputation had been utterly tarnished. How could he ever show his face again? I want to cry, but the tears just won't come. Suddenly, Wang Chen grabbed the other end of the rope and jumped. His leaping ability was extraordinary, reaching the height of the basketball hoop. He secured the rope in the hoop, then jumped down, pulling Xiaoming up and leaving him suspended in the air. Gasps filled the crowd. They had not anticipated Wang Chen's athletic prowess. Even Han Yi was taken aback, though she acknowledged it was within the realm of human capability, as many in the NBA could achieve such feats. Moreover, this was no standard hoop. It was set at an astonishing height of 29 meters. How humiliating, to be hung up in a basketball court with that ridiculous object on my head. Wang Chen departed with Han Yi, leaving Xiaoming to weep on the court, awaiting the arrival of his so-called brothers to rescue him. Today, the social media in Lucy City exploded. A man was bullied and subsequently hung up by a mysterious master, adorned with a ludicrous object on the basketball court. This was the fate of those who bullied others. Arriving with bravado, he now hung in shame, crying on the basketball court. The shocking event reverberated throughout Lucy, as people could hardly believe such an incident had occurred. Within half an hour, social media was inundated with posts. Xiaoming's brothers, riding their motorcycles in search of him, learned of his predicament through the posts. Brother Ming, a young man with dyed blonde hair, rushed to the basketball court, calling out. Xiaoming, still sobbing, felt his anguish deepen upon hearing his name. Damn it, don't call my name if you don't know. This is the end. I'm utterly ruined. Brother Ming, are you all right? Who did this to you? I'll rally our brothers from Lucy High and confront them. Xiaoming's cries grew more desperate. Damn it. As if the whole world needed to know I'm from Lucy High. My heavens, how did I end up with such a bunch of brothers? Originally, being adorned in such a way was embarrassing, but few knew his face or true name. His name was Wang Xiaoming, and now that his name was shouted, everyone recognized him. Goodness, how could they not have killed Wang Chen? They would surely die from the shame. Now, his name was known by everyone, and he feared that there would be no future for him, no hope of redemption. Chapter 13. Video simultaneously, deep within a primordial mountain range in the north. A creature with the body of a bird and the head of a human was resisting modern firearms. Numerous robust men aimed their weapons at this beast. Yet the bullets were deflected effortlessly, inflicting only superficial wounds. Some onlookers captured this astonishing scene on video. The footage revealed an ancient mountain adorned with gnarled trees twisting like dragons, obscured by a dense tangle of underbrush. This locale, devoid of human activity for ages, was home to an expedition team confronting the avian-headed entity. It was utterly astonishing. No one had anticipated encountering such a creature upon entering the primitive mountains. The monster was enveloped in a swirling purple mist, its gaze sharp as a sword, attacking them without provocation and boldly resisting their firearms. The expedition team sensed impending doom. Realizing their predicament was dire, their AK-47s were unleashed, echoing through the forest like firecrackers, yet they could not repel the creature. What manner of beast is this? Could it truly be a biological entity? Surely, it must be a supernatural being. Withdraw, withdraw. The captain shouted hysterically, his voice drowned out by gunfire. The team felt they had glimpsed something that should not exist in this world. A creature, shrouded in purple mist, unyieldingly confronting modern weapons. With a sudden flap of its immense wings, a tempest of wind surged forth, sending leaves swirling into the air. Thus far, several had perished in their attempt to vanquish this beast with firearms. Who suggested we take this route? We must have trespassed into its territory. The vice captain bellowed, retreating with urgency. He bore deep claw marks on his shoulder, exposing bone, blood flowing freely, yet he had no time to staunch the wound. The creature pursued relentlessly, its wings spanning 4 to 5 meters, slicing through trees with ease. Increase firepower, retreat. The captain shouted as he changed magazines, his voice strained. What are you doing? Fire. He yelled, exasperated. Stop fiddling with social media. Call for help. Are you serious? I'm posting for help. This might be my last social media post. You fool. There is no signal here. Over an hour later, amidst a field of corpses, only 2 individuals managed to escape. They had exhausted all their ammunition. Even explosives had only managed to sever some of the creature's metallic feathers. Remarkably, the creature was unfazed, its mist reconstituting, demonstrating an uncanny ability to heal. The video spread like wildfire, resembling a cinematic spectacle, bullets flying, vegetation being cleaved, and the sheer force of their firearms causing barrels to warp and drip molten steel onto the ground. The scene was nothing short of magnificent, a birdman defiantly facing an onslaught of formidable weaponry, evading only at the peak of their firepower. Such a fearsome creature could likely only be harmed by a Gatling gun. Ordinary firearms proved inadequate. Who knows if this is some elaborate hoax? Recently, the air had felt distinctly different. Air quality readings everywhere indicated improvement, which seemed peculiar. Some sensitive individuals claimed to sense unusual changes in the world, though no one believed them. That day, the expedition team's video went viral, trending on Weibo. Curious onlookers sought to authenticate it through specialized video analysis teams, whose technicians were left in awe, nearly jumping from their seats, declaring the footage genuine. Conversely, skeptics emerged online, pointing out potential discrepancies and asserting the video was fabricated. Within hours, a fierce debate erupted, dividing opinions as information from the depths of the forest remained scarce. Everyone pondered the implications. If true, this world concealed monumental secrets, including beings capable of resisting firearms. Concurrently, another video surfaced, originating from an unknown source. It depicted an ancient tomb, filmed by grave robbers who had stumbled upon it for the first time. Upon activating their flashlights, they heard unsettling sounds and quickly concealed themselves. In the footage, a middle-aged man, dressed in garments of indeterminate antiquity, slowly emerged from a bronze coffin, his attire so decayed it was unrecognizable. The grave robbers possessed some knowledge of historical clothing, yet this particular outfit had never been recorded, resembling something from the distant past, perhaps from before Christ. The tomb itself was shrouded in mystery regarding its era of construction. The videographer had entered fully prepared for exploration, yet nothing could have prepared them for the sight of an ancient corpse stirring to life. The man's skin glowed a bronze hue in the dim light as he stood at the entrance from which the grave robbers had entered, gazing skyward. How terrifying. An ancient corpse revived. Subsequently, a renowned foreign scientist issued a statement. The world may be transforming. Elements we fervently deny might indeed exist. This announcement spread rapidly, inciting widespread speculation about what these denied elements could be. Do not explore, for the outcome is uncertain. If adverse, you expose yourself to annihilation, a cataclysm. The vast cosmos, home to other life forms, lay far beyond reach. We ought to explore, regardless of the outcome. We must be fearless. Two opposing voices emerged within the scientific community abroad. Some deemed it ominous, while others advocated for courageous pursuit. These sentiments resonated within China, where perceptive individuals sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Upon returning, Wang Chen was elated, having received a substantial sum today. Zhou Dania's popularity was surging, almost reaching a significant milestone. The prospect of acquiring a belt and replicating it for profit thrilled him to no end. However, Pidden admonished him, insisting he pursue other ventures, dissuading him from selling belts of unparalleled quality. Wang Chen, fiddling with his cracked smartphone, stumbled upon the video from the primordial forest and showed it to Pidden. After a mere glance, Pidden confidently asserted, "This video is undoubtedly authentic." How is that possible? It resists firearms. Wang Chen was taken aback, having always regarded modern weaponry as formidable. Surely, even that foolish ox would falter, even if it's merely a bronze bowl. Pidden scoffed. Though no cataclysmic beings had yet emerged in this world, there were certainly many capable of resisting firearms. Wang Chen was astounded. The world now seemed replete with enigmas, rendering it all the more captivating. Having been cleansed by the elements, you must now prepare for cultivation, otherwise, you won't be able to protect yourself in the future. Pidden suddenly remarked. Chapter 14. Exchange of cultivation techniques. From this moment forth, it is time for you to step into that magnificent realm. In the past. No. Let us not dwell on the past. Let us discuss how to cultivate. Before Pai Dan could finish his sentence, Wang Chen's excitement interrupted him. Wang Chen raised the bronze bowl before him, his eyes wide with anticipation, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. At last, he could touch a brand new world. When he grows old, he would boast to his descendants about being someone who could contend with firearms. Wang Chen was utterly impressed by the avian figure in the video. It faced those rifles with fearless audacity, deflecting bullets as if they were mere trifles. How majestic! Quickly teach me how to cultivate. Once I can withstand firearms, we shall showcase the iron head technique and break stones on my chest to earn money, making my name known to many. Wang Chen urged impatiently. Pai Dan felt disheartened. How could this new master be so lacking in ambition? To learn skills solely for the purpose of demonstrating the iron head technique and breaking stones? Heaven! Strike him down and let us have another. Pai Dan lamented. Hey, Pai Dan, speak up. How do I cultivate? Cultivation is simple. Pai Dan finally spoke. As long as you possess the cultivation technique and have someone to guide you, everything will fall into place effortlessly. Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Where's the technique? Hurry and show me. Do not keep it hidden. His eagerness surged. The thought of entering the realm of cultivation made his blood boil. Just imagine. If someone held a gun to his head, he would shout defiantly, if you dare, pull the trigger. Do you think I fear you? Go ahead, shoot. If you manage to kill me, I will share your surname. The thought of such defiance filled Wang Chen with exhilaration. To exchange for the cultivation technique requires 10,000 reputation points, the first volume. Wang Chen's expression darkened immediately. Could you repeat that? The exchange for the cultivation technique requires 10,000 reputation points for the first volume. Is there a second volume? A third? Wang Chen swallowed hard. Are you trying to swindle me? 10,000 reputation points? I have stripped Zhou Daniu's clothes and still have not gathered enough. It is worth it. This technique has been cultivated by the greatest of masters and is exceedingly rare. Remarkable? Can it withstand firearms? Of course, once mastered. This technique can obliterate firearms in an instant. Pai Dan's tone was resolute, his disdain for firearms evident. Very well, I shall exchange. Wang Chen finally gritted his teeth. Placing his hand over his chest, resolute in his decision. He currently had over 8,000 reputation points, and thankfully, new points arrived from Zhou Dania every so often. After 2 days, supernatural events surged. A mysterious tortoise, over 30 meters long with spiked armor, wreaked havoc by toppling a 30-meter-high residential building in a fit of rage. The military surrounded it, but the tortoise vanished into the primordial forest, evading detection. The world was becoming chaotic, and certain matters could no longer be concealed. They spread like wildfire. Wang Chen realized Pai Dan was correct. Without cultivation, he would be unable to protect himself in the future. He did not wish to be the person who accidentally killed a tortoise while playing mahjong at home. After 2 days of waiting, Wang Chen finally accumulated 10,000 reputation points and exchanged the technique from Pai Dan's rules. The exchange yielded only a few characters, and Wang Chen nearly lost his composure. Is this all I get for 10,000 reputation points? Do you have any idea how I acquired them? I risked my life to earn them. Ah. But these few characters carry profound significance, Wang Chen reasoned, unable to comprehend their meaning, prompting Pai Dan to elucidate. This technique requires either the aid of magical artifacts to strike your own body or a powerful protector to bathe you in magma. Are you insane? Wang Chen nearly hurled the bronze bowl. You expect me to beat myself? Or bathe in magma? Am I out of my mind? Wait, do not rush. Listen to me. This is about refining the body. You must first strengthen your physique to support the subsequent techniques. If you do not train properly, what if you explode while practicing the second technique? Even if the spiritual energy of the world cleanses your body, it is still not guaranteed. To practice this technique, your body must be flawless. Pai Dan continued his lengthy explanation. That still does not justify bathing in magma. You can whip yourself. Pai Dan's tone was insufferably smug. Wang Chen grimaced. Am I engaging in self-mortification? Or is Pai Dan settling a personal score? It seemed that this was the only option. However, Pai Dan hesitated momentarily. Wang Chen sensed trouble and urged him to speak quickly. During my initial training, my master whipped my body. You have no master, so... What? I have to pay someone to whip me? Wang Chen's thoughts screamed in outrage. This is self-degradation. What a ludicrous so-called technique. Indeed, you guessed correctly. The one who whips you must hold nothing back to achieve the desired effect. Under your current circumstances, a week of whipping should suffice. Whip me for a week. Are you joking? This is sheer madness. Wang Chen envisioned being suspended against a wall or prostrated on a bed, enduring lashes, and his heart sank. I'm telling you. After this whipping, your body will be able to withstand cold weapons. Pai Dan dropped this bombshell. Cold weapons? Wang Chen's eyes widened. If you are deceiving me, I will slap you to death. The magical artifact whip will surely have that effect. Where is this magical whip? It does not require a fortune and reputation points to acquire, does it? Wang Chen felt drained. He was nearly out of resources. Heh. No, that's a misunderstanding. I recall it being buried in the Kunlun Mountains. Thank goodness. Wang Chen sighed with relief, as long as it did not cost him reputation points or money. Everything would be manageable. Yet, the thought of being whipped still made him uneasy. Pai Dan, when do we depart for Kunlun Mountain? Since you aren't attending classes. Any day is as good as another. If you wish to go to Kunlun Mountain, you must prepare for altitude sickness and other challenges. Given that it is located in Tibet and Qinghai. Pai Dan, you do remember where the magical artifact is buried, right? Absolutely. During the apocalyptic battle, I saw it fall. I know the exact location, so rest assured. Magical artifacts have a connection, after all. Upon hearing Pai Dan's assurance, Wang Qin set off to the station to purchase a ticket, embarking on what would be the longest journey of his life. Chapter 15. Extraordinary Routes. Surely the mountains will not be transformed into towering skyscrapers, will they? According to Wang Qin, Kunlun Mountain still exists and remains largely unchanged. While at the station to purchase a ticket, Wang Qin observed a man in Taoist attire distributing business cards. This individual, with a round face and small eyes, wore a Taoist hat that seemed ill-fitting for his large head and held a whisk in his hand, giving him the appearance of a charlatan at first glance. Suddenly, the Taoist approached with a look of astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. "Young brother, I perceive that your roots are extraordinary." He seized Wang Qin's hand to examine his pulse, but Wang Qin instinctively withdrew, only to discover that the Taoist had already assessed him. The Taoist's expression shifted dramatically. "Young brother, I discern that if you do not pursue cultivation, you shall inevitably become a mere skeleton in a century." Wang Qin rolled his eyes, thinking it was a rather redundant statement. Without cultivation, one could hardly expect to live for another 100 years. "Do you not understand? Your roots are remarkably rare. One of the few in this world. In this unpredictable future, it will be individuals like you who will uphold the grand order." The Taoist's fervor was palpable, and he appeared somewhat breathless as he gazed at Wang Qin. "Has no one ever told you of your exceptional potential? To neglect it would be a shameful waste. Your future accomplishments are beyond measure." Intrigued by the Taoist's fervency, Wang Qin recalled that Pai Dan had mentioned his own commendable aptitude. Could it be that this Taoist truly possessed some insight? Meanwhile, Pai Dan remained silently observant, offering no commentary. "Fear not, for you have encountered me, and your talents shall not go unnoticed." The Taoist exhaled, producing a business card. "My name is Chen Pai. You may call me Taoist Chen." Wang Qin accepted the card, which resembled an identification card, featuring a large portrait of Chen Pai's round face. One might easily mistake him for a wealthy merchant. This world is fraught with peril, as one might be crushed at any moment by a mystical tortoise, Taoist Chen continued, revealing his awareness of recent reports. "Thus, I cannot bear to see you face misfortune. I possess an authentic golden bell shield. This is the only copy, genuine and for sale at 3,000 yuan. Leaning closer, he whispered conspiratorially, casting furtive glances around as if fearing eavesdroppers. "The golden bell shield is said to be no mere myth. When mastered, it truly renders one impervious to blades and weapons." Before Wang Qin could respond, Taoist Chen plunged a small dagger into his abdomen, producing a sound akin to steel snapping, as the dagger was utterly destroyed. He cast the broken dagger aside, seemingly proud to showcase his mastery of the golden bell shield. Wang Qin felt a surge of desire. If he were to acquire this tome, with Pai Dan's guidance, he too could stand unafraid of cold weapons and would no longer endure beatings. He picked up the dagger, confirming its authenticity. Taoist Chen offered him another to examine, then stabbed himself once more, resulting in another shattered blade. 3,000 is far too steep. Wang Qin protested. 2,000 is my final offer. I acquired this from a friend and must sell it to avoid his wrath. Taoist Chen's expression turned grave. 1,000. Wang Qin countered, his demeanor equally serious, for he was a seasoned businessman skilled in the art of negotiation. He closely observed the Taoist's subtle expressions. 1,005. Taoist Chen replied, feigning pain. 500. Wang Qin declared decisively. Taoist Chen's eyes bulged in disbelief. That is utterly excessive. 500 is the minimum. Wang Qin remained resolute. Fine. 500 it is. Taoist Chen gritted his teeth, appearing pained. Actually, I no longer wish to purchase it. Wang Qin teased. 300. I will accept 300. Taoist Chen's eyes sparked with indignation. 300 it is. It cannot go any lower. At that moment, Taoist Chen viewed Wang Qin as a shameless negotiator. How could one possibly reduce 3,000 to 300? After Wang Qin departed, Taoist Chen stood in place, muttering to himself. However, I profit. Reproducing such a text costs but a few yuan. Once Wang Qin was out of sight, his expression morphed, and he approached a young man. "Ah, young brother, I sense your extraordinary roots." Meanwhile, as Wang Qin distanced himself from Taoist Chen and boarded the train, Pai Dan reappeared. I sensed a ripple of magical energy from that Taoist. To avoid detection, I concealed myself. "By the way, what have you been up to? What is that you hold?" Wang Qin proudly brandished an old-looking booklet. "The golden bell shield. Once mastered, it can withstand cold weapons," he declared, excitement bubbling within. "Does this mean I can avoid beatings now?" Let me see," Pai Dan demanded. "This is what you spent 300 yuan on?" It is worthless. The so-called energy circulation and the sensation of spiritual energy flooding in pure nonsense. Wang Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it fake? 300 yuan is a substantial sum for me. While other methods of cultivation offered 1,000 points of renown, equivalent to 10,000 yuan, this Taoist offering was a mere 300. The disparity was staggering. Wang Qin felt a pang of regret. I hope I never cross paths with that deceitful Taoist again. He swiftly dialed a number, but upon recognition, the recipient blocked him. It was only after boarding the train that Wang Qin realized his predicament. It was too late to disembark. The high-speed train surged forward, reaching speeds of over 300 kilometers per hour, and the landscape outside shifted dramatically in mere moments. After an hour and a half, Wang Qin, drowsy and on the verge of slumber, suddenly felt a tremor akin to an earthquake. Even within the train, he sensed vibrations. Calling for Pai Dan yielded no response. He shook the bronze bowl, but Pai Dan remained hidden. Upon opening his eyes, Wang Qin noticed that the other passengers were equally alarmed, all awakening from their stupor. The train accelerated further, surpassing 400 kilometers per hour. Is it an earthquake? They pondered. Wang Qin's complexion paled. What ill fortune it was to encounter such a calamity. Chapter 16. The beasts. The passengers aboard the train were engulfed in a profound sense of trepidation. The sudden vibrations that shook the carriage were not mere oscillations. They were genuine tremors, occurring at intervals of approximately 2 to 3 seconds. It seemed that doom awaited all on board. At that moment, an announcement crackled over the intercom. The train's speed was escalating, reaching an astonishing 400 kilometers per hour. Everyone was acutely aware of what this velocity entailed, sending their hearts racing. A group of individuals clad in management uniforms emerged within the carriage to maintain order. Through the glass windows, a colossal tortoise came into view. Its immense form reminiscent of a small mountain, adorned with sharp spines and a grotesque visage. It charged towards the train from the front side, alternating between soaring and sprinting, nearly plummeting to the ground every 2 seconds, with the airborne moments lasting no more than 3 seconds. Each time it landed, the earth trembled, causing the vibrations felt within the train, which had previously been mistaken for an earthquake. The tortoise's eyes blazed a fiery red, resembling 2 great lanterns, fixated on the train with a gaze that suggested an insatiable hunger. Its fervent movements and penetrating stare implied that the train possessed something irresistible. Evading it swiftly had become imperative, regardless of whether it was truly targeting the train. The potential consequences of such an encounter were too dire to contemplate. The train was already at its maximum velocity, hurtling forward at 400 kilometers per hour. As someone shouted in alarm, every passenger turned to gaze out the window, their anxiety intensifying. The tortoise bounded forward, its speed approximating 100 kilometers per hour, a rapid pace indeed. A collision would be catastrophic. Panic spread throughout the train, especially for Wang Qin, who was experiencing such a harrowing event for the first time. Seated by the window, the sight of the gigantic tortoise charging towards him was an overwhelming sensory assault. Monsters like these were only seen in television shows or brief videos. Never had he imagined witnessing one in person. The era had transformed. It was now a time of spiritual awakening where such creatures could emerge. And it was inevitable that even more formidable beings would appear in the future. Wang Qin was truly awestruck. The notion of a 30-meter-tall creature was merely theoretical until one stood before it. Witnessing such a beast firsthand lent a palpable understanding of its destructive potential. Toppling a building was hardly a challenge for it. Even the legendary Tyrannosaurus Rex of the Jurassic period stood only 6 to 7 meters tall, a mere fraction of the monstrosity before him. Snake! Snake! Someone shouted. From the same side as the tortoise, the ground suddenly erupted, revealing a massive green python, at least 100 meters long, raising its head. Its body was covered in scales, segmented and devoid of limbs or horns, as if awakened from a deep slumber. Its eyes fixated on the train, momentarily bewildered. Before it flicked its tongue, seemingly drawn by something within the train. Like the tortoise, it surged forward, obliterating trees in its path. And even large stones crumbled beneath its advance. Fortunately, it was positioned behind the train, but its speed was astonishing. The train's unstable trajectory, coupled with its own velocity of 400 kilometers per hour, offered little hope of outpacing it. Anxiety surged through all passengers. What could possibly be attracting these creatures to the train? Wang Qin felt an unsettling intuition, as if these beasts were directed at him. He silently called for Pai Dan, but received no response, akin to the earlier encounter with the Taoist priest. Suddenly, a flying creature attacked from behind the train, its speed rivaling that of the tortoise and the python. With wings spanning over 5 meters, it was smaller than the tortoise, but still a formidable beast. Unlike anything Wang Qin had ever heard of, this avian creature was enveloped in purple mist, reminiscent of the one that had withstood firearms in the forest. Sharp-eyed passengers spotted the creatures, heightening the collective anxiety. Even the train conductor felt a wave of fear. They had already alerted the authorities, but assistance was uncertain. The passengers braced themselves, hearts racing, some frightened enough to weep, desperately calling loved ones to express their fears and ensure their well-being. After enduring this terror for over half an hour, supersonic fighter jets finally arrived. The flying creature immediately retreated into the forest, seeking concealment. The tortoise, however, was not so fortunate, becoming the primary target of artillery fire, while the great python also fled into the woods. The atmosphere felt reminiscent of war, with the sounds of explosions and shattering rocks reverberating through the air. Everyone was grateful for the presence of the military. The consequences of inaction were unfathomable. The tortoise, adorned with earthy yellow markings, could not withstand the onslaught. Many of its spines were obliterated before it managed to escape. Had more jets arrived, the tortoise might not have survived the encounter. Thus, this harrowing event passed, almost dreamlike in its intensity, and after thorough inspections, the passengers were finally allowed to disembark. Watching fellow passengers contact their families to report their safety, Wang Qin felt a deep sense of reflection. It had been an extraordinarily perilous experience. His first encounter with such chaos, akin to living in turbulent times. After alighting, he transferred to another train, finding Pai Dan unusually silent. As if in a state of dormancy, he continued his journey to the next station. Drones patrolled the skies to prevent such occurrences from reoccurring. Wang Qin, lacking family to notify, simply shared his feelings on social media, posting images of the colossal tortoise and the 100-meter python, though he had missed capturing the flying creature. The visuals were striking, leaving a significant sensory impact. As he rested his eyes in his seat, a WeChat voice call interrupted his thoughts. Curiosity piqued. He was surprised to see the name Han Yi on the screen. He swiped to answer. "Where have you been? Are you all right?" Her youthful voice resonated from the other end, triggering an emotional response within Wang Qin. As an orphan, he had longed for someone to inquire about his well-being. "What's wrong? Why are you silent? You're not hurt, are you?" "No, I'm fine. Just a close call." Wang Qin reassured her. "That's a relief. I was worried something happened. Who will I borrow my notes from now?" A smile crept across Wang Qin's face. "I want to be returning your notes." They exchanged a few more pleasantries before ending the call. Exhausted from a day of travel, Wang Qin sought refuge in a modest inn, planning to head to Kunlun Mountain the following day. Once he acquired the artifact, he would begin his trainings, ensuring that he could protect himself against such threats in the future. The day's events had profoundly shaken his psyche. The thought of being unable to resist modern weaponry haunted him. He reflected on his unfortunate life, lamenting the lack of wealth and romantic connections. "I cannot die. I must endure and thrive." Chapter 17. Private grudges. Throughout the day, Pai Dan was nowhere to be seen, prompting Wang Qin to change routes and head to Kunlun Mountain. Upon arrival, he was awestruck by the imposing grandeur of the mountain, towering high into the clouds, rendering him as insignificant as an ant in its presence. The sheer scale of the range was unfathomable, and without Pai Dan's knowledge of where the whip was buried, he would have been utterly lost. In a moment of daze, Wang Qin heard the sound of Pai Dan stretching. Finally awake, "Pai Dan, where have you been all this time?" Wang Qin's irritation flared upon hearing Pai Dan's voice. "You go missing when I need you the most. Do you have any idea how terrifying the giant Shin turtle was? I nearly lost my life." "I merely took a nap," Pai Dan replied nonchalantly. "What do you mean, took a nap? Are you serious?" Wang Qin's tone was laced with frustration. "Do you understand why that monstrous turtle was chasing the train? Why the damn bird and that crafty snake were after it as well?" Pai Dan seemed to possess all the answers. Wang Qin's expression softened at those words, eager for more information. "It was because they sensed my presence. They are far more formidable than that foul Taoist. I concealed my aura, yet they still detected me," Pai Dan explained. "I continuously employed prohibitions to seal my aura, but to no avail. It ultimately exhausted me." Wang Qin had an epiphany. He had sensed that the beasts were indeed pursuing him. His instincts had not deceived him. Those ancient creatures have lived far too long, having witnessed the cataclysmic war. During that time, the chaotic artifacts emerged, and their auras were forever etched in their memories. It is also the fault of the bronze bowl, which suffered great depletion in that battle, rendering me unable to conceal my aura before such formidable foes. Otherwise, today's events would never have transpired, Pai Dan murmured. The apocalypse claimed countless lives. Few dared to show themselves, opting instead to shroud themselves in secrecy for fear of repercussions. The bronze bowl was nearly destroyed, its powers diminished, and so too was the whip. Well, that's fine, but next time you decide to go missing, do inform me in advance. Upon reaching the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Wang Chen adhered to his previous plans and sought to purchase a shovel. What? A shovel costs $100? Young man, you're here for treasure hunting, right? You must have heard that someone recently unearthed a luminous medicinal herb on the mountain, which grants immense strength, able to uproot trees and single-handedly move heavy trucks. Consequently, shovels are in short supply, and I have no choice but to set this price. With $100 spent, Wang Chen ascended the mountain, fully equipped with food and a sleeping bag, intending to dig for several days. The destination Pai Dan mentioned was indeed quite distant. After leaving the main path and trekking deep into the mountains for nearly a day, Wang Chen found the journey arduous. Yet, the thought of obtaining the whip and commencing his training spurred him on. You've had me wandering here for ages. Have you found it or not? Wang Chen felt as though he had been played for a fool by Pai Dan. Just a moment, let us keep going. The terrain has changed significantly over 2,000 years. After another half-day of searching, yes, this is the spot, Pai Dan finally confirmed. Having led Wang Chen around for an entire day, only to settle under the pressure of Wang Chen's insistence. You claim to know, right? You better not be deceiving me. Wang Chen brandished the shovel menacingly at the bronze bowl. This time, I assure you it is genuine. Pai Dan chuckled. Wang Chen surveyed the sparsely wooded area before him. Which exact spot? That's for you to discover through diligent digging. Pai Dan's voice was barely a whisper. What? Repeat that. Wang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you messing with me? How can I dig a 2-meter-long whip in a 1,000-meter radius? I've already told you. Pai Dan's voice grew even softer. Is this truly your idea of a joke? Wang Chen's expression darkened. How many days will this take? You previously swore that treasures have a connection and can be located precisely. I only agreed to come to Kunlun Mountain based on that. Now you want me to dig in this vast area for a whip? It seems we may need to settle this with a fight. There's nothing more to say. I've never encountered someone as deceitful as you. If it were just a small trick, it would be one thing. But now, dig or not? It's your choice. You. Wang Chen pointed the shovel at the bronze bowl, yet Pai Dan fell silent. Regardless of Wang Chen's shouts, Pai Dan refused to show himself. Am I foolish? Instead of resting, I'm watching you berate the bronze bowl? Do as you wish. I'll pretend I'm unaware. Pai Dan had hidden away, leaving Wang Chen with no recourse but to dig a pit and bury him in the dirt. What a teammate. Pai Dan seemed to revel in the situation, aware that Wang Chen was powerless against him. If Wang Chen had the strength to drag Pai Dan from the bowl, he would have done so without hesitation. 3 days of being ignored was simply too much. With the shovel in hand, Wang Chen sat expressionless on the ground, contemplating where to begin. With such a vast expanse of land, who could fathom how deep the object lay buried or where it might be? With no other option, Wang Chen gathered his resolve, rolled up his sleeves, and began to dig, vowing that if he ever managed to extract Pai Dan from the bowl, he would ensure Pai Dan would regret his actions. You take advantage of my honesty. You take advantage of my honesty. You take advantage of my honesty. With each swing of the shovel, he muttered his grievances. After digging for half a day, he had made little progress, having only reached a depth of half a meter without any sign of the whip. 2 days later, Wang Chen was covered in dirt, hardly recognizing himself in the mirror. If he were to walk down the street holding a bronze bowl and a stick, he would undoubtedly attract a crowd of pitying onlookers. You take advantage of my honesty. Wang Chen continued to mutter, his resentment towards Pai Dan intensifying. Suddenly, Pai Dan's voice echoed in his mind. Wang Chen ignored him, continuing to dig like a machine, devoid of hope. I sensed it. The whip is located right there. Where? Where? Wang Chen sprang to his feet, hastily digging up the bronze bowl. Gathering his belongings and provisions, Wang Chen followed the direction indicated by Pai Dan. Upon reaching the spot where Pai Dan claimed the treasure lay, he unceremoniously dropped the bronze bowl onto the ground. This distance from where I dug is over 3,000 meters. You cannot be serious. Wang Chen envisioned the months, perhaps even years, he would have spent digging 1,000 meters deep, only for Pai Dan to sense the location after 3 years and unearth the treasure in an instant. Pai Dan, you can perish. Are you telling me I've wasted these past 2 days for nothing? Wang Chen slammed the bronze bowl onto the ground, kicking it fiercely. You dare bully me? What have I ever done to deserve this? I have treated you with nothing but loyalty, yet you repay me with such treachery. Chapter 18. The whip. Wang Chen merely plucked a chest hair to frighten you, yet you had the audacity to make me toil for 2 days in vain? And you dare to proclaim that I am your master? Do you even possess a conscience? What an abomination! Wang Chen exclaimed, standing there, Feeling that his situation could only be encapsulated in two phrases, after a long and fruitless search, it turns out the answer lies in the dim light. Ah, it's a misunderstanding. I truly could not sense it before. Pai Dan protested. Do you still dare to speak? Wang Chen shouted as he struck the bronze bowl with his spade. What do you intend to do? Pai Dan wailed. This is not right. You cannot do this. With swift movements, Wang Chen extracted a stout thorn from his backpack, enveloping the bronze bowl within it, then dug a pit to bury it underground. In his mind, he could hear Pai Dan retching, accompanied by screams every few minutes. Humph, this is the price for your mischief. Wang Chen felt he was finally able to teach Pai Dan a lesson, although he could not pull him out of the bowl to give him a proper beating. It was still a form of retribution. Having exhausted all his magical energy to conceal himself on the train, Pai Dan was now in a state of utter fatigue. Buried beneath the soil and unable to escape, his body ensnared by the stout thorn, truly excessive, Wang Chen sat down to rest. He had nearly collapsed after 2 days of labor. Half an hour later, Wang Chen picked up the spade and began to dig. This method was somewhat easier, allowing him to remove a significant amount of earth at once, thus saving 5 minutes. The soil in this area was poor, and he could only rely on sheer effort. After digging for a long time, Wang Chen felt he had developed a certain aptitude for excavation. What good is this talent? Oh heavens! Why grant me the ability to dig? I have already become a minor expert in this field. But what use is this expertise? Forget it. Let bygones be bygones. Life is full of storms. Wang Chen dug for an entire day, the pit expanding to nearly a meter in height, sweat soaking his back, his face covered in dirt, looking utterly disheveled. He encountered large tree roots, nearly breaking his spade, and had to resort to using an axe for hours. Pai Dan, you aren't trying to trick me again, are you? The pit was nearly a person's height, yet still no sign of the whip. Humph. Pai Dan's haughty voice echoed in his mind. Initially screaming, he eventually succumbed to silence, closing his eyes to avoid seeing the grim reality. Speak up, good Pai Dan. Humph. Good Pai Dan. I shall unearth you at once. Humph. Wang Chen diligently dug Pai Dan out, incessantly questioning the whereabouts of the whip. Humph. Came the defiant reply. Oh, dear Pai Dan, you are the best, the most handsome, the most delightful. No one treats me better than you. Surely, you would not want me to foolishly continue digging, would you? Your beauty is a source of envy to the heavens, should you emerge into this world. All would be envious and despondent. Even the brightest stars would cry out, why must there be both you and Liang, before collapsing in despair? Humph. The whip lies 30 meters deep. Continue digging slowly. Pai Dan's proud voice resonated in Wang Chen's mind. For now, Wang Chen could only revere Pai Dan as a deity, placing him atop his backpack and shielding him from the sun with a leaf. Dig hard. Persevere. Do not surrender. After all this effort, I cannot give up now. 30 meters deep is just 30 meters deep. Am I to abandon my efforts? Absolutely not. Then I shall lift the spade and persist, as long as I draw breath. I must not cease. Wang Chen encouraged himself, digging vigorously. 30 meters beneath the surface was no jest. He had been laboring for days, and excavating alone was incredibly taxing. He had broken several spades in the process, and thankfully, Pai Dan's magical energy had somewhat replenished, assisting in the removal of soil from the pit, alleviating Wang Chen from the need to climb in and out. When the whip finally emerged, Wang Chen nearly wept with joy. It had been such a grueling endeavor, his second magical artifact. The whip was red and initially mistaken for a tree root, resulting in a chipped axe before Wang Chen realized he had unearthed a treasure. You have no idea unless you've dug before. If you had, after several weeks of toil, you would understand this feeling. The fog was lifted, and hope began to blossom. Strange sounds emanated from the wormhole atop Kunlun Mountain, startling those gathered nearby. On the other side of the wormhole, there seemed to be living beings, unknown entities. Perhaps this wormhole was constructed by them, connecting the origin of life directly to the summit of Kunlun. Was it mere coincidence that this wormhole was situated in a place steeped in myth and legend? Suddenly, a voice echoed, I shall break this barrier. The words from within the wormhole were incomprehensible, yet strangely, everyone present understood their meaning instantly. It seemed that this language was the mother tongue of the world, the primal rule of communication. The scientists present were taken aback. The tone of the speaker was ominous, suggesting that while the wormhole had been constructed, something was preventing passage, likely a barrier. Who could this individual be? A scientific titan? How formidable was their power? What kind of world lay beyond? Was technology truly so advanced, or was it reminiscent of a mythological era? The unknown incites fear, with that single utterance. Some scientists who had been resolute in their exploration began to waver, pondering the danger of confronting a metaphorical tiger while unwittingly offering themselves as prey. Is technology truly invincible? Just because we possess firearms, do we believe ourselves unconquerable? What of the Xiangui? It withstood missiles launched from fighter jets. If it were any stronger, could it ignore bombs altogether? The threat of nuclear weapons is tremendous. Who would dare use them lightly? At that moment, the world was fraught with uncertainty. The ocean and primordial forest remained largely unexplored, places where beings capable of withstanding nuclear weapons might exist. Could the creatures on the other side of the wormhole disregard such weapons? This remained an enigma. News of the Kunlun Mountain incident eventually spread. The wormhole had uttered a phrase, but it was so abrupt that no one managed to record it. Only those present at Kunlun, including Wang Chun, were fortunate enough to overhear. The existence of the wormhole was finally validated. Such phenomena truly existed, a fact confirmed 108 years after the theory was proposed. Atop Kunlun Mountain, Wang Chun finally unearthed the whip, red and resembling a fiery serpent, still shining brilliantly. According to Pai Dan, it had been buried for over 2,000 years. An artifact indeed. After cleansing it, Wang Chun placed it in his backpack. Artifacts may be ancient, yet they remain powerful treasures capable of effortlessly obliterating an axe. No matter how formidable one's magical prowess, a single lash from this whip would render one submissive. What if its spirit is faded? The skeletal remains of a camel are still larger than a horse. Chapter 19. Seeking assistance on WeChat after unearthing a treasure. Wang Chun descended the mountain and checked into a modest inn to take a shower. Upon entering, he was met with an array of peculiar gazes from the onlookers. Though his face flushed with embarrassment, it was concealed beneath a layer of dirt. After cleansing himself and changing into fresh attire, he meticulously washed the red whip, applying hot water and letting it soak in detergent for several hours. 2 millennia later, the whip gleamed anew, devoid of any grime. Several days had passed since the incident involving the train being pursued by the mysterious tortoise, and the matter had largely faded from public discourse. The authorities had investigated every passenger aboard the train but yielded no results. The land initially earmarked for a park had been acquired by the government, which now planned to construct an ancient residence. My great-uncle's family faced a similar fate, as plans for a large-scale ancient dwelling emerged, complete with blueprints. Where is your great-uncle's home? In Lin City, it takes a few hours by car. There have been a flurry of reports lately, with various regions nationwide announcing plans for similar ancient residences, all orchestrated by the government. As Wang Chun strolled down the street, he overheard vendors discussing the developments. He turned to observe, spotting a distant scene across the river, where large trucks transported timber. Were they constructing wooden houses? For whom? This raised questions. Would they be erecting altars or temples? Such widespread endeavors. What could this signify for the future? There's something ominous afoot, piped a voice from behind. Promptly falling silent, as if retreating, a young man with azure hair passed by Wang Chun, his striking blue eyes and chiseled features suggesting he was not entirely human. Had the demon clan begun to inhabit residential areas? Despite the many eyes upon him, the blue-haired youth remained unperturbed, akin to an ordinary individual as he exchanged large bills for several boxes of instant noodles. His expression radiated delight, as if reveling in the absurdity of the low prices. You fools, how can such delectable fare be sold for merely a few coins? Haha, I've struck gold. To Wang Chun's surprise, a young girl approached him for a photograph, mistaking him for a character from an animated series. Can I add you on WeChat? The youth's face reflected confusion. What is WeChat? I don't have it. Would you like some instant noodles instead? The girl, visibly disappointed, huffed away, muttering that he could have simply declined instead of brushing her off with noodles. Wang Chun, not far from the blue-haired youth, felt the powerful aura emanating from him, comparable to that of Zhou Daniel. How could the demon clan produce individuals capable of matching the might of modern weaponry? He dared not provoke such beings. Recently, numerous cosplayers had emerged in various cities, some sporting horns and towering over 2 meters in height, attracting the curiosity of passers-by. Fortunately, these performers exhibited good temperament, refraining from hostility unless provoked. Wang Chun sat in his 200 yuan room, reluctant to leave. 200 yuan was a substantial sum for a mere shower. Had it not been for the fear of encountering too many people on the mountain, he would have foregone this extravagant expense. Perusing online posts, he stumbled upon a comment from an individual with the username Daoist so-and-so, who claimed that these cosplayers were in fact formidable demons. Some bore horns and purple markings, identifying them as entities from mythology. The post cautioned against provoking them, warning that an entire city could face dire consequences regarding the presence of these beings in urban settings. The Taoist refrained from elaborating, Fearing reprisal, Wang Chen mused that there was likely a substantial amount of demonic energy in the city, speculating that the construction of ancient residences was intended to accommodate such entities. After leaving the inn, Wang Chen aimlessly wandered the streets, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. How could he articulate his desire to hire someone to whip him? A daunting prospect indeed, especially with the risk of police involvement. Officer, I assure you, it was merely a misunderstanding. Who would believe such an explanation? A few days in detention would be inevitable. As he meandered through the streets, he observed respectable women, yet hesitated to speak, fumbling for words. Glancing at a small card he had picked up outside a bank, he found himself too timid to make the call. A young demon had just emerged from the mountains, still naive to the ways of the world. He could not divulge the existence of the whip or the peculiar egg. Wang Chen lamented his thin skin. Zhou Daniel? Just then, he spotted a towering figure at a small stall, waiting for stinky tofu. Accompanying him was a diminutive man with gray hair, standing no taller than 1.50 meters, a comical contrast to Zhou Daniel's imposing stature. The gray-haired man perched upon Zhou Daniel's shoulder, exuding an endearing charm as they awaited their turn for the delicacy. His eyes sparkling with delight at the prospect of tasting something so exquisite for the first time. Wang Chen quickly averted his gaze, recognizing Zhou Daniel, despite the absence of his usual headwear. Though his garments were gone, he seemed entirely unconcerned, possibly embracing a newfound sense of freedom. Wang Chen had physically removed a tuft of hair from his chest, a detail he could not forget. How had Zhou Daniel arrived in Kunlun Mountain? It was crucial that their paths did not cross. The consequences could be dire. There was no animosity between them, but the lingering debt of over 8,000 reputation points Wang Chen owed would surely spark a vendetta. Having roamed the streets all day without finding anyone to fulfill his peculiar request, Wang Chen decided to open WeChat, noting that he had not contacted Han Yi in over a week. Han Yi, could you possibly? Moments later, the chat window flickered to life, indicating she was typing. Speak plainly. Even through the screen, Wang Chen felt heat rise to his cheeks. Could you do me a favor? Just say it. What question has you stumped? No. It's not that. Could you come to my house in a couple of days? I would like to remove my clothing while you whip me. Wang Chen hastily typed, squinting as he hit send, his face ablaze with embarrassment. Chapter 20. The exposure of the wormhole. The description of this information in words appears particularly awkward. It seems that no matter how elegantly or accurately one articulates the topic, it remains somewhat peculiar. Stripping oneself bare and striking with a whip is bound to invite misunderstanding. One can only wonder what expression the recipient of this message would wear. Heaven forbid they block me. Wang Chen silently prayed. The mere sight of him would inevitably evoke this incident, and should it inadvertently be mentioned in front of classmates, the hope for a bright future would be extinguished. Honey, it is truly not as you imagine. Wang Chen wished to clarify. Perverse. This subject seems to grow increasingly dark, becoming more convoluted with each attempt at explanation. Still arguing. How could I possibly associate with someone of your ilk? I no longer wish to keep this record. Wang Chen gaped, staring blankly at his phone for several minutes. In truth, I suffer from a peculiar ailment that necessitates the application of a whip. Otherwise, I am beset by an unbearable itch. Wang Chen strained his brain to concoct this excuse, even adding a sorrowful emoji to lend a semblance of authenticity. A torrent of frustration surged within Wang Chen. It appeared that seeking out Han Yi had proven futile. She had dismissed it as a jest, and it was a stroke of luck that she hadn't blocked him. Setting down his phone, Wang Chen wandered aimlessly outside, clutching 200 yuan, his hard-earned savings. The thought of spending this money in search of relief tugged at his heart. He resolved to pretend it was found money. As he meandered through the streets, a sense of disorientation enveloped him. In front of a grand department store, a massive screen hung on the wall, continuously broadcasting news and advertisements. Wang Chen noticed a throng gathered below and joined them to see what was happening. The screen displayed a drone in flight, hovering over Mount Kunlun, a place Wang Chen had visited, so he recognized it immediately. This was indeed at the foot of Mount Kunlun, and onlookers were aware that the drone was capturing footage of the mountain's summit, not far from their current location. Unlike previous occasions, however, something dark and ominous hovered in the air above the peak of Mount Kunlun, resembling an entrance to a void, its purpose unknown. What is this? It is rumored to be a wormhole, though its function remains a mystery, certainly not edible. Prior reports had emerged, but few paid them heed. They were merely whispers in the wind. Yet now, the media was broadcasting it on the grand screen, lending the story newfound credibility. On August 2nd, this mysterious dark entity appeared atop Mount Kunlun, and numerous renowned scientists had ventured to investigate, confirming that it is indeed the wormhole theorized by the scientific community long ago. This discovery stands as one of the most significant breakthroughs in the annals of science, as wormholes are theorized to be narrow tunnels connecting disparate points in space-time. This particular wormhole might link to another source of life, estimated to be millions of light-years away from our galaxy. The distance is staggering. Just yesterday, a sound emanated from within the wormhole, suggesting the presence of other life forms. The government now seeks individuals versed in Taoism to embark on an exploration, as scientists speculate that this could be intricately tied to the origins of life itself. Interested parties can register at the local police station. The wisdom of the people often surpasses that of scientists, who are beginning to entertain the notion that humanity's origins may not be so straightforward, and that mysterious beings beyond their comprehension may indeed exist. This news did not air just once. It was repeated continuously in various languages. Wang Chun recalled the day he excavated the whip and heard a voice from the sky, initially dismissing it as a figment of his imagination. A wormhole? Pai Dan questioned this terminology. It was clearly a renowned teleportation array from the realm of cultivation, having facilitated countless light-years of distance. I must see it for myself. Pai Dan recognized its significance immediately. The government's invitation to Taoist practitioners sparked numerous associations. The teleportation array atop Mount Kunlun compelled Wang Chun to disguise himself before ascending the mountain, donning a mask and hat. However, upon reaching the base of the mountain, he realized his efforts were in vain. Curiosity had drawn countless individuals, each eager to witness this monumental scientific breakthrough. A wormhole. It seemed that by merely crawling through it, one could enter another world. The path was incredibly congested, nearly suffocating Wang Chun amidst the throngs of visitors, all eager to behold the wonders of the wormhole. Chen Pai had also arrived, racing to catch a ride upon seeing the news, having purchased a standing ticket just in time. Following the news broadcast, all transportation to Mount Kunlun had been fully booked, rendering it a rare opportunity, and Chen Pai was grateful for his quick action. The news began circulating in the morning, and by the time Wang Chun tuned in, it was already late. The narrow mountain path was teeming with people, and the authorities had imposed no restrictions on the number of visitors, seemingly intending to allow as many as possible to ascend and perhaps uncover some breakthrough. After half a day of climbing, Wang Chun had barely made any progress. The higher he ascended, the more arduous it became, succumbing to the effects of altitude sickness. Many had to pause to rest, blocking the trail, while others, overwhelmed by the challenges, retreated down the mountain, unable to endure the strain. Wang Chun's physical condition had improved significantly, yet he still found himself struggling halfway up the mountain, as altitude sickness is no trifling matter. This was his first journey beyond familiar confines. Pai Dan insisted that the situation was more complex than it appeared. This wormhole's sudden emergence warranted investigation, and they must persist. He could not simply leap into the unknown with a bronze bowl, could he? Wang Chun had faith in Pai Dan, for this fellow had lived for at least 2,000 years, enough to be his ancient ancestor, possessing knowledge beyond measure. After a lengthy ascent, upon reaching the summit, Wang Chun had vomited 3 or 4 times, his head pounding. Many others rested at the top, having ventured up in hopes of witnessing the wormhole. Finally, Wang Chun laid eyes on the wormhole that had been displayed on the screen. It resembled a funnel, dark at its center, connecting to another realm or perhaps an alternate universe. Surrounding the wormhole, bluish light danced gracefully, a sight to behold. Prompting everyone to pull out their cameras to capture the moment, Wang Chun approached the wormhole's entrance, eager for a closer inspection, allowing Pai Dan to observe more intently. Chapter 21. The little beggar yet, still no sensation. Pai Dan leaped within the confines of the bronze bowl, straining to lift his head. But he could not sense the wormhole. This shouldn't be the case. I am directly beneath the wormhole. Wang Chun carried his backpack, with the bronze bowl nestled within it alongside a riding whip. Still, no sensation was forthcoming. Perhaps your backpack is too thick? Pai Dan remarked, feeling somewhat reluctant to admit that the bronze bowl had lost its essence. Pai Dan, you're getting old. How can you not sense anything even from such proximity? You're the one who's old. Your whole family is old. It's clearly your thick backpack that obstructs my view. If you take the bronze bowl out, I will undoubtedly sense it. Pai Dan retorted, filled with indignation. Wang Chun glanced around. Indeed, there were many people sprawled on mats laid across the floor. He scanned the crowd on the mountain but sensed no one exuding formidable magical or demonic power. It was likely that if the bronze bowl were presented to these individuals, they would merely regard it as an ordinary bowl. Just take it out. If you still can't sense it afterward, you can never complain about my backpack again. Wang Chen's backpack was a large mountaineering pack, which he carried to class or on outings. Living in different eras, Pai Dan found the mountaineering pack unattractive and cumbersome, often teasing Wang Chen to discard it. Wang Chen squatted down, unzipping his backpack, fully exposing the bronze bowl beneath the wormhole. After a considerable time, there was still no response. Pai Dan, can you do it, or not? I can. I can sense a little now. Within the internal space of the bronze bowl, Pai Dan's forehead was beaded with sweat. Following the incident on the train, he had exerted every effort to inscribe a concealed aura formation. And now his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He sensed something but felt it was still lacking. He was indeed feeling somewhat weak. At this moment, he could ascertain that there was indeed someone on the other side of the teleportation array. Yes, it was a person. Pai Dan, well versed in such matters, could not yet determine the nature of the region from which this individual hailed, as communication was still impossible. The cosmos is vast. For some, it is limitless. Within the universe, countless star realms and innumerable galaxies exist, not to mention the multitude of planets, many of which harbor life. In the cultivation community, they directly refer to the major star realms where these planets reside, as naming them would be overly complex and impossible to remember. Forget it. I might as well take it out. Wang Chen held the bronze bowl in his hands, gazing up into the dark abyss of the wormhole. Sense deeper. Raise it a little higher. Wang Chen elevated his hand slightly. Higher. Higher. As Wang Chen was crouched down, a little boy approached with his mother, drawn to the spectacle of the wormhole. The locals, unaccustomed to altitude sickness, regarded the mountain as a commonplace sight. The presence of children elicited a tinge of envy from others. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang in Wang Chen's ears, akin to the clink of coins. Mommy, give me $5. This uncle looks so pitiful. He must be having a tough time begging all the way up here. I only have 1 coin. Please help him out. The child, with wide eyes, gazed at Wang Chen, his expression brimming with innocence. Upon noticing the solitary coin within the bowl, Wang Chen turned to the child, his mind raging. What childish innocence? Which I sees me begging. Just because I hold a bowl does not equate to begging. I am engaged in a serious endeavor. What are you thinking? Mommy, look. Uncle is glaring at me. He must think my donation is too little to buy even a bottle of water. The little boy tugged at his mother's hand. Such a naive and adorable child. Who could bear to glare? Many onlookers turned their attention, surprised that someone would go to the summit of Kunlun Mountain to beg. This little beggar appeared unique. Perhaps he truly was in dire straits. The boy's mother cast a glance at Wang Chen. What? You're actually complaining about the amount? Others are missing limbs or carry signs. Yet here you are, squatting with a bowl, expecting to beg? Lacking the proper skills. You still wish to beg more than others? The mother scrutinized Wang Chen, retrieving several coins from her designer handbag and tossing them into his bowl before leading her son away, admonishing him as they walked. Dear, never learn from those who are lazy and live off others. There are those with hands and feet who still resort to begging. Wang Chen absorbed her words. 6 coins, 6 measly 1 yuan coins, tarnishing his reputation. And where have I begged? Lady, you've misunderstood. I merely held out a bowl. Perhaps I was preparing to store food. Was it too much to ask to raise it a little higher? 6 coins. Does my reputation equate to that? My 40-meter-long sword is in transit. You may reconsider your words. And you, a 5 or 6-year-old boy, dare to call me uncle? I'm not even 20 yet. You should be addressing me as big brother. Who taught you to call me uncle? It's asking for a beating. At that moment, Wang Chen felt as if all hope had evaporated. Uncle, you must persevere. Mommy says those with hands and feet should work. We can't be out here begging anymore. TSK, healthy and capable. Yet here you are begging at such a young age? Perhaps he has his reasons. Climbing the mountain, he is not like the typical little beggar. While some scoffed, others empathized. A middle-aged man approached, placing a 20 yuan note on Wang Chen's shoulder, setting it within the bronze bowl. Son, don't be disheartened. Life must go on. Uncle, this 5 yuan is my pocket money. Buy yourself a cup of hot soy milk. My mother sees your expression and believes you might have your troubles. But you must stay strong. A quirky little girl approached and deposited a 5 yuan note into Wang Chen's bowl. What expression suggests I have troubles? I am utterly speechless. How did I end up as a beggar? If this photo were to circulate online, what would become of my reputation? News headline. High school boy travels thousands of miles to beg at the summit of Kunlun Mountain. Experts speculate he may be facing familial hardships. If that were to circulate online, the title would likely be just that. Big brother, here is a mung bean cake. Please eat. You must have been starving for days. Don't cry. Wang Chun resignedly accepted the mung bean cake, nearly shedding tears. I haven't been starving for days. I just had a meal. I am merely aggrieved. One after another, you come to tell me to be strong, and yet you label me a little beggar. Chapter 22. The gates of hell, have you sensed it, Pai Dan? If you keep holding that bowl like that, you might as well have gathered enough for a few days' worth of meals. Just wait a moment. Wait for what? I've already been mistaken for a beggar. Wang Chun was on the verge of losing his temper. The misunderstanding was too great to bear. Do I not have any dignity? Ah, perfect. Just hold the bowl a little higher, then no one will pay attention to your peculiar behavior, Pai Dan chuckled. Upon hearing that laughter, Wang Chun gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that thankfully this was Kunlun Mountain, where no one recognized him. Atop the mountain, those who were observing Wang Chun noticed him raise the bowl even higher, seemingly feeling that there were too few sympathetic souls around him. The position of the bronze bowl conveniently concealed his face. What a shameful day this was. Pai Dan focused intently on perceiving the interior of the wormhole, as an unseen rune drifted from the bronze bowl into the wormhole. It was akin to a pair of eyes peering into the abyss. Entering the wormhole with mental energy was impossible due to Pai Dan's feeble spiritual strength, which allowed him to barely construct a single rune. The rune was pure white, radiating a soft luminescence as it gracefully floated into the wormhole, non-aggressive. Merely a probe of the most simplistic kind. Upon entering the wormhole, it emerged instantaneously on the other side, revealing an expanse of crimson land that stretched endlessly. This planet was immense. Some even speculated it to be a vast square of land rather than a true planet. Many believed it to be boundless. The theory of the fragmented land was particularly popular on this planet, with whispers of hidden powers venerating it, suggesting that this was debris from a shattered celestial body. The Crimson Earth was the other side of the wormhole, barren and devoid of any signs of life, an overwhelming desolation. Pai Dan's rune could only detect a range of 1,000 miles, and in this lifeless expanse, someone was approaching at an incredible speed, appearing suddenly at Pai Dan's rune. This individual, a young man of similar age to Wang Chun, donned a light azure ancient robe with long hair cascading down his back, standing poised in the void, firmly grasping the rune. The rune, lacking offensive capability, was held in his hand for inspection. The man smirked wickedly, as if mocking the clumsiness of the rune's creator. With a swift motion, he exerted force, and a flash of light enveloped the rune, shattering it instantly. Chaos artifact. Both Pai Dan and Wang Chun heard the exclamation. Although Wang Chun did not comprehend the language, he understood its meaning. He also caught a glimpse of the man's visage as Pai Dan cast a spell, allowing Wang Chun to perceive all that the rune had witnessed. On the other side of the wormhole, as the man crushed the rune, his smile vanished immediately. The moment the rune shattered, an aura of chaos artifacts began to emanate. What exactly is a chaos artifact? It is an innate artifact, inherently more powerful than those forged by human hands. Despite the variations in strength, the allure of chaos artifacts was overwhelming. After shattering the rune, the man's expression shifted to one of hesitation and torment as he reached into the wormhole. On Earth, within the Kunlun Mountains, there existed a zone of life, fertile land teeming with vegetation, yet no one dared to enter, earning it the ominous title of the Valley of Death, the Gate of the Realm. This zone was a true life ban, inexplicable by science, akin to the Bermuda Triangle, also known as the Gates of Hell. There had been those who ventured inside, only to be discovered days later as lifeless corpses. At this moment, the gates of hell rumbled with thunder, a cacophony of deafening roars resonating as arcs of silver lightning surged skyward, aiming directly for the wormhole. At the moment when the hand extended towards the wormhole, a bolt of lightning struck down upon it. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The onlookers were still oblivious to the unfolding chaos when a thunderous crash echoed, a bolt striking the wormhole. Everyone concluded that the scream emanated from the other side of the wormhole. Many gathered at the summit of Kunlun Mountain, some recording the event for posterity, others snapping photos for social media. The moment of lightning striking the wormhole was captured in its entirety. The gates of the Kunlun Mountains were now in a frenzy, with thousands of bolts of lightning ascending to the heavens. Wang Chun glanced up, and the sky was entirely consumed by thunderclouds, incessant flashes of lightning. In an instant, the entire world darkened, as if a storm were imminent. A darkness akin to the depths of night, the light entirely obscured by ominous clouds. In less than a minute, the weather in the Kunlun Mountains transformed completely. Arcs of lightning intertwined as thunder drowned out all other sounds. The ground shook with a resonating boom, sending tremors through the hearts of the onlookers. Some sensed something amiss and began to flee down the mountain. As one person ran, so did two. Once the panic set in, everyone hurriedly descended, creating a sensation akin to the end of days. With everyone in flight, it felt as though the entire world had abandoned them. The sky crackled with electricity. The earth dimmed, and the winds howled ferociously. "Put away the bronze bowl and run," Pai Dan shouted. He suddenly felt an overwhelming aura, one so powerful it was suffocating. Albeit faint, this presence could certainly disregard modern weaponry. The mountain path was congested with a throng of fleeing individuals. The lightning struck swiftly, yet dissipated just as quickly. Within seconds, it all vanished. It was bizarre, an inexplicable oddity, leaving everyone bewildered. Even Pai Dan within the bronze bowl felt disoriented. What just happened? Where am I? Once he regained his bearings, Pai Dan assured Wang Chun that there was no need to rush or push. They could descend the mountain at a leisurely pace. What had caused the lightning? Kunlun Mountain was shrouded in mystery. Pai Dan sensed a trace of deathly energy within the recent storm. Could it be that this mountain housed a being of unparalleled power? Who among the ancients wielded control over thunder? Pai Dan, what was that crimson land I just saw? Wang Chun inquired curiously, his backpack slung over his shoulders as they descended. The sanctuary star domain, a minimum of 1 million light-years from here. Wang Chun's jaw dropped in astonishment. 1 million light-years, what a staggering concept. If one were to embark on a conventional journey there, by the time they discovered other sources of life, countless ages would have passed. Within the sanctuary star domain, there were numerous life-bearing planets. They were merely branches of Earth, akin to many star domains scattered millions of light-years away, easily traversed by a mere teleportation array. Branches? Wang Chun was taken aback. A star domain is simply a branch of Earth? This place is the ancestral land. The cataclysmic battle of the end times took place within this star domain, which is why there are no other life sources here. Then quickly tell me, what is the battle of the end times? And why is there no life source in this star domain? Wang Chun asked eagerly. No wonder scientists had searched in vain for years without finding other life sources. With so many radiant stars, why were there no other life sources? Clearly, there was a reason behind it. Suddenly, Pai Dan vanished without a trace. Speak up. If you don't, I'll take something from my backpack to package my treasure. At that moment, a figure entered Wang Chun's line of sight. Daoist Chen Pai? This rascal has come to Kunlun Mountain as well? Wang Chun mused, perhaps intending to turn back in fear of the thunder when he reached the peak. Don't you dare show your face in front of me again after deceiving me with your golden bell shield technique. Chapter 23, discovered by Zhou Dania Chen Pai. Halt. Wang Chun exclaimed, his expression charged with urgency. How could he possibly not recognize Wang Chun, a client whose debt had been reduced from 3,000 to 300? This was simply outrageous, leaving a profound impression. Don't run, Chen Pai. After a relentless pursuit through the throng, Wang Chun managed to intercept the Daoist Chen Pai after nearly an hour. Ah, it's you, my good brother. How have you fared? Have you mastered the golden bell shield? Upon being stopped, Chen Pai's demeanor shifted instantly, transforming their interaction into one reminiscent of long-lost friends. A theatrical display indeed. Come, let us converse in private. I've been meaning to ask you about your cultivation experience. Chen Pai eagerly pulled Wang Chun aside, navigating over a small railing to stand beside a large boulder. Cultivation? What nonsense! What golden bell shield? Return my money, Wang Chun retorted, feeling increasingly frustrated. Come now. My friend, I sold those books through my own efforts. What money are you talking about? Chen Pai feigned seriousness. You wouldn't understand. Just because you cannot cultivate doesn't mean it's ineffective. With diligent contemplation, invulnerability is but a breath away. Wang Chun felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It was clear he had been duped. This plump Taoist was nothing but a scoundrel, weaving absurd yet seemingly rational tales. Look at me, Chen Pai exclaimed, brandishing a knife and plunging it into his own abdomen, only for it to snap with a loud bang. Where did you acquire such a knife? Is it always on your person? With my abilities, I fear nothing, no matter where I go. Chen Pai's tongue ran rampant, his words tumbling forth without restraint. Wang Chun, at that moment, was oblivious to the scattered fame points he had accumulated. For instance, when he had been mistakenly identified as a beggar, individuals atop Kunlun Mountain had awarded him nearly 3,000 fame points, mostly in small increments, leading to a chaotic collection of names that he chose to overlook. Yet, how could Zhou Dania suddenly recall him, and why such a significant amount of 500 fame points? A sense of dread washed over him. Could it be that Zhou Dania was also at Kunlun Mountain? Wang Chun's expression shifted to one of alarm as he recalled seeing Zhou Dania today in the city at the base of Kunlun Mountain, his towering figure easily distinguishable in the crowd. What's wrong? Chen Pai inquired, noticing the change in Wang Chun's countenance. Bronze bowl, don't run. Zhou Danyu's gruff voice resonated as he strode up to Wang Chun, blocking his escape route with imposing strides. Who are you? Wang Chun feigned ignorance. In such a moment, to not act foolish was to invite disaster. It's you, the one who struck me with the bronze bowl artifact. I recognize your aura, confess quickly. I demand a duel. Zhou Danyu's anger was palpable, yet he refrained from immediate aggression. Artifact? The bronze bowl? Chen Pai's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Could it be that Wang Chen possessed a treasure? It made sense. Only someone capable of cultivation could discern the deception behind his golden bell shield technique. Chen Pai observed quietly, a sly grin spreading across his face. I truly do not remember you. Wang Chen continued his charade. Zhou Danyu, momentarily at a loss, seized Wang Chen's wrist to sense his energy, finding none. The demon realm had a pact with the authorities, forbidding them from harming those devoid of magical power unless one exhibited any magical fluctuations. Zhou Danyu felt aggrieved after all this effort. He discovered Wang Chen was merely a mortal. How could he exact revenge? The pain of having his chest hair plucked was a grievance that could not be overlooked. I don't care. You must cultivate quickly. I shall duel you. Zhou Danyu looked at his own pristine skin, a stark contrast to his intentions. At that moment, Wang Chen felt his fame point surge. Zhou Danyu gestured in the air, conjuring a rune that imprinted itself upon Wang Chen. Humph, you shall not escape. I will return in a month to duel you. Brother Danyu, we must depart. I've heard rumors of a treasure surfacing in Kunlun Mountain. The pain of my plucked hair shall be avenged in a month. The gray-haired man perched upon Zhou Danyu's shoulder gritted his teeth. Having heard Zhou Danyu's grievances regarding the treacherous man known as the Bronze Bowl, Zhou Danyu fixed a final glare at Wang Chen before turning away. Drawn to more pressing matters, Wang Chen's mind echoed with the words of Pidden. It's over. You've been marked with a rune, and you likely cannot escape. What is this rune? Once it is marked upon a person, it functions like a tracking device, revealing your whereabouts to Zhou Danyu. He could seek you out for a duel at any moment. The only reason he didn't challenge you today was due to your mortal status and his other pressing concerns, likely regarding the treasure. Otherwise, he might have stayed to teach you cultivation before dueling you. Wang Chen felt a wave of confusion. What was he to do now? Pidden had mentioned that unless he cultivated to a level capable of dispelling the rune, he would remain under constant surveillance. Oh no, you've been marked with a rune. What animosity do you hold against that bull? Chen Pai mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. How about this? Purchase a genuine tome on the iron cloth shirt from me, and you needn't fear that bull anymore. Get lost. Wang Chen shot a glare at the Taoist Chen Pai, who appeared to revel in his misfortune. Are you unaware that my 40-meter-long blade is en route? Wang Chen had lost interest in retrieving that $300, wishing to sever ties with Chen Pai entirely. If not for being drawn here, away from the crowd, he would not have been discovered by Zhou Danyu. Wait, my young friend. The iron cloth shirt and the golden bell shield complement each other perfectly. Allow me to personally instruct you in cultivation. If you cannot learn, you owe me nothing. Chen Pai babbled, trailing behind Wang Chen. Wang Chen remained skeptical. Could this charlatan genuinely be so benevolent? You want to charge me if I can't learn? He found it hard to believe, having categorized him as nothing more than a rogue. Don't look at me like that. I will teach you. You just need to show me that artifact, the bronze bowl. Chen Pai grinned, yet his demeanor only further convinced Wang Chen of his dubious nature. Get away. What artifact? I possess none. Wang Chen realized Chen Pai's intentions and suspected the Taoist had ulterior motives in this sudden shift in demeanor. You do have it. Stop deceiving me. Show me. Wang Chen hastened ahead, while the rotund Taoist Chen Pai scampered after him, his words spilling forth in a torrent of enthusiasm. For those who wish to see artifacts, a firm refusal was essential. One must never concede. In today's society, if news of possessing an artifact leaked, one's home might be ransacked by greedy individuals. Chen Pai continued his relentless pursuit, employing flattery rather than force. After several hours of chasing Wang Chen, he still found no success in persuading him. Chen Pai, now parched from talking, imprinted a rune upon Wang Chen before ultimately departing. The rune was identical to Zhou Danyu's, and Wang Chen remained oblivious until Pidden enlightened him. He stood on the street corner, staring blankly at the spot where Chen Pai had vanished. Chapter 24. Shamelessness in a single day. 2 locator runes were inscribed upon Wang Chen's body, leaving him in a state of utter disbelief. He realized he must hasten his cultivation, otherwise, he felt he could be extinguished at any moment. Particularly by the towering Zhou Danyu, who stood over 2 meters tall and sought to challenge him to a duel. In human society, it is often the case that the one with the greater physique prevails in a confrontation. The mere thought of Zhou Danyu suppressing his monstrous strength and grappling with him in the grass sent shivers down Wang Chen's spine. He was destined for utter humiliation. For his opponent was akin to a bull. Fortunately, bulls are generally not known for their cunning, often constrained by their adherence to rules. Otherwise, Wang Qin's safety would be in grave jeopardy. He was resolute in his determination to cultivate diligently. Otherwise, he would not even be able to safeguard himself in the future. Previously, he had fantasized about a life of leisure, lying in his room and effortlessly flipping a fried rice dish. After this incident, he came to understand how utterly defeatist such thoughts were. If one lacks the ability to protect oneself and remains idle until their limbs atrophy, then one day, when a bronze bowl is snatched away, what kind of celestial existence is that? It would be more akin to starvation. Many behaviors once deemed acceptable will be reassessed in light of certain experiences, leading to a clearer understanding, and one might feel fortunate for not having acted otherwise, lest they become a fool in their own eyes. To live as a fool in one's own perception is indeed a tragic fate. Cultivation is not merely a matter of words. It requires the alignment of thought and action. To embark on the path of cultivation, one must find someone to assist in physical training, perhaps even wielding a whip as a form of discipline. This, however, proved to be quite challenging for Wang Qin, who stood on the street, feeling somewhat lost. As beautiful women passed by, he felt too embarrassed to voice his request, fearing it would be misconstrued. They were respectable women, and should he express such a desire, they might assume he sought to flirt with them, prompting them to become wary and reserved. This was entirely contrary to his intentions, and he found himself cursing the creator of this absurd technique. After much contemplation, his face flushed with embarrassment. He surmised that it would be difficult to approach young men with such a peculiar request. He could only seek assistance from women, but they too would need to be amenable, or else he would surely be misunderstood. At that moment, an elderly woman, perhaps in her 60s, walked past him. Surely, she would not suspect him of having any interest in her, Wang Qin mused, preparing his lines. Perhaps she would understand him, given her age. Another elderly lady, dressed in sports attire with half-white hair tied in braids, passed by, likely on her way to join a dance group. Wang Qin had his lines ready and hurriedly approached her. "Excuse me, ma'am," he stammered, his face reddening. "Would you be willing to accompany me to a hotel and then whip me?" His hands slightly opened to reveal a stack of red bills. "What?" The elderly woman gaped at the money in his hand, then at him. Wang Qin assumed she simply could not hear him. "Would you be able to visit a hotel with me? You only need to whip me. There is no need for anything else. Please don't misunderstand. I merely wish for you to whip me. It's my own masochistic inclination," he quickly explained, self-deprecatingly. The elderly woman's eyes widened in disbelief. You have a fetish for older women? Or is it that I still possess my youthful charm?" With that, she slapped Wang Qin across the face. "Shameless. I am a respectable person." Angered, she continued, "How can you not prefer young ladies? Am I the type you seek? Accompany you to a hotel? How ridiculous." She left him in a daze, not expecting such a vehement reaction. "You should focus on your studies instead of engaging in such nonsense. Is this how young people behave nowadays?" Furious, she declared, "I am a dignified elderly lady. How dare you tarnish my reputation? I must tell my friends about this." Onlookers gathered, bewildered by the commotion. "Humph, young man, you know no shame." The elderly lady huffed as she walked away, leaving Wang Qin standing there, utterly perplexed. What did I do to deserve this? How have I been branded as shameless? Wang Qin felt his heart sink. He had lived a disciplined life, adhering to principles for 18 years, and yet today, he found himself labeled as shameless. The embarrassment of being scrutinized by the crowd was unbearable, and he longed for a hole to hide in. He needed to escape this street, to flee from such disgrace. Wang Qin hurriedly turned and sought refuge on another street. This was too humiliating. Who devised such a method? He wished to confront them about the meaning of life. The elderly woman was not a viable option, but the urgency of his cultivation remained pressing. Perhaps an elderly man would not misconstrue his intentions. Yes, he would seek out an old gentleman. He found a park and searched for a solitary elderly man. "Excuse me, sir, are you fishing?" Wang Qin approached a man in his 50s, sporting a buzz cut with a hint of gray, dressed in loose clothing. "Why haven't you brought any fishing gear?" "Young man?" The man was friendly and seemed accustomed to socializing with strangers. "I just came out to clear my mind," Wang Qin replied casually. "Oh, do share." The man encouraged. As a young person, it's important to maintain a relaxed mindset. Fishing is a great way to unwind. Just wait for the fish to bite, and everything else will fall into place. Wang Qin felt his face flush with embarrassment at the thought of his predicament. "Actually, I have a problem," he confessed in a whisper, bracing himself for self-deprecation. "I need someone to accompany me to a hotel to whip me." He spoke the words timidly, casting a furtive glance at the man, whose hands froze mid-preparation of bait. Chapter 25. Returning to Lusher after a considerable period. The middle-aged man in his 50s gradually prepared the fishing bait, his gaze becoming increasingly serene. He remained silent for a while, casting the fishing hook into the water. The ripples on the surface mirrored Wang Chen's emotions, slowly shifting from calm to a state of agitation and anxiety. Wang Chen strained to lift his head. Meeting the man's eyes, his face resembling a monkey's rear, his ears and neck flushed with the same hue. "Young man, is this the ailment you spoke of?" The elder inquired leisurely. "Indeed. At last, you comprehend my plight." Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with hope, affirming their connection. He felt he had encountered the right person. How splendid! With this first hurdle overcome, he could contend with cold weapons. Enduring this hardship seemed worthwhile. The elder continued to gaze into Wang Chen's eyes without speaking. Ding. 300 reputation points from Qiuming. Ding. 500 reputation points from Qiuming. Ding. 400 reputation points from Qiuming. The elder remained quiet, seemingly intent on memorizing Wang Chen's features, engraving them in his mind. "My boy, I am advancing in years. My health is not what it once was," he said softly. His grip on the fishing rod steady. His words hinted at a subtle refusal, as if he had misconstrued Wang Chen's intentions. Wang Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What kind of cultivation technique had led this elder to believe he harbored any romantic interest? Oh heavens, Buddha! Witness this. What does your health have to do with anything? The difference between holding a fishing rod and wielding a whip is negligible. Such matters are wholly unrelated to age. It's merely a matter of striking a few times, hardly exhausting. Noticing Wang Chen's face had turned crimson, the elder gently patted his shoulder, wearing a comforting expression akin to that of a mentor gazing at a young prodigy. "Relax, my boy. I understand that I may appear quite mature, but I am aware of my own limitations. There are many with charm akin to mine. You need not waste your efforts on me." "Elder, I did not mean it that way," Wang Chen hastily clarified, feeling wronged. How could he be perceived in such a light? How could the elder think this way? He was not a woman. Could it be that his words were so easily misinterpreted by men? "Enough." The elder reassured Wang Chen with a pat on the shoulder. "Truly, it is not as you think," Wang Chen protested, feeling deeply aggrieved by the misunderstanding. "I understand, my boy, I truly do." The elder stroked his graying hair, regarding Wang Chen with an unusual gaze. "Do not be disheartened. In my youth, I was quite the rogue myself. Alas, my body has since failed me. Your secret is safe with me." Wang Chen was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been branded shameless by a woman, and now the elder deemed him a rogue. The injustice of it all nearly brought him to tears. This was intolerable. Why was it so difficult to find a sparring partner? He merely wished to practice a few strikes without any cost, even offering to pay them. Why did they all misinterpret his intentions? Had he truly erred in some way? Noticing Wang Chen's silence, the elder's gaze became increasingly peculiar. His mind was bombarded with notifications. 500 reputation points from Qiuming. 200 reputation points from Qiuming. The elder's expression led Wang Chen to feel as though he was being scrutinized as a kindred spirit, causing his skin to prickle with goosebumps. To his astonishment, the elder remarked, "I didn't expect young people today to share such tastes. You have character." This caught Wang Chen off guard, almost causing him to tumble into the river. The misunderstanding had escalated considerably, and no explanation could possibly clarify it. The notifications were incessant, and the elder's accumulating reputation points nearly imprinted Wang Chen indelibly in his mind. Jumping into the Yellow River would not suffice to cleanse this misunderstanding. Wang Chen quickly rose and fled, having collected his reputation points, fearing the elder might utter another earth-shattering remark. "Xiaowang, perhaps you should seek a younger girl." "Silence," Wang Chen shouted, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Another wave of awkwardness washed over him. "If you dare speak again, I'll..." Wang Chen struggled to lower his voice. "Do you realize how close you are to driving me to an early grave? Fortunately, this is Kunlun Mountain. The embarrassment stays here. Had this occurred in Lusher City, I would have sought out a crooked tree to hide my shame. Remember, there are a few crooked trees behind your mountain," Haidan chimed in. "Really? Let us settle this with a duel." "I shall not," Haidan finally retorted, a rare moment of defiance against Wang Chen, who had previously threatened him with his chest hair. Booking the return ticket was a simple task for Wang Chen. A few taps, and he secured a seat. Casually posting a snapshot of his ticket on social media, he touched the card in his pocket, feeling the sting of dwindling savings. He must find a way to unravel this ruin. Looking at the bustling street, he was astonished by the difficulty of cultivation. The first challenge of body tempering had proven to be quite formidable. Surely others found it easier? Wang Chen discerned that Pai Dan intended to cultivate himself into a formidable individual compared to his peers. However, he worried that a fellow cultivator of equal training time might easily overpower him, which would be exceedingly embarrassing. Many professions mirror this dynamic. Some individuals are exceptionally skilled while others are woefully inadequate. Even in cultivation, what seems impressive often masks a reality of varying skill levels. Many ordinary individuals misunderstand and assume all practitioners are alike, which is far from the truth. The disparity between nuclear and conventional weaponry is evident without needing to deliberate. Wang Chen also glimpsed the young man on the other side of the wormhole, standing poised in the void, a feat reserved for celestial beings in dramas. Ever since he posted about being pursued by the mysterious turtle, he occasionally received reputation points from Uncle Wang, dozens at a time. At this moment, he was acutely aware of who was thinking of him. Han Yi accrued over 700 points, while Uncle Wang gained over 2,000. Even some small vendors he interacted with had seen an increase. As long as someone remembers Wang Chen, as long as they think of him, he receives reputation points. If they form a deeper impression, even more points accumulate. During his brief sojourn in Kunlun Mountain, reputation points surged from countless individuals. Wang Chen suspected he had unwittingly become a source of amusement for those at the mountainous peak, squatting beneath the wormhole with a bronze bowl. Reputation points were piling up, including those from unfamiliar faces and children offering him money, with their parents watching from above. The total was impressive, leaving Wang Chen with a fleeting sense of immense wealth, even as Zhou Dainiu's share continued to grow, albeit at a diminished rate. However, it was somewhat embarrassing. The past few days had seen him coerced by Pai Dan into undertaking absurd activities that had utterly humiliated him. Pai Dan's reputation points had also increased, likely a result of the previous incident where Wang Chen had frightened him with his chest hair. "Wang Sa, what brings you here?" Wang Chen called out as he entered the house, only to find it unlocked, fearing a thief had intruded. To his surprise, he discovered Uncle Wang and Wang Sa cooking in the kitchen. "We anticipated your arrival, so we decided to come and share a meal with you," Uncle Wang explained. Peeking out from behind the stove, Wang Chen stood at the threshold, momentarily frozen. "Xiao Wang, why are you standing there? Get some bowls and chopsticks," Uncle Wang urged, continuing to stir the dishes. Chapter 26. A startling awakening amidst illness. Wang Shu's face had recently shown signs of poor sleep, his complexion somewhat gaunt, as he approached the age of understanding destiny. Nevertheless, his skin still retained a commendable vitality. The two rooms were merely separated by a wall. Yet the affection shared was no longer a simple pity for the child. It bore deliberate care, treating Wang Chen as a surrogate son during his actual son's absence. Throughout his life, Wang Chen had never experienced such treatment, an unfamiliar sensation for one who had long been deprived of love. It was akin to enduring a profound grievance, only to be softly inquired about one's well-being by another. Wang Chen prepared bowls and chopsticks, yet words eluded him for a long while. Upon Wang Shu's return with a small bottle of medicinal wine, the three of them indulged a little, prompting Wang Chen to finally open his heart and share his experiences from the journey to Kunlun Mountain, though he omitted the more awkward details. Their conversation flowed for quite some time, and Wang Chen felt a genuine happiness. Having never conversed so freely with anyone before, Wang Shu was the first. However, Wang Chen sensed that such days would become increasingly rare, as the world had changed, and the future remained unpredictable. He had already embarked on the path of cultivation, and his days in Lushur were numbered. His only prayer was that, regardless of how the world transformed, it would not adversely affect Wang Shu and his family, for they were genuinely good people. Today, a significant event unfolded in a provincial hospital, swiftly captured by reporters and splashed across headlines within mere hours. The top trending topic on Weibo proclaimed, "A dying man miraculously gains 2 more years of life." To everyone's astonishment, instead of succumbing, the elderly gentleman's health began to improve. He was initially expected to pass on the 5th, yet by the 7th, he was already wielding a hoe, preparing to till the land and plant vegetables. His children were left dumbfounded, unable to restrain him, as he insisted on being taken back to the provincial hospital for re-evaluation. Remarkably, this time, the results were entirely different from the previous assessment, which had foretold his imminent demise. The earlier diagnosis had indicated that his vitality was nearly depleted, with his organs failing, and the attending physician had assured that the prognosis was infallible. Yet, this new evaluation revealed a resurgence of vitality, and the physician once again guaranteed the accuracy of these findings. Just a few weeks had passed since his last hospital visit. What had transpired? Had he consumed a mythical ginseng fruit? The elderly man merely claimed to have spent a few days in the countryside, awakening one morning feeling remarkably rejuvenated. His children, who had accompanied him, could attest to the transformation. Within just 3 days, he had risen from his wheelchair, and after a week, he was cleaning a rusty hoe, declaring his intention to garden. Relatives who came to visit found the old man unrecognizable, as he appeared to be a different person from the one reported in the news. He even insisted on drinking with his relatives, displaying an exuberance that was profoundly unusual. Amidst a near-death experience, he arose, laughing and inquiring about the guest's origins. Indeed, the hospital's evaluation indicated that he could live for at least another 2 years. This astonishing news swept across the continent like a tempest, with numerous similar cases emerging from various locales. Some shared tales of their elderly relatives inexplicably performing 20 pull-ups in one go. Was the world experiencing a miraculous transformation? Others noted a marked improvement in their vitality, with seemingly rejuvenated elderly individuals feeling decades younger, eager to engage in sports, causing their children to worry and keep a close watch on them. A 102-year-old matriarch rose anew from her wheelchair, her skin appearing less aged. Weibo and various forums were inundated with discussions about this phenomenon, as people marveled at the apparent enhancement of national health. Those who were merely approaching the end of their lives now found themselves revitalized. Following the emergence of this news, the world became increasingly difficult to comprehend. Patients diagnosed with terminal illnesses discovered their conditions had significantly improved, while those once on the brink of death could now prolong their lives for many more days. Speculation arose that perhaps the very air had changed, infusing the world with newfound vitality. According to the vitality assessments of the centenarian, reaching the age of 120 seemed entirely feasible. At Wang Chen's home, the television suddenly broadcast this news, and Wang Shu concurred that he had indeed felt a remarkable improvement in his health during these past few days. It appeared that this sensation was not an illusion. Many people across various regions shared the same experience. Following dinner, Wang Chun prepared to embark on his training, aware that he must first overcome this initial hurdle. It was still midday on a weekend, prompting him to message Han Yi, suggesting they meet so he could return her notebook. After some contemplation, Han Yi agreed to meet. Wang Chun had changed into a simple athletic outfit, shedding his previous unrefined appearance. With his hair neatly styled, he now resembled a handsome young man, albeit a bit leaner. Tell me about your trip to Kunlun Mountain. I heard there are wormholes there. Did you see one with your own eyes? Han Yi, notebook in hand, began to probe curiously. Wang Chun took a seat and recounted his experiences at Kunlun Mountain. The thunderous storms had indeed been terrifying, and Han Yi recalled having seen brief clips on television. Now, as she listened to Wang Chen's descriptions, her imagination raced, amplifying her astonishment. Many experiences that appeared mundane on video could only truly impact one's perception when witnessed firsthand. Han Yi, I'd like to propose something, he said. What is it? She replied, engrossed in the tales of Kunlun Mountain, where her deskmate was one of the participants. Could you whip me with a whip? She fell silent, staring at Wang Chen, surprised that he would bring this up again. Initially believing it to be a jest, but now sensing his seriousness. Why? She queried. I can't tell you. Just whip me, all right? Wang Chen feigned nonchalance, locking eyes with her. No way. You want me to hit you without explaining? That's absurd. Han Yi remained bewildered, pondering whether her deskmate might be somewhat unhinged. You guessed correctly. I am indeed unwell. Please, do whip me. Wang Chun brandished a whip, unabashedly pressing on. Han Yi's expression turned dark. There was no doubt now. Her deskmate was indeed eccentric. Still not convinced? Fine then. Wang Chun spoke decisively, revealing an alternative plan he had concocted overnight. He produced a sign measuring 30 by 50 centimeters, secured with a string, and hung it prominently around his neck. The sign read, Welcome to Whip Me. 5 yuan per strike. Wang Chun abandoned all notions of dignity, willing to endure embarrassment for the sake of his cultivation, assuring himself that if he passed this ordeal, he would never again engage in such humiliating antics. Clutching a red whip, he set out for T Street. Han Yi was left in disbelief. Was he truly serious? Did he genuinely relish the idea of being whipped? It appeared this was no joke. Chapter 27. The first step of cultivation. Han Yi was perplexed. Could it be that there truly existed individuals who relished in receiving beatings? Was there some hidden profundity or amusement in enduring the lash? The world had taken on an exceedingly bizarre quality, and even her deskmate seemed to be losing his mind. It was her first encounter with someone who enjoyed being struck. Curiosity stirred among the onlookers regarding the message inscribed before them. As their gazes fixated, they read, Welcome to Whip Me, $5 per lash. Good heavens, was she mistaken? They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own sanity. How could there be someone who derived pleasure from such punishment? What peculiar desire must one possess to reach such a state? In T Street, most were acquainted with Wang Qin, who had long operated a stall there for several years. How could he have transitioned to this? Had he grown weary of selling belts, or did he consider them too capital-intensive? Rumor had it that he had ventured to Kunlun Mountain, only to be pursued by a mystical tortoise, which likely left him in a state of shock. From a distance, Han Yi observed Wang Chun's intentions with increasing intrigue. To her astonishment, he began to call out to passers-by, "Come with me, just $5 a strike. Don't miss out." His advertising was reminiscent of his old trade, familiar and effortless. If you've been scolded by your boss, dismissed from your job, or vexed by your family, come take a swing at me. It's affordable and cathartic. Han Yi's expression darkened as she contemplated the absurdity of her deskmate. Yet, she pondered the reasons behind Wang Qin's insistence on this peculiar endeavor. He had mentioned it previously, indicating it was a necessity. Yet she could not fathom what could compel one to seek out such punishment. A group of young men, around 17 or 18, strolled past T Street. Noticing the crowd gathered around Wang Qin, who stood proudly with a sign proclaiming that for just $5, one could whip him. Can such a slender figure withstand this? They wondered, hesitant to be the first to participate, fearing they might inadvertently injure him. What if you end up incapacitated? One bold youth called out, his voice resonating with concern. I'll bear the consequences myself, as long as you possess the skill. Wang Qin replied decisively. His words implied that every spectator present was equally foolish. The crowd's attention sharpened on Wang Qin, who demonstrated his audacity. $5 was a small price to pay for the spectacle, and though he might not be incapacitated, he would surely feel the sting. The whip was notorious for its painful strikes. Many could recall the sharp pain of a childhood punishment, administered by an irate mother wielding a small whip for poor grades. Just don't backtrack when the moment comes. If you injure yourself, it's on you. The youth, driven by youthful rebellion, was easily incited by Wang Chun's challenge. Taking the vibrant whip from Wang Qin, the young man tested it by cracking it in the air, raising a cloud of dust before affirming its sturdiness. Let us see if you can endure. Wang Qin removed his shirt, appearing nonchalant. Though fear gripped his heart, whips were indeed daunting. He steeled himself, resolving that after fortifying his physique, he could pursue cultivation without faltering. With a resounding crack, the first lash struck Wang Chun's left shoulder, leaving a faint crimson mark. To his surprise, the pain was minimal. Had his body, rejuvenated by the essence of heaven and earth, developed such resilience? This moment of doubt was perceived as the utmost provocation by the young man wielding the whip. Initially concerned about injuring Wang Qin, he now seized the opportunity to strike again, the whip slicing through the air with a whoosh, leaving another mark on Wang Qin's torso, slightly deeper than the first. I refuse to believe it. The young man gritted his teeth and struck 8 more times. Yet Wang Qin remained unfazed, a slight smirk betraying a sense of enjoyment. Infuriatingly, the young man watched as his money dissipated without consequence, 10 lashes for $50, and still no sign of discomfort from Wang Qin. As the whip continued to make contact, Wang Qin felt a mix of mild pain and a fiery sensation coursing through him, as if some impurities within were being expelled through his pores. Han Yi rushed over to observe Wang Qin being struck, her heart heavy with compassion. It was clear to her that Wang Qin had a hidden reason for this. Yet, she knew that inflicting pain upon him would be done more gently than what others might do. Witnessing the previous young man's leg bruised from a lash only reinforced her concern. Pushing through the crowd, she seized the whip from Wang Qin's grasp. His expression turned to one of bewilderment. What are you doing here? Didn't we agree that you wouldn't hit me without reason? Of course, I know. Han Yi rolled her eyes, standing with the whip in hand, hesitating to strike, as she had never used one before, unsure of where to aim lest she embarrass herself. With narrowed eyes, she swung the whip, landing it squarely on Wang Qin's thigh. A jolt coursed through him, and he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Had his defenses truly improved, or would he face the consequences of this reckless endeavor? Before he could contemplate further, another lash followed with a crack. This time, the tail of the whip struck his other thigh. Wang Qin instinctively tightened, uncertain of the girl's intentions. Was she truly resentful of him for wanting to charge her? Chapter 28. 1,000 strikes. Han Yi struck the whip over 30 times alone, during which Wang Qin felt an incessant unease, doubting her intentions. Fortunately, he had tied the shirt he had stripped from Zhou Daini to around his waist, safeguarding that precious item. Truly, the hide of a cow demon is a curious thing, wasted upon trivialities. After the 30 strikes, Wang Qin discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. Throughout the day, more than 20 individuals had taken turns with the whip. collectively delivering over 300 strikes. As the sun set and the crowd dispersed, Wang Chen felt no sense of impending doom. Rather, he brimmed with vitality. Had it not been for the encroaching darkness, he mused how much longer he could have remained there. Impressive. Young man, will you return tomorrow? Inquired a small vendor, curious after witnessing those around him seemingly holding back their full strength. With over 100 coins in hand, Wang Chen considered this practice as a modest recompense for himself. Not only did whipping generate income, but it also fortified his physique. Following those 300 strikes, the impurities within him had diminished significantly, yet the most stubborn remnants remained, requiring further strikes for complete expulsion. If Han Yi were to continue alone, it might take her a week, but at this rate, he anticipated resolution within 3 days. The thought of contending with cold weaponry stirred excitement within him. Soon, he might flaunt his prowess like Chen Pai, casually drawing a dagger and nonchalantly brandishing it. Had he possessed this resilience in that parking lot, he would have stood his ground against dozens, declaring, "Come, I fear you not." The strikes against Wang Chen felt merely like tickles, devoid of pain. A knife? It would shatter. The enchanted whip, true to its name, paired with his cultivation, bestowed upon him an inexplicable efficacy, making his skin feel as solid as iron. The following morning, Wang Chen ventured to the pedestrian street. A sign draped around him as he stood by the roadside. The volume of onlookers was remarkable, merely the previous afternoon. He had accumulated 6,000 points from over 400 strangers. 5 coins per whip. Wang Chen began to shout, and within an hour, the entirety of T-shaped street buzzed with rumors of his peculiar talent. While others attended classes as usual, Wang Chen had become a local sensation, with classmates witnessing him endure lashes, deeming him utterly deranged, and cycling to school to spread the word. After classes, more individuals flocked to witness Wang Chen standing resolutely in the center, seemingly unfazed by the strikes. Each person speculated that the whip wielder must be a plant, eager to try their hand at the challenge. Upon hearing of these events, Han Yi made her way to T-shaped street after school, finding Wang Chen still there. She approached and took up the crimson whip. For reasons unknown, she felt a twinge of guilt, believing Wang Chen's embarrassing display was a consequence of her earlier refusal. After striking over 30 times, Han Yi took a moment to rest, monopolizing the whip for over 20 minutes before delivering another 30 strikes. Only upon others' insistence did she relinquish it. Pai Dan had mentioned a mere 1,000 strikes were needed. With yesterday's afternoon and this morning's efforts, 600 had already been completed. By tomorrow, she confidently expected her defenses to withstand cold weaponry. Rumors of a man with skin like copper and bones of iron, unperturbed by lashes, drew many to T-shaped street. Curious onlookers approached, testing the whip on him, astonished to find no traces of injury. Is he practicing Qigong? Many pondered. With discussions circulating online about the feasibility of cultivation, the notion of practicing Qigong seemed less far-fetched. A few, feeling slighted, took their frustrations out on the whip, leaving only after experiencing a sense of relief and adding Wang Chen on WeChat, expressing their desire to vent their anger on him next time. Wang Chen felt a wave of reluctance, yet he maintained a grin, saying, of course. To his surprise, numerous individuals requested to add him on WeChat, eager to seek him out whenever they felt the need to unleash their frustrations. Wang Chen's expression darkened. In a single day, he had transformed into an unyielding punching bag. And this business venture appeared to have the potential for longevity. To hell with it, I have no interest in such a ridiculous enterprise, he thought. If he were to marry someday, and someone inquired about his profession, how could he answer? Professional punching bag. What does that entail? Selling sports equipment? No. I merely stand there and get hit for money. Could he utter such a thing? The mere thought left him aghast. After a flurry of strikes, he finally reached 1,000, and he no longer sensed the expulsion of impurities. Upon returning home, he picked up a kitchen knife and examined himself in the bathroom mirror, daring to inflict a few cuts upon himself. No harm done. Ecstatic, he pressed the knife to his abdomen, only to hear the resounding clang of metal against metal. This knife was exceptionally sharp, slicing through objects effortlessly. With Pai Dan's assurances, along with his previous experience of the kitchen knife causing no injury to his arm, Wang Chen gathered the courage to test it further. A swell of confidence surged within him, and he contemplated challenging Zhou Dainyu. Thankfully, that thought was swiftly quelled. Pai Dan had warned that Zhou Dainyu could withstand ordinary firearms, and seeking confrontation would be folly. With nothing else to do, he scrolled through Weibo, curious about the latest happenings. Having neglected it for 2 days, he stumbled upon a viral headline proclaiming that an elderly person could live for another 2 years. A story that had captivated social media. Almost every significant event seemed to make its way to the Weibo front page. Upon opening the app and browsing the trending topics, he was surprised to find the elderly longevity story ranked second. The first, however, was astonishing. Scientists make a discovery. Today, a renowned scientist, nicknamed Wanyu Bai, announced the existence of a substance in the air known as shang, which purportedly enhances a person's resistance and slows aging. If this substance could be extracted from the air and consumed long-term, humanity could achieve immortality. Regrettably, the extraction process remains unfeasible. The official Weibo post about this discovery was flooded with comments, as everyone speculated whether this substance had begun infiltrating the world weeks prior. Why was it never mentioned before? They questioned. Researchers have studied air composition for so long. Surely they wouldn't have just discovered it now. Just weeks ago, on a particular morning, numerous elderly individuals across the globe felt rejuvenated, as if they had regained decades of youth. Was this sensation linked to the newfound substance? People collectively sensed that since that day, the world had taken a turn toward the enigmatic, leading them to wonder if the mythical figures clad in ancient garb discussed online were, perhaps, real. Chapter 29. The existence of demons. Wang Chun lay on his bed, contemplating whether the hardness of his skin could rival that of iron or copper. Every time he thought about no longer fearing blades, a wave of excitement surged within him. Pidden is coming to find you. The tender voice echoed in his mind. Pidden? Wang Chun sat up. How do you know he is coming? I can sense him. The runes imprinted on you allow me to use secret techniques to locate him. Wang Chun's eyes lit up. It appeared Pidden possessed a plethora of abilities. This could potentially help him evade Zhou Dinyo entirely. If you head west, I'll immediately go south. Where is Chenpai now? He's in Lushi. Probably on his way home. Wang Chun donned a light-colored jacket, intent on avoiding the Taoist Chenpai. That's futile unless you plan to run all day. Pidden chuckled. Disheartening Wang Chun. Indeed, even if he changed locations, the other party could track him. Evading someone proved to be quite exhausting. With no other option, Wang Chun moved a chair to the door, munching on sunflower seeds while awaiting Chenpai. After a little over 10 minutes, a stout Taoist clad in loose robes appeared. Adjusting, the Taoist had atop his head to appear more dignified upon spotting Wang Chun. Young brother, I have traveled great distances to seek you. Chenpai's expression shifted rapidly. Moments ago, he was solemn, but now he wore a broad grin, exuding an amusing charm. What do you want from me? Wang Chun continued to crack seeds, feeling none too welcoming towards the portly Taoist, suspecting he was eyeing his bronze bowl. There's something I need to discuss. Chenpai grinned foolishly, moving a chair outside to sit. While coming here today, I witnessed a fierce battle at the train station. Chenpai's demeanor turned serious. A wolf demon went berserk at the station and was ultimately slain by 3 Taoists. You came all this way just to tell me that? Wang Chun was curious, but even more intrigued about why the charlatan sought him out. Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand. The wolf demon transformed into its true form, measuring over 3 meters in length and was exceedingly formidable. Wang Chun remained silent, regarding the stout Taoist with suspicion, doubting that this was the sole reason for his visit. Actually, I wanted to convey that the world is becoming increasingly perilous. You should accompany me in cultivating the Tao. Otherwise, when that bull demon seeks you for a showdown, what will you do? Chenpai suddenly smiled shyly. No tuition fees, just let me see your magical treasures. Humph, the truth is finally revealed. Just a glance, and I will teach you the ways of cultivation and share a great secret. Chenpai attempted to enter the house. Wang Chun blocked the doorway, refusing entry to the portly Taoist. What great secret? The reason the wolf demon manifested in battle was that it lacked a ticket and was stopped by security from boarding the train. In a fit of anger, it erupted. That's not a great secret. You're trying to deceive me. Wang Chun attempted to shut the door, but Chenpai pressed his hand against it to prevent it from closing. Wait. The Kunlun Mountain, where it desperately wanted to go, holds great secrets. It's said that a mysterious realm will emerge within Kunlun Mountain. Chenpai's jolly visage grew solemn. What is this mysterious realm? Wang Chun, being a naturally curious person, inquired. Cannot disclose unless you show me your magical treasures. Chenpai flashed a bashful smile. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Brother, open the door. This matter can still be negotiated. You're older than I am. Wang Chun's voice resounded from inside the house. Then what should I call you? Chenpai stood outside, perplexed. Are you being reasonable? What do you think I should call you? After that question, silence enveloped the room, leaving Chenpai outside in a quandary. After a considerable time, he finally departed. Inside, Wang Chun browsed Weibo, and the news about the wolf demon that Chenpai mentioned finally trended online. Upon clicking, he found numerous photos and videos attached. The gray wolf was at least 3 meters long, its appearance ferocious. This incident occurred in a crowded high-speed train station, where the wolf demon, unable to purchase a ticket, clashed verbally with staff. It then transformed into a gray wolf, demolishing the ticket counter with a single swipe, leaving shattered glass strewn across the floor. The staff were left in shock, chairs toppled as they huddled in corners. Initially mistaking the creature for a young man in a costume with wolf ears and long gray hair, only to discover it was a demon. Untrained in such chaotic situations, many staff members fainted on the spot. The crowd retreated, frightened, as the gray wolf prowled the spacious marble floor, dark mist swirling around it, exuding an overwhelming aura. Comments indicated a sudden drop in temperature throughout the station. Eventually, 3 Taoists emerged, each wielding iron swords, moving in a coordinated manner to encircle the demon wolf. A fierce battle ensued, culminating in the wolf demon's demise, its blood splattering across the ground. Although the demon wolf was slain, the impact of the event lingered in the minds of all who witnessed it. Indeed, there are demons in this world, manifesting as those with peculiar appearances in daily life. Many were somewhat prepared, having suspected as much since the video featuring a human bird creature in the primordial forest, with a succession of bizarre beasts appearing thereafter. Such as the xiangui and pythons, many speculated whether a certain relic had been unearthed, releasing these creatures. Most viewed these beings as mutated beasts akin to monsters from American films, leaning towards atheism. However, today's events left little room for disbelief. Certain elements in this world undeniably exist, merely concealed or overlooked by the ignorant. Why does this world seem reminiscent of ancient times? The emergence of demons and Taoists brings Taoism back into public view. Observing the 3 Taoists in the video, one could tell they were extraordinary beings. Clearly practitioners of strict asceticism, slender and sharp-featured. In contrast, Chenpai appeared quite different, dressed in a loose Taoist robe, with a round face and a small hat perched atop his head. 2 days later, while Wang Chen was out purchasing daily necessities, he chanced upon a scene where a parent was dragging their child, who was resisting vehemently, sobbing, "Mom, I don't want to become a Taoist. I will study hard. I want to play games anymore." It seemed the mother intended to send the child to some mountain. Following this video, the status of Taoists in society became significantly elevated. People slowly began to accept the changes in the world. Children not only had to study, but also needed to practice martial arts and cultivate the Tao to secure their future. Chapter 30. The Qi Induction Pidden. I have successfully completed the first cultivation. I should be able to exchange for the second one, right? With the first cultivation perfected, Wang Chen's confidence blossomed, as if he envisioned a future filled with aspirations. A life driven by goals is indeed meaningful, otherwise, existence feels rather dull. The second volume can indeed be exchanged, but it requires 50,000 reputation points. Pidden chuckled. Isn't the price fair? 50,000? Wang Chen thought he had misheard. How could the price soar from 10,000 to 50,000 for the second volume? What kind of pricing strategy is this? What about the third one? Is it going to increase exponentially? Wang Chen dared not imagine. After accumulating so many reputation points, it would be disheartening to see them vanish with a mere nod. Pidden's consolation struck him as odd. Facing humiliation is hardly desirable, especially when he aspired to marry in the future. Fine, 50,000 it is. Wang Chen sighed, lowering his head. What extraordinary effects does this technique possess? After perfecting it, can it withstand firearms? He hoped for some delightful surprise, only to be met with Pidden's cold response. No? Wang Chen nearly exploded. If it cannot withstand firearms, what use is it? Even with perfected cultivation, wouldn't he still be defeated by Zhou Dainyu? Does this mean spending 50,000 reputation points was a terrible loss? Don't you know Zhou Dainyu is set to challenge you in a month? Forget it. I'm a laid-back person. 50,000 bought. He feigned indifference, as if the money were inconsequential. Internally, Wang Chen wrestled with his decision, ultimately gritting his teeth as 50,000 reputation points vanished from his account with a chime. In return, he received a cultivation technique consisting of merely 20 characters, which conveyed the need to adopt a specific meditative posture to draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. Pidden, may I inquire what abilities I will possess after practicing the Qi induction? Wang Chen still clung to a glimmer of hope. Ha ha ha. What abilities do you expect? Flying on a sword? Wang Chen's eyes widened with excitement. Yes, yes. Flying on a sword sounds incredibly prestigious. Dream on. Wang Chen's heart shattered in an instant. Was Pidden deliberately trying to discourage him? Pidden continued. The Qi induction is merely the first step. Once you complete this cultivation, You will be able to sense the spiritual energy within your body. This energy will distribute itself across various parts of your being and when needed. You can mobilize it to enhance your offensive or defensive capabilities. You should be able to strike with a force of 3,000 pounds. What? Wang Chen nearly leapt from his chair. 3,000 pounds with a single punch? If you're lying, I'll pound you. Do you comprehend what 3,000 pounds means? I could almost feel empowered enough to challenge tigers and lions. I want to practice. Tell me how to proceed. I wish to begin immediately. Wang Chen was extremely agitated, finding it difficult to remain still for meditation. He was filled with zeal, his blood boiling, unable to calm down. After more than an hour, he finally achieved a state of complete tranquility and began to practice according to Piden's guidance. Initially, he employed a unique method to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air. In the age of declining magic, possessing such a technique would not enable cultivation, as one could not perceive the spiritual energy. However, in the present moment, it was different. After meditating for an hour, Wang Chen gradually sensed faint glimmers moving through the air, present in every space, varying only in density. These were the spiritual energies Piden spoke of. Wang Chen attempted to draw the energy into his body according to the technique. He succeeded, but the energy could not be retained and dispersed once more. After repeating the practice for over an hour, he still could not retain even a trace of energy within himself. Soon, evening arrived, and Wang Chen had to abandon his practice for the night. Although his mind was filled with thoughts on how to breathe and control the spiritual energy to retain it within his body, the night passed in silence. At dawn, Wang Chen shouldered his backpack, intending to attend school. Today felt different. He was no longer intimidated by Xiaoming, walking tall and confident. As usual, he rode his small tricycle to school, parked it, and entered the classroom, where he diligently sat down to study. Wang Chen, someone is looking for you. While Wang Chen was engrossed in taking notes, someone tapped on his shoulder from behind. Xiaoming, is he looking for trouble? Wang Chen thought, if it's Xiaoming, I'll send him flying with a slap. The previous lesson had left him questioning Xiaoming's courage to return to school. He recalled that when he had entered the classroom earlier, Xiaoming's friends had avoided making eye contact with him, seemingly intimidated. Who is looking for me? Wang Chen stepped out of the classroom, only to find a rotund, jovial Taoist priest waiting by the door. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Chen Pai beamed, his smile so wide one might think he was delivering breakfast to his girlfriend. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. You followed me to school? Here. This is a caring breakfast. Remember to eat. Don't let your stomach go hungry. Chen Pai placed a box in Wang Chen's hands, adjusted his Taoist hat, and turned to leave, leaving Wang Chen in a state of bewilderment alongside a crowd of curious students. How heartwarming. This Taoist priest is so kind to Wang Chen, was the collective sentiment. Wang Chen remained dazed from the moment he stepped out of the classroom until he received the caring breakfast. Despite his thick skin, he couldn't withstand the kindness of the plump Taoist. That Chen Pai, it was just a glimpse of a magical artifact. What else with the breakfast? This left everyone at school thinking he was some long-lost brother. Wang Chen, was that your brother? Han Yi turned to ask, her curiosity piqued. The student behind her stood up, bending slightly, straining to hear. Could he be your father? Han Yi lowered her head even further, eager to see Wang Chen's expression, as he had yet to turn around. Huh. Wang Chen turned, his eyes wide in disbelief. What father? You must be the one with such a father. The student behind chimed in unexpectedly, having such a father isn't bad. Taoists can earn a good living these days and hold a respectable social status. Chapter 31. The secret realm is about to opening the heartwarming breakfast. Wang Chen picked up the hot dog bun and took a big bite. These detestable classmates. He thought, I have no desire to converse with you. After leaving school, the first task for Chen Pai was to prepare lunch, specifically for Wang Chen. As long as Wang Chen was pleased, he might just reveal his treasured artifact. It was akin to a young master's treatment, and every day after school, Chen Pai would personally escort him, with only one request, to catch a glimpse of the artifact. In contemporary society, there are Taoists recruiting disciples, charging tuition fees of 10,000 yuan per month, and many people are eager to learn the craft. Numerous Taoists are even invited to homes for private instruction. Many speculate about the relationship between this rotund fellow and Wang Chen, wondering if he is either a doting brother or a private tutor. But could Wang Chen truly afford such a tutor? On this Sunday, having finally managed to shake off Chen Pai, Wang Chen sat on his bed, contemplating his cultivation. He had been practicing this technique for over a week now, yet there was little progress. It proved to be exceedingly difficult, as spiritual energy could not linger within his body. Pai Dan remarked that the spiritual energy in the world was still too sparse, necessitating the aid of spiritual stones or elixirs. It was akin to spending far more than one earns. Thus, savings were impossible. The first trace of spiritual energy could not be retained in his body, rendering the cultivation futile. In this era of spiritual revival, although there was some spiritual energy, one must seek a more concentrated source. As night fell, while Wang Chun was in deep thought, a knock echoed at the door. "Wang Chun, just lend me that artifact. I have great need of it." Upon opening the door, the plump Taoist wasted no time and got straight to the point. Great need? Wang Chun was skeptical and invited the Taoist inside. At that moment, Chen Pai was increasingly convinced that Wang Chun possessed an artifact. "Do you remember when I mentioned the Kunlun Mountain secret realm? It may soon open. This realm contains treasures, and without an artifact, there is only a 20% chance of obtaining them. Here is the deal. After acquiring the treasure, we split it 60-40. I take 60, you take 40. Could you repeat that?" Wang Chun was incredulous, doubting his hearing. Did the rotund Taoist truly wish to take advantage of him? "This is something for cultivation that you have no use for," Chen Pai asserted with utmost seriousness. "Absolutely not. Who knows, perhaps one day I too might cultivate." Wang Chun was about to retort when Chen Pai interjected. "It must be 50-50. "Very well, 50-50 it is, but you must agree to one condition." Wang Chun fixed his gaze on Chen Pai's eyes. "Speak." Chen Pai beamed, eager to agree to any terms as long as he could borrow the artifact. "That Zhou Dania wishes to challenge me to a duel. You must handle this for me." Chen Pai's joy grew even more exuberant, initially thinking it was a significant matter. "This is simple. I'll just reason with him. He is merely a young calf." Then it's settled. Wang Chun and Chen Pai clasped hands in agreement. "Good luck reasoning with him. You have no idea about the enmity between Zhou Daniu and me. That was your promise. You must first tell me what treasures lie within that secret realm. Probably spiritual stones or elixirs. As the spiritual energy begins to revive, the realm will emit an aura that will lead to its discovery." Chen Pai replied confidently. "Give me the artifact first. After you handle the Zhou Daniu situation, then come for the artifact." Wang Chun insisted, beginning to usher him out as he sought to continue his cultivation, hoping to retain even a trace of spiritual energy within his body. All right. Chen Pai departed, his heart brimming with joy. He thought to himself that if he could sell the golden bell shield, then persuading a mere calf should be a piece of cake. The following day at school was particularly lively, with a crowd gathering on the playground. Wang Chun, ever the curious one, halted his electric tricycle and joined the throng. "Wow. How impressive. Wow. I heard Li Xiao has begun cultivating. Could it be true?" Approaching, he was met with a chorus of astonished exclamations. In the center, an 18-year-old youth was grappling with Xiaoming. Though it was merely sparring, Xiaoming had no means to defend himself. The youth's grip was akin to a vice. Once he seized Xiaoming's arm, he lifted him effortlessly, causing Xiaoming to fall forward onto the ground in a most undignified manner, crying out in pain as he was summarily bested time and again. The humiliation was palpable, drawing many admiring gazes. Wang Chun recognized this individual. He was a wealthy second-generation heir, with rumors of his family's fortune nearing unicorn status. The richest student in the entire grade, he was someone no one dared to offend. Known for his extravagant generosity, who would risk crossing him? Xiaoming had never provoked him, with the two factions maintaining an unspoken truce, both hailing from affluent families. However, today was peculiar, as Li Xiao had summoned Xiaoming, claiming he wanted to wrestle with him, having heard of Xiaoming's reputation in the wrestling club. Xiaoming was elated, readily agreeing, stating, "You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me if you get beaten." In truth, both had harbored mutual disdain for quite some time. Two tigers could not coexist on the same mountain. The outcome was as expected, with Xiaoming left in a most humiliating position. "Li Xiao, have you recently been training with a Taoist?" "Indeed," the student replied without hesitation. There had been whispers of his training with a Taoist before, but witnessing his prowess now left everyone in awe. If he could best Xiaoming, then few would dare challenge him in the future. "I now possess the strength of 500 pounds, all thanks to my master's teachings." Many praised him, eagerly inquiring about his newfound abilities. "What is this world like, Li Xiao?" "The changes are monumental. My master says we are entering an era of spiritual revival. I could become an immortal one day." "Immortal?" The onlookers were utterly astonished. The mere notion sounded extraordinary. "Have you not seen that Grey Wolf video? Those three Taoists are semi-immortal figures, friends of my master." The more he spoke, the more animated he became. "Listen, if you have money, hurry and hire a Taoist to teach you cultivation. Don't be caught unable to fend off even a child in the future." Xiao Ming discreetly slipped away, feeling particularly embarrassed after being so thoroughly bested, especially as a wrestling adept. The memory of Li Xiao reminded him of Wang Qin, who, despite his frail appearance, possessed formidable strength. Could he, too, be training? I heard Han Yi's family also hired a Taoist. Is that true? Absolutely. My master S. Jr., I know him well. Li Xiao's confidence surged. Wang Chan observed for a while, growing disenchanted by the boasting, and made his way to the classroom. Yet he gathered a valuable piece of information. Han Yi seemed to be embarking on her own journey into cultivation. Chapter 32. The Stinky Ball. It appears that some affluent families, well-informed and perceptive, have long since begun to comprehend the shifting tides of the world. Their wealth stems from their foresight, while others are still grappling with present circumstances. These individuals have often received word of unfolding events weeks in advance. This principle applies not only in the realm of business, but in all aspects of life. Such foresight accounts for the fundamental disparity between the wealthy and the impoverished. While some remain in a state of bewilderment, their offspring have already embarked on a path of cultivation, far ahead of their peers. These individuals consistently keep a close watch on national affairs and the trajectories of major commercial empires. Han Yi hails from such a family, as does Li Xiao. As Wang Chun ascended the staircase, he noticed his classmates standing in the corridor, admiring the scenery. The ambience was rather pleasant, a significant improvement from before. They were no longer confined to the classroom, absorbed in their mobile devices. Upon stepping into the classroom, he was greeted by a pungent odor, an acrid stench that was almost overwhelming. Goodness, who has upset their stomach? To produce such a foul odor is indeed a rare talent. This odor felt as though it could only have been emitted by someone who hadn't relieved themselves in a week, pervading the entire classroom. On the verge of spilling out into the corridor, Wang Chun nonchalantly joined his peers in the corridor, feigning ignorance. Stinky? Not at all. Internally, he pondered who the culprit was. Moments later, a boy burst into laughter and dashed to one side of the corridor, eagerly anticipating the next unfortunate soul to enter the classroom. The sight of them retreating in disgust after entering the classroom only heightened his amusement. Curiosity piqued. Wang Xin stared into the classroom, where a loud fart echoed, followed by a wave of horrendous odor threatening to spill into the corridor. Han Yi had been standing too close to the classroom and now joined Wang Xin. Suddenly, the boy in the corridor erupted into a raucous fit of laughter as another group of students, oblivious to the situation, ventured inside, only to emerge moments later with expressions of utter distaste. My goodness, what is that smell? It must be someone who has consumed 100 spicy chili eggs. The rotten kind. Wang Qin and Han Yi exchanged amused glances, aware that the source of the classroom's foulness was undoubtedly that boy's little black ball. The moment it touched the ground, it exploded with a minimal force, requiring careful handling. Wang Qin had no idea where the boy had procured it. Moments ago, he had opened his backpack to reveal a red bag filled with several of these items. Indeed, not everyone found the situation amusing. One female classmate, after expressing her displeasure, only seemed to incite the boy's merriment further. He retaliated by hurling 2 of the stinky balls at her seat, resulting in a chase around the teaching building that was still ongoing. The boy was the type who shunned academics, preferring to smoke and engage in fights. Thus, no one dared to confront him, not out of fear of defeat, but rather out of sheer disinterest in engaging with someone so unreasonable. As class time approached, everyone awaited the dispersal of the odor before returning to their seats. Hey, put that by the classroom door. The boy seemed to be deliberately striking up a conversation with Han Yi, perhaps seeking her attention, as such boys were not in short supply. Han Yi usually ignored individuals like him, asserting her indifference. After all, he wouldn't dare confront her. Are you sure about that attitude? The boy, Xing Xing, remarked. As Wang Qin lamented the fellow's lack of intelligence, his method of flirtation was profoundly foolish. Without hesitation, Wang Qin picked up several of the stinky balls from his desk and, under the watchful eyes of the entire class, carefully placed them at the classroom door, even laying a piece of paper atop them. Xing Xing stood dumbfounded, realizing that this display did not humiliate him in front of the class, yet he thought, I didn't ask you to place them there. That is not my intention. Why must you meddle? Just then, a bald teacher, his scalp gleaming almost blindingly, appeared in the corridor, approaching the classroom. After 2 days apart, the teacher's head seemed even shinier, as though he had undergone a polishing treatment. He was of modest height, with short legs, taking tiny steps, and donned a pair of thick glasses, exuding an air of high intellect. He was affectionately dubbed the smart teacher, holding a postgraduate degree, for reasons beyond mere academic achievement. Wang Chun initially presumed he was the subject teacher, a towering figure of nearly 6 feet. As Ching A Xing observed the teacher's arrival, he turned a corner, and the smart teacher stepped into the classroom. With the first step, a fart echoed. With the second, he inadvertently stepped on 2 stinky balls, producing 2 distinct fart sounds in quick succession. Was it melodious? No, it was ear-piercing. In just 2 steps, he had managed to step on 3 of them. The classroom was destined to become unbearable. The smart teacher, believing he had just released 3 consecutive farts, instinctively checked his backside, his face betraying his embarrassment. No, it couldn't be me. I don't recall doing that. He decided to feign nonchalance. Insisting to himself that he hadn't tea, striding to the podium with utmost seriousness, he admonished, "Why are you all laughing? To laugh at a fart is unrefined. Let us focus on our studies." That was the first utterance of the lesson, immediately followed by an inexplicable and intensifying stench. 3 occurrences, each faster than the last. "Teacher, that fart wasn't yours," a female classmate exclaimed loudly. The smart teacher wiped his shiny head, finally relieved to realize it wasn't his doing. "I thought so, still. One should not laugh. To laugh at a fart is unrefined." At that moment, many students had their heads down on their desks, noses buried in their elbows. "Teacher, you stepped on a fart," the female classmate reiterated. The sound indeed followed his footsteps. The smart teacher approached the classroom door, where the first desk was occupied by a student on the verge of collapse, unable to endure the stench much longer. There was nothing black, only a paper, likely covering something beneath. The smart teacher held his breath and lifted the paper, only to be met with a terrifying wave of odor that seeped through even his cautious inhalation. In the blink of an eye, just as the class witnessed the smart teacher lifting a piece of assignment paper, he was no longer at the classroom door, but sprinting desperately toward the restroom, fleeing for his life. Chapter 33. More of those stinky balls. The bald teacher immediately recalled such a thing. Several years ago, some students in his class played with them, achieving similar effects, but with a different appearance. He remembered that the version played by the student's back then was flat, resembling a sealed package of wet wipes. Inside, there was a hard object that, when forcefully crushed, caused the package to inflate and explode after 5 or 6 minutes, releasing a foul odor into the air. There was indeed a difference. He never expected that years later, this item had evolved, becoming significantly quicker to detonate almost instantaneously upon pressure. Who among the mischievous students would dare to play with such a device in the classroom, as if the authority of the teacher was non-existent? The clever teacher retched in the restroom, soon noticing several students rushing in, vomiting uncontrollably, their eyes reddened with tears. Originally, he had no intention of being sick, but witnessing the disgusting spectacle of his students caused him to retch several times himself, eventually dry heaving in despair. After a considerable time, the students witnessed the pale figure of the bald teacher emerging from the restroom, accompanied by 4 or 5 equally ashen-faced students. The stench was unbearable. Directly assaulted by 3 of those foul-smelling balls. Try it yourself. After the sharp scent irritated their noses, they were unable to help but breathe, leading to an inevitable reaction. The teacher's face darkened with anger. He was, after all, a teacher and valued his dignity. The classmates stood in the corridor, waiting for the odor in the classroom to dissipate. For 20 minutes, they lingered alongside the scowling teacher, some trembling with fear, while others eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama, thinking, "This is what you get for tossing 2 of those things onto my seat." They collectively entered the classroom. The teacher first called on a student to inquire about the origin of the offending item. It turned out that it had been purchased at the school gate's convenience store. A popular item among many, specifically designed to disgust others. Who placed that thing at the classroom door? The teacher stood at the podium, his expression stern, as if a volcano was about to erupt. His gaze fixated intensely on the few notoriously mischievous students, as if he were ready to devour them. "I don't care. The culprit is undoubtedly among you." No one dared to speak. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Cheng Axian felt the most anxious, fearing the previous female classmate would stand up to accuse him. He cast a pleading glance at her. The teacher, though responsible for the lesson, had different approaches depending on the student's academic performance. He was not merely intimidating. "Are you not going to confess? If I catch you, I will call your parents." The verbal threat heightened the tension in the classroom, leaving no one willing to utter a word. "Teacher, it was me, I did it." Wang Chun stood up from the first desk of the third group, chest puffed out. Han Yi quickly tugged at Wang Chun's sleeve, urging him to sit down. "There's no need to take the blame. It was Cheng Axin's doing. It has nothing to do with you." Moreover, judging by the teacher's gaze, It was clear he was focusing on the students at the back who rarely studied. You don't have to do this. It's too straightforward, Han-yi thought. Reflecting on her deskmate-esque commendable character. Though foolish, was it not an attempt to appease his conscience? Cheng Xian was still pleading with the female classmate. His eyes filled with desperation when he noticed Wang Chun standing up to confess. I'm not afraid of you, what a joke. Cheng Xian muttered quietly, casting a disdainful glance at the female student before straightening his posture, eager to witness how the teacher would handle Wang Chun, who had just thwarted his plans. Such a foolish person deserves it, Cheng Xian thought bitterly. Many in the class watched Wang Chun with wide eyes. Was he truly so honest? They had heard rumors of him having fought with Xiaoming. Could it be true? Would someone so upright be bullied by Xiaoming? Wang Chun had merely acted in defense of his deskmate against Cheng Xian's harsh words, yet now he foolishly stood to admit his guilt. Was this not akin to seeking death? Even the teacher felt a headache coming on. He was a top student, one of the best, and with a conducive learning environment. No one could surpass him. However, having set the stage, would he not impose some form of punishment? That would not bode well for the other students, despite his anger. The teacher was reluctant to punish Wang Chun, who was already pitiable as an orphan and possessed such integrity. The bald teacher had only recently come to know Wang Chun and appreciated his character, especially since he was an exemplary student. Come to my office later. The teacher, somewhat exasperated, decided to call him in privately for a lighter reprimand. Cheng Xian, seated below, was grinning widely, confident that Wang Chun's innocence would lead to him being blamed, relieving Cheng Xian of any further worry. Wang Chun stood upright, while Han-yi continued to pull at his arm, trying to persuade him to sit. No, teacher, I have something to say. Wang Chun stood tall, his voice resonant. Oh, then speak. The bald teacher's gaze shifted, a flicker of curiosity evident. Perhaps Wang Chun was about to provide him a way out? Cheng Xian felt a tremor run through him, nearly spilling his seeds on the floor. Wang Chun's argument carried weight, causing the teacher to realize a crucial point he had overlooked. This orphan, struggling for survival, could hardly afford to purchase such a toy for amusement. Very persuasive, continue. The bald teacher encouraged, his expression growing more hostile toward the other students. At that moment, a notification chimed in Cheng Xian's mind, marking a significant point increase. Wang Chun had surpassed 500 points, triggering a notification. Cheng Xian sat bewildered. When did I pressure you? It was you who quietly placed the item at the door. Previously, I truly believed you were honest and sincere. Cheng Xian thought, incredulous. How could someone so naive succeed in business? Teacher, he is wrongfully accusing me. Cheng Xian protested vehemently. Silence. You stand up and listen to what he has to say. The bald teacher's expression darkened, as if a sinister demon lurked behind him. Cheng Xian, feeling particularly aggrieved, stood up, glaring at Wang Chun, resentment boiling within him. Wang Chun, sensing Cheng Xian's growing notoriety, felt elated. You are all good people. Truly virtuous. I wish for more like Zhou Dania to gather my next merit points. Wang Chun, continue. How did he threaten you? The bald teacher's gaze toward Wang Chun contrasted starkly with his previous look at Cheng Xian. This child was genuinely honest and worthy of mentorship. Cheng Xian gritted his teeth, realizing he had misjudged Wang Chun, who was cleverly playing him. Teacher, if I hadn't placed that stinky ball at the classroom door, Cheng Xian would have beaten my deskmate. Wang Chun feigned a hurt expression as he glanced at Cheng Xian. Cheng Xian was utterly flabbergasted. When did I say I would hit your deskmate? My tone didn't imply that I would actually do it. This isn't fair. Cheng Xian stood there for what felt like ages, unable to muster a single word of defense. Wang Chun's arguments were so logical that he could not counter them. Oh, Cheng Xian, you've become quite adept, now threatening female classmates. Teacher, that stinky ball isn't mine. Cheng Xian could only stubbornly deny it, his mind completely in a whirl. Had Wang Chun planned this from the very beginning? Should I have treated your goddess with more respect? Teacher, he has a red bag in his backpack filled with stinky balls. Wang Chun asserted boldly. Wah! Cheng Xian fell silent. Cheng Xian, you have truly grown bolder. Come to the office after class. The bald teacher, having spoken, cast a gentle glance at Wang Chun. Take a seat. Cheng Xian, please stand at the back so as not to obstruct your fellow classmates. Chapter 34. The essence enters the body. Cheng Xian, visibly displeased, retreated to the back of the classroom, leaning against the blackboard, gritting his teeth in frustration. In stark contrast, Wang Chun sat comfortably at his desk, reveling in a steady stream of recognition points. Han-yi, lost in thought, pondered whether Wang Chen's confrontation with Cheng Aixin was truly motivated by her. Could it be that Wang Chen had developed feelings for her? It seemed unlikely. After all, she had assisted him on T Street, accepting payment in good faith, only to return it discreetly. Surely, his actions were merely a gesture of gratitude for her aid. Regardless of the reasons, the class was filled with a sense of schadenfreude as they witnessed Cheng Aixin, once so arrogant, suffer a significant setback for the first time. Unable to retaliate verbally or physically, Cheng Aixin felt a deep sense of humiliation. What are you doing leaning against the wall? If it collapses, what will you do? Stand up straight. The bald teacher admonished him immediately after finishing the lesson. Cheng Aixin was on the verge of a breakdown. Now there were even expectations regarding his posture. Following the class, the bald teacher assigned the task of copying the blackboard notes while pacing around the classroom. Take a good look at Wang Chen. He ranked 11th in the class despite studying at home, and his character is commendable. He takes responsibility for his actions. You all have such favorable study environments. Yet you choose to play around, bringing your silly games to school. This praise caused Wang Chen to blush modestly, feeling rather embarrassed. 30 times of the disciples' rules. You better not lose your hand. The teacher, seeing Cheng Aixin's particularly contrite attitude, decreed that he must write it 30 times, without exception, and in neat handwriting. If he failed to complete it within the allotted time, his parents would be summoned to the school. Feeling utterly wronged, Cheng Aixin sat in his seat, doubting his existence. Before finally beginning to copy the disciples' rules, with every 3 characters he penned, his impression of Wang Chen deepened. By the time he completed the 30 repetitions, he was certain he would remember him for life. Throughout the day, Wang Chen accumulated over 4,000 recognition points, and as Cheng Aixin continued his copying, the points kept rising, fluctuating in frequency. However, with his schedule filled to the brim with studies and cultivation, he had no time to visit T Street. Feeling the pressure of time, Zhou Danio had already inscribed runes on his body. Neglecting his practice could lead to dire consequences. That evening, the weather was clear, with stars shining brightly and the moon casting a gentle glow. Wang Chen set a small stool in the center of the courtyard, contemplating the vast distance of 1,000,000 light-years across the wormhole. After over 4 hours of practice, just as fatigue began to set in, he felt a thread of essence remain within him, a rare occurrence. Determined, he rallied his spirit and attempted to draw forth the essence once more. The night was tranquil, with only the sound of crickets creating a serene atmosphere. At this moment, over 20 strands of essence danced within him, coalescing into a small orb of light. This sensation felt like a new form of power. Wang Chen circulated the 20 strands of essence around his fist, sensing immense strength coursing through it, igniting thoughts of seeking out the formidable tiger or elephant for practice. He quickly suppressed such notions, realizing that confronting a beast could lead to his demise. He mused that the legendary warrior Wu Song might have been a practitioner as well. How else could he have slain a tiger with his bare hands? The sheer power required was unfathomable. Wang Chen felt utterly unprepared to face a tiger with his current physical prowess. Pidong, get up. Wang Chen banged a bronze bowl on the ground, creating a resounding clamor. What is going on? I was sleeping. Pidong's voice came, clearly disgruntled, as he thought there had been an earthquake. I've drawn 20 strands of essence into my body. What do you think? Wang Chen announced. Pidong's expression brightened as he unfurled his spiritual awareness to probe Wang Chen's condition. That's more like it. Now take out the whip. Infuse the 20 strands of essence into it, and strike the stone. Skeptical yet intrigued, Wang Chen retrieved the whip from his room, following the guidance to infuse it with essence. To his astonishment, the whip could indeed harness the essence. He tried with a kitchen knife, but it failed. The two were fundamentally different, lacking a necessary medium. A magical tool retains its efficacy even when devoid of spirit. With a decisive swing, Wang Chen struck a rock in the courtyard, the same one that had fallen alongside the bronze bowl. The impact, though moderate, resulted in a resounding crack as the rock split in half. The sound echoed loudly in the stillness of the night, and had it not been so late, one might have thought something untoward had occurred. Thankfully, everyone was fast asleep. Otherwise, Uncle Wang would surely have come to investigate. Wang Chen could scarcely believe it. A simple strike should not possess such power. He estimated the force to be equivalent to 1,000 pounds. Is this true, Pidong? He questioned, still in disbelief. It's absolutely real. Now hurry up and get some sleep. Don't you see the time? Tomorrow, begin gathering even more essence into your body. With heavy eyelids, Pidong promptly returned to slumber. This was a permanent change, meaning that in a few hours or days, he could unleash a whip strike of tremendous force once more. This was hope. If he could accumulate 1,000 strands of essence, he would feel confident even when facing Zhou Danio. A single decisive blow would surely engrave his name in memory. Despite the exhilaration coursing through his mind, his body felt weary. The 20 strands of essence he had just drawn in seemed to meld with his being. Once expended, it would leave him utterly drained. Lying in bed, it took a considerable while for Wang Chun to finally drift into slumber. At the break of dawn, he arose promptly, sitting on his bed to commence his practice. Noticing that his cultivation speed was slower indoors, he moved a stool outside to the courtyard. Following the flow of essence, he ascended to the peak of the back mountain, the very place where he had once purified his body. At this early hour, the essence in the air was indeed rich, and the strands of essence coalesced more rapidly. Not every thread of essence could be absorbed. Sometimes, a slight miscalculation could lead to failure, exhausting both spirit and energy. Yet, Wang Chun found joy in the endeavor. The more strands of essence he gathered, the better prepared he would be. Should anyone provoke him, he would unleash a punch so powerful it could leave them in utter disarray. Chapter 35. A Journey to Kunlun Mountain at present. Wang Chun has over 60 strands of spiritual energy coursing through his body. He has not yet attempted to gauge the extent of his power. He must continue to consolidate. After getting out of bed, Pai Dan remarked that the spiritual energy in this area is quite sparse, resulting in a significantly slower accumulation rate. Theoretically, it would take centuries for the Earth's spiritual energy to truly flourish, at which point cultivation would yield remarkable results with minimal effort. A century is a long time. Society cannot afford to wait. Upon rising early in the morning, Wang Chun discovered over 20 missed calls from Chen Pai, the portly friend. As he opened the courtyard gate, he noticed a rotund figure lounging on the ground, resting against the wall on a banana leaf, snoring away. Chen Pai, you old glutton. Why did you call me so many times so early in the morning? Suddenly, Chen Pai jolted awake, raising his head with a start. Wang Chun, you finally appeared. Do you realize that I've been calling and knocking for half an hour, and you didn't respond? If it weren't for the runes sensing your presence inside, I would have thought you were missing. Brother, you finally woke up. I've been knocking for over half an hour, nearly dozing off while waiting at the door. Chen Pai exclaimed as he stood up abruptly, his hat askew. With an eager expression, Chen Pai urged, come inside and sit. He hastily pulled a chair and began scrolling through his phone, suddenly leaning in with excitement. Xiao Wang, look, a friend just messaged me, saying there's been a stir at the Kunlun Mountain secret realm, and it's about to open soon. Chen Pai's exhilaration was palpable. If there's movement at Kunlun Mountain, it means the secret realm is nearing its unveiling. Perhaps I can seize this opportunity to advance further in my cultivation. We must set off for Kunlun Mountain right away. The secret realm of Kunlun Mountain? Over the past few days of training, Wang Chun had nearly forgotten about it. Even the initial mention of spiritual stones and other treasures within that could potentially expedite his progress in the second-tier technique. 10 years? Who has the luxury to wait that long? He fears that Zhou Denyo might turn him into a pancake with a single blow. At the very least, he must quickly resolve the runes and keep a safe distance from Zhou Denyo. Yet, venturing to Kunlun Mountain might mean encountering him. Wang Chun felt a twinge of trepidation. You promised to help me deal with Zhou Denyo. You cannot back out. Upon hearing this, Chen Pai chuckled. Rest assured. It's merely a cow, a trivial matter. By the way, what exactly did you do to him? Wang Chun's face flushed. I stripped him of his clothes and claimed them as my own. Before he could elaborate, Chen Pai waved him off with a generous smile. No need to explain. Such a minor issue is on me. With Chen Pai thumping his chest confidently, Wang Chun felt embarrassed to pursue the topic further. Wang Chun had not taken any leave. He had the freedom to enter and exit the school as he pleased, attending classes as time allowed. Thus, at Chen Pai's insistence, they boarded a train that very day, bound for Kunlun Mountain. The journey was peaceful, with Pai Dan offering no objections, even expressing a sense of eager anticipation regarding the secret realm. It had been over 2,000 years since they had encountered anything like it. In the past, they would often enter the secret realms perched upon the shoulders of the first generation, an exhilarating experience akin to adventure and gambling. The uncertainty of what treasures awaited within was thrilling. Those fortunate enough to uncover treasures would reap lifelong benefits. After 3 days of travel, Wang Chun arrived at Kunlun Mountain. His back and hips sore from the journey. The vast expanse of Kunlun Mountain felt just as awe-inspiring as he remembered, rendering him insignificantly small, akin to an ant. Recalling the embarrassing incidents from his last visit, he dreaded the possibility of encountering that uncle and aunt again. He wished never to see them again. He and Chen Pai found a tavern to lodge in. Hello, we'd like 2 rooms. 1 room will suffice, the portly Taoist insisted, being particularly frugal. We can manage. We'll squeeze in together. Wang Chun frowned at the thought of sharing a bed with a man weighing at least 170 pounds. What if he suffocated during the night? Disagreements naturally arose. Wang Chun believed that the expense of 2 separate rooms was justified. He did not wish to be the first cultivator in history to die from being crushed in his sleep, an embarrassing fate to face in the afterlife. Fortunately, the attendant interjected, "Good day, we do have double rooms available." Wang Chun shot a glance of exasperation at Chen Pai before finally reserving a double room. The two had different financial situations. Wang Chun was frugal, yet willing to spend when necessary, while Chen Pai had wealth, but was notoriously stingy. Had it not been for the desire to borrow Wang Chun's magical artifact, Chen Pai would never have considered sharing meals with him. After settling their luggage, Chen Pai urged Wang Chun up Kunlun Mountain, taking an unconventional path. From beneath his hat, Chen Pai produced a small compass, leaving Wang Chun bewildered that such a tool could be concealed there. A diminutive compass, no larger than a palm, guided their steps as Chen Pai recited incantations, following the direction indicated by the needle. Given the enormity of Kunlun Mountain, locating a tiny secret realm was no small feat as Wang Chun began his cultivation journey. He sensed a faint connection to the spiritual energy of the world, and upon arriving at Kunlun Mountain, he perceived a unique aura distinct from the surrounding spiritual energies. This essence was imperceptible to ordinary individuals. Pai Dan believed it to be the fragrance of spiritual herbs. However, Kunlun Mountain was vast, and after 2 days of searching, Chen Pai had yet to pinpoint the general location of the secret realm. Instead, they found themselves unable to descend the mountain, having spent a night perched in the trees. This reminded Wang Chun of Pai Dan's unreliability. He wondered if this portly Taoist was similarly inept. "I knew it. Why does it feel like we're getting further away?" Chen Pai exclaimed, dark circles under his eyes as he slapped his thigh in frustration. "What is the matter?" Wang Chun replied, his expression darkening. Was this charlatan truly as unreliable as he seemed? Wang Chun nearly succumbed to the urge to dig a grave for Chen Pai, for he considered himself somewhat of an expert in such matters. Even Pai Dan was muttering complaints in his bronze bowl, nearly bursting with frustration at Chen Pai's incompetence. He felt as though they were straying farther from the secret realm, its aura fading, and Chen Pai's words only fueled his ire. "Fine. I may have dug my own grave, but you followed suit. What a pig teammate." Wang Chun listened to Pai Dan's incessant grumbling in his mind, convinced that if Pai Dan could physically manifest, a confrontation with Chen Pai would surely ensue. Chapter 36. Brothers, wait. Eat this. Chen Pai pinched a plump white worm between his fingers, its rotund body wriggling uncomfortably as it struggled for freedom. "Don't talk. Just lead the way," Wang Chun snapped, his irritation flaring at the sight of Chen Pai's antics. It was infuriating that this rotund figure had led him astray for 2 days, only to realize they had been walking in the wrong direction. 2 days. Can you fathom the distance covered with hardly a moment's rest? Initially, he had refrained from interrupting Chen Pai, who appeared to be a sage, holding a compass and muttering incantations. Had he known Chen Pai was this incompetent, he would have buried him in the dirt at the outset of their journey. "Don't count on it," Chen Pai declared, popping the worm into his mouth, savoring it with slurping sounds as he licked his fingers. "You see, this worm is packed with protein. Eat more fruits, and you'll slim down." Wang Chun rolled his eyes in disbelief. Chen Pai continued to clutch a small compass, murmuring spells intermittently. "Don't run away, little worm." Another plump green worm, similarly trapped between his fingers, seemed to scream for mercy. Yet, Chen Pai, with an expression that could only be described as lecherous, devoured it with gusto, juices dripping down his chin. For the past 2 days, Chen Pai had maintained this peculiar diet while Wang Chun had clambered about like a monkey, foraging for fruits. After 2 arduous days, Wang Chun finally arrived back at their original starting point, nearly brought to tears by a sense of nostalgia. How comforting it felt to be back in this familiar place. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to descend the mountain in search of delectable food, his stomach protesting from the lack of sustenance. Although impoverished in Luxi, he had at least enjoyed 3 meals a day. Chen Pai, now generous with his expenditure, treated himself lavishly. Wang Chun settled for a simple stir-fry, a dish of vegetables and meat, with rice provided free of charge, a veritable feast for him. In contrast, Chen Pai ordered 10 dishes, totaling 12 including Wang Chun's, leading one to wonder if they were expecting a gathering of friends. Wang Chun observed Chen Pai devouring his meal with the fervor of a famished ghost. Though he too was ravenous, he could hardly match Chen Pai's alarming appetite. After 5 bowls of rice, Wang Chun felt sufficiently satisfied, while Chen Pai had long since lost count of his own consumption, eyeing the owner as if he intended to devour the remnants left in the pot. Once the bill was settled, Chen Pai emerged from the restaurant with a look of contentment. This time, Wang Chen had the foresight to stock his backpack with provisions before heading back up the mountain. One could never be too cautious with the charlatan. Life in the wild was no easy feat the last time they had stayed at an inn. Wang Chen had not returned, yet fortunately, the establishment had safeguarded his belongings rather than discarding them. Even after a week without proper rest, Wang Chen felt his physical constitution improving as he absorbed spiritual energy. However, the toll of their grueling journey was becoming increasingly evident. Uncertain of how long they would linger on Kunlun Mountain, Wang Chen and Chen Pai rented a modest room with a double bed. With Wang Chen claiming the upper bunk for himself, the elusive energy source drew nearer, and following the path they had traversed earlier, Wang Chen believed they were close. He resolved to rest well tonight and continue their journey the following day. Meanwhile, in a hotel on Kunlun Mountain, Zhou Daniu admired his perfect physique in the bathroom mirror. A frown creased his brow as he fixated on the blank space on his chest, perceiving it as his greatest flaw. His resentment towards Wang Chen surged as he pondered the matter further, leading him to cast a minor spell to locate Wang Chen's whereabouts. Zhou Daniu's excitement surged upon realizing Wang Chen had the audacity to return to Kunlun Mountain. He was clearly inviting trouble. He hastily donned his clothing, intent on exacting revenge guided by the coordinates he had previously inscribed. Zhou Daniu is coming, Pai Dan suddenly exclaimed. Wang Chen sprang from his bed, alarmed. He had cautioned Pai Dan to stay vigilant against Zhou Daniu's potential return, yet here he was, less than a month later. Surely, Zhou Daniu wouldn't make a rash move so soon. Given how vividly Zhou Daniu remembered their past encounter, it was hard to say. Indeed, Zhou Daniu had no regard for the passage of time. A month meant nothing to him. He had initially sought the secret realm on Kunlun Mountain, lacking a compass, which made his search all the more challenging. He had planned to locate the secret realm first before confronting Wang Chen for revenge. Yet fate had delivered him directly into Wang Chen's path. Zhou Daniu was curious to see if Wang Chen had begun his cultivation. He adhered to a principle of not harming mortals, but should Wang Chen have started his training, he would not hesitate to eliminate him with a single strike. Wang Chen contemplated fleeing through the window, only to find himself thwarted by the railing. Chen Pai, wake up! Get out of bed, he urged, shaking the hefty figure beside him. MMM, MMM, MMM. Chen Pai grumbled, refusing to budge, cocooned in his blankets. The treasure you desire is coming. Wang Chen teased. Where? Chen Pai jolted awake, suddenly alert. You finally decided to awaken. Wang Chen clapped his hands in celebration. Do you remember that cow? Of course. What about it? Chen Pai nodded vigorously, recalling their agreement to deal with Zhou Daniu in exchange for a magical artifact. He's here. You need to help me deal with him. All right. No problem. Chen Pai sprang up, moving with remarkable agility as he donned his newly purchased Taoist robes, exuding confidence as he stepped outside. Zhou Daniu, recognizing Chen Pai, was halted at the entrance of the inn. Brother, wait. Chen Pai adjusted his hat. Zhou Daniu regarded Chen Pai with suspicion. This Taoist seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered him before. What is it? I haven't offended any of you Taoists. Zhou Daniu began coldly. That's not it. You've misunderstood. I simply wish to invite you for a cup of tea, Chen Pai said, guiding Zhou Daniu to a nearby sofa. Zhou Daniu appeared perplexed. He had intended to check on Wang Chen's progress in cultivation. I have matters to attend to. Brother Zhou, to be frank, I wish to discuss something with you. Chen Pai persisted. Ah, you even know my surname? Zhou Daniu's demeanor softened considerably. Perhaps this was a friend of a friend. What is it that you wish to discuss? Have you been searching for the secret realm recently? Zhou Daniu's eyes brightened at the question. Indeed. I too have been on the quest for this secret realm and have gathered some insights. Perhaps we could have a fruitful discussion. Chen Pai proposed enthusiastically. Excellent. Zhou Daniu's spirits soared. He had encountered a benefactor at just the right moment. I can always seek revenge on Wang Chen later. Boss, reserve a room for us. A large one. Zhou Daniu asserted, pulling out a hefty wad of red bills. Money was no object. Discretion regarding the secret realm was paramount. A spacious room over 100 square meters was rented for the day, and Zhou Daniu reveled in his good fortune. Brother, I'm happy to discuss the secret realm with you, but I have a condition. Speak. Zhou Daniu replied nonchalantly, appearing ready to acquiesce to any request. Do you recall the mortal you challenged to a duel a month ago on Kunlun Mountain? Could you do me the favor of sparing him? Chen Pai said cheerfully, convinced Zhou Daniu would be amenable. However, Zhou Daniu's expression shifted instantly to one of grave seriousness. Absolutely not. Chapter 37. Negotiation regardless of the circumstances. Not a single individual acquainted with Wang Chen can be deemed virtuous. That rascal is so despicable that anyone who engages in conversation with him must surely share his ilk. Like attracts like, and people are drawn to their own kind. Ever since Chun Pai mentioned Wang Chun, Zhou Daniu's impression of him plummeted dramatically. That's not it, Brother Zhou. You have gravely misunderstood. I am not his accomplice, merely an ordinary friend. Friend? Humph. Then why have you sought me out? Zhou Daniu scoffed, exhaling audibly through his nostrils. Brother Zhou, you are being rather petty. It is merely a piece of clothing. Must you be so contentious over such a trivial matter? Chun Pai, in a bid to placate him, poured a glass of water for Zhou Daniu. Zhou Daniu, seated at the edge of the bed, remained silent. A simple glass of water was insufficient to quell his desire for violence. Brother Zhou, the matter of the secret realm holds great significance. It is truly unnecessary to jeopardize our grand collaboration over such a minor issue. Chun Pai adopted the demeanor of a psychological counselor. The emergence of this secret realm marks the first since the resurgence of spiritual energy. Many will surely venture forth, seeking treasures within. Formidable strength will be required. If we join forces, we could be unstoppable. What say you, Brother Zhou? Might you reconsider? Chun Pai, brimming with confidence, believed that Zhou Daniu's silence indicated contemplation. Impossible, Zhou Daniu declared, his tone unequivocal. In truth, he had been pondering how to subdue this Taoist and extract some interest first. Brother Zhou, do you truly wish to proceed in this manner? It is merely a piece of clothing, a loss far outweighing the gain, Chun Pai lamented. In my eyes, this is a matter of principle. One thing must remain distinct from another. Zhou Daniu ground his teeth, his anger escalating. The thought of losing a tuft of chest hair felt akin to disfigurement, intolerable and unacceptable. Could it be that this piece of clothing holds tremendous importance? You are being unreasonable. Brother Zhou, grant me a favor and spare him. I can guide you to the secret realm's vicinity with absolute precision, not a single deviation. Chun Pai thumped his chest in assurance. I, Chun Pai, have always been a man of my word. I have never uttered a falsehood in my life. And my reputation in our line of work is impeccable. You may inquire if you wish. What use is your reputation to me? Zhou Daniu retorted, his expression indifferent. You are going too far, Zhou Daniu. No wonder people say that those who toil like oxen possess stubborn minds. Chun Pai's ire flared. After all, it was just a tattered piece of clothing. Was it truly worth such a fuss? Did he wish to miss out on the latest information about the secret realm? Chun Pai contemplated storming out, realizing that negotiating with this bull-headed man was akin to wrestling with a rock. He had initially thought it was merely an inconsequential piece of clothing and an inexperienced youth, only to encounter a brazenly obstinate individual. Humph, you think you can leave? Zhou Daniu rose from the bed and promptly blocked the doorway with his imposing figure. Oh, do you wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with me? Chun Pai retreated a few steps, his voice trembling. At over 2 meters tall, I would prefer to avoid unnecessary conflict. Chun Pai was not inherently combative, and his bravado often manifested only in vehement speech. Both of them had begun their cultivation before the resurgence of spiritual energy, and their ages and strengths were comparable. Humph. Since you are a friend of Wang Chun, I shall extract a bit of interest from you first. Zhou Daniu began to smirk. His thoughts clouded with irritation every time he recalled Wang Chun. Impudent. Do you know who I am? Chun Pai felt a sense of foreboding, stepping back significantly as he conjured a longsword from thin air. I care not who you are. I simply wish to collect some interest first. Zhou Daniu was resolute. Advancing with a grin that grew broader, his spirit lifted at the prospect of venting his frustrations. Enough. Retreat at once. I am a disciple of the celestial master. If you dare lay a hand on me, the village of cattle shall be reduced to ashes. Chun Pai's expression turned grave as he issued various threats. Ha ha. A disciple of the celestial master? You must be dreaming. I am the celestial master's elder. Zhou Daniu showed no fear, striding forward, cracking his knuckles in preparation for a confrontation with Chun Pai. Chun Pai felt bewildered, as if a scholar had unexpectedly encountered a soldier. Could he not defeat Zhou Daniu? Unclear, for their realms were similar. It was only that he felt intimidated by Zhou Daniu's imposing stature, a member of the Bull clan, undoubtedly strong. Brother Zhou, engaging in combat with me is unwise. Perhaps you could exit through the door, turn left, and descend the stairs? The place I mentioned earlier is the 3rd floor of the building across the street. Wang Chun resides in room 301. Chun Pai, the Taoist, had yielded. No. I must first extract some interest, and I shall settle the score with him later. Zhou Daniu chuckled foolishly. But what if he does not cultivate? Chun Pai pointed out an overlooked possibility. No, he will undoubtedly cultivate. If he were to seize my exceptional foundation and not cultivate, I would seek you out for vengeance daily. Zhou Dania clenched his teeth at the mere thought of Wang Qin. Chen Pai was left speechless. What absurd reasoning was this? Why seek him out instead of Wang Qin? Brother Zhou, you cannot be so unreasonable. Cattle must be kind. Chen Pai, with no retreat left, held the sword before his chest. You cannot disregard reason in this manner. I have come to negotiate. Should you refuse my terms, you ought to allow me to leave. Those of the Bull clan are known for their lack of reason. Do you dare to challenge me? Zhou Daniu's unruly demeanor was infuriating Chen Pai to the brink of explosion. Reflecting on Wang Qin, could it be that he had been ensnared from the very beginning? It felt as though he had dug a pit for himself to leap into, and he was distraught over how easily he had acquiesced, suffering a grave loss. Zhou Dania was unmistakably a large, obstinate brute. How had Wang Qin managed to strip him of his clothing? It was an enigma that eluded comprehension. Let me pass. We can schedule a rematch another day. This space is too cramped to unleash our full might. Nonsense. If something is broken, I shall compensate. Zhou Dania took 3 strides towards Chen Pai, his massive hand reaching out to grasp him. Chen Pai raised his sword in defense. But it was merely a mundane iron sword, not a magical artifact. Zhou Daniu crumpled it like paper with a single hand. I shall fight you. Chen Pai, having forged that iron sword for many years, now saw it rendered useless, filling him with an overwhelming sense of hatred towards Zhou Daniu. This was Chen Pai's first experience of combat since his cultivation began, and the loss of his treasured weapon drove him to madness. Regardless of Zhou Daniu's size, Chen Pai crouched down, grasped Zhou Daniu's massive leg, and lifted him with all his might, intending to slam him to the ground. After 10 years of cultivation, Chen Pai had amassed considerable strength, easily lifting a weight of 300 pounds. Chapter 38. The failed negotiation. Zhou Daniu was forcefully thrown to the ground with a resounding crash, causing the furniture in the room to tremble. The impact of a body weighing over 300 pounds hitting the floor was immense, and although Zhou Daniu was protected by his magical powers, he was still caught off guard. Initially, Chen Pai was fuming with rage, but after throwing Zhou Daniu down, he swiftly attempted to flee the room like a startled grasshopper. It would be foolish to engage in combat with him. That fall, while severe, was not enough to incapacitate a practitioner. Chen Pai had already assessed their respective strengths and knew that a confrontation would only lead to his disadvantage, primarily due to their differing natures. It was akin to a duel between a young calf and a child, with the odds distinctly unfavorable. While spellcasting might yield comparable results, the combination of magic and physical prowess rendered the outcome uncertain. Why run? Why not? It's merely an iron sword. If it breaks, so be it. Though his heart ached, he knew he had to escape. However, he was unprepared for Zhou Daniu's sudden burst of speed. In an instant, Zhou leaped forward, causing Chen Pai to lose grip on his hat, which flew away, leaving Chen Pai's round face exposed and flustered. Zhou Daniu seized the hat, deeming it useless, and tossed it behind him as he lunged at Chen Pai once more. Chen Pai could relinquish the hat to secure his escape. I, the foremost disciple of the Celestial Master, shall not be intimidated by a mere imp. Chen Pai declared resolutely. In order to protect Wang Qin from your harm, let us duel. Zhou Daniu was taken aback, bewildered by the audacity of this hefty fool. Chen Pai had evidently decided against fleeing, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. As anticipated, the reality was not far from conjecture. Chen Pai was clearly at a disadvantage in their clash. Grasping Zhou Daniu's thigh, he attempted to throw him once more, yet Zhou's magical strength, combined with his own mass, anchored him firmly to the ground. Chen Pai's weight, which was nearly double Zhou's, sent him crashing against the wall. The impact reverberated throughout the room, leaving it in disarray. Let go. You're ruining my clothes. Chen Pai screamed, thrashing in vain as Zhou Daniu overpowered him. Zhou pinned Chen Pai onto the bed, beginning to tear off his new Taoist robe. Despite Chen Pai's frantic resistance, Zhou Daniu succeeded in stripping him of his garment. Zhou pressed down on Chen Pai, whose face was now bruised and battered. Humph. A little interest collected. Zhou tossed the robe aside, firmly pinning Chen Pai's hands to the floor. What are you doing? Chen Pai cried out, sounding like a slaughtered pig. Zhou placed his hand on Chen Pai's chest, feeling the goosebumps rise. Hey, you have no chest hair, Zhou exclaimed suddenly. Chen Pai was bewildered, questioning the relevance of chest hair to the situation. With his clothing stripped away, what more did Zhou want? I warn you. I've relinquished my clothes and paid my dues. Let me go at once. Chen Pai shouted in a mix of shame and fury. Not a chance. Since you lack chest hair, let us pluck some underarm hair instead. Zhou's words sent a shiver down Chen Pai's spine, his face flushing red at the indignity. The room echoed with Chen Pai's anguished cries. His expression was a blend of humiliation and rage as he could do nothing but endure Sho's torment. The pain of having his underarm hair forcibly removed was excruciating, and all Shinpai wanted was to retaliate against Joe Daniel. "What are you doing?" "I won't let this slide." "Humph, collecting interest. That brat previously took a tuft of my chest hair," Joe declared with pride. "What? Your chest hair?" Shinpai was taken aback, realizing Wang Chen had never mentioned this to him. How could someone be so devious? Had he known sooner, he would never have come here. Stripping away someone's clothing was tea enough. He had also plucked their chest hair. What had Wang Chen done to offend Joe? Shinpai could never fathom it. Regardless, his own underarm hair was completely gone. Despite his futile struggles, the bed was a mess, and the room was in chaos. A few minutes later, Shinpai donned his Taoist hat, bare-chested as he exited the room, his expression dark. He touched his underarm, feeling the bare skin and the lingering pain. "Wang Chen, just wait. I merely left you to sleep in a tree for 2 days, and now I find myself trapped in Zhou Daniel's snare. The grievance of my underarm hair shall not be forgotten." With a heart full of resentment, Shinpai resolved to remember this slight. Zhou Daniel flipped open his hat. Producing a small notebook from thin air, he jotted down, "Date, underarm hair plucked, Zhou Daniel is a scoundrel." This little notebook was thick, filled to the brim with grievances. Shinpai felt as though his life had lost all meaning. The thought of revenge against Zhou Daniel crossed his mind, even contemplating despairing measures. "Just you wait. Once I complete my exploration of the secret realm and enhance my strength, I shall unleash my magical prowess upon you." As Shinpai left the inn, he noticed the disarray of his clothes. Didn't he just check into a room with a sturdy man? He seethed internally, wishing he could slap Zhou Daniel into submission. However, surrounded by a bustling street filled with onlookers, he could only choose to ignore them. Ah, that person has quite an impressive physique. Enduring the scrutiny of various gazes, Shinpai's face burned with embarrassment as he hurried through the street. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed as Wang Chen opened the door. Greeted by the sight of an unclothed, bruised Zhou Daniel standing outside. Just moments ago, while engrossed in his phone, he had received numerous notifications from Shinpai. Completely unaware of the chaos that had unfolded. "Humph, this is all you're doing," Shinpai snapped, pushing past Wang Chen to find something to wear. Wang Chen noticed as Shinpai dressed that his underarm hair was gone, and the skin beneath appeared red. "Hey, Shinpai, where did your underarm hair go?" Wang Chen asked, intrigued. Shinpai paused mid-motion, his expression darkening further. "How dare you ask me that?" Yet, he could not voice the humiliation. It was too degrading. Having lost his clothing was one thing, but losing his underarm hair was another. If Wang Chen were to discover this, he would undoubtedly face endless ridicule. Despite his intense resentment toward Wang Chen, he had initially promised to negotiate. Chapter 39. The Secret Realm. Shinpai felt as though he had bitten down on a rock and swallowed it whole. Just moments ago, he had been pondering how to deal with Wang Chen, only to remember that he had initially agreed with an expression of delight. Delight? What a farce that was. Shinpai felt tears welling up, but he could not cry. His face bore the unmistakable mark of grievance, having changed into a new Taoist robe. He caught a glimpse of his battered visage in the mirror and promptly flipped it over in frustration. How I yearned to shatter this mirror. If only it wouldn't cost me to replace it, I would have no qualms about doing so. Staring at the grotesque reflection of a man who resembled neither human nor ghost, he longed for a new facade. At that moment, he envied those unscathed, ordinary folks, blissfully unaware of their fortune. Turning around, he saw Wang Chen regarding him with amusement, which only deepened Shinpai's inner turmoil. With a disdainful snort and a flick of his collar, he strode past Wang Chen, determined to visit the hospital for a bandage and then indulge in a hearty meal to soothe his troubled heart. Onward. We must ascend the mountain once more and discover the location of the secret realm, Shinpai declared, retrieving a small compass from beneath his Taoist hat. He set off with a fervor that suggested he had been spurred by some unseen force. Shinpai, what is wrong? Have you been drinking? Wang Chen inquired. Certainly not. I am as spirited as ever. We shall unearth the secret realm and seize our fortune, Shinpai urged, pulling Wang Chen along briskly up the mountain. Today, he was particularly industrious, showing no signs of fatigue, reciting incantations as he attuned himself to the faint aura emanating from the secret realm. Wang Chen, intrigued by Shinpai's rare seriousness, followed quietly behind. Wait, we've taken a wrong turn, Shinpai chuckled, changing direction. Wang Chen trailed behind, carrying a backpack, initially silent. But after several missteps as Shinpai declared they had strayed off course, his patience wore thin. When Wang Chen's expression darkened, Shinpai finally halted before a small hill. roughly 10 meters high and over 30 meters wide. This hill appeared unremarkable, resembling a mere mound of earth or a Mongolian yurt, lacking any extraordinary features. Such small hills were abundant in the mountains. This hill is undoubtedly the one, Chen-Pai proclaimed, his demeanor serious, as if anyone who dared to disagree was questioning his judgment, an act that would bear grave consequences. Wang Chen approached the hill skeptically, probing it with his hands and extracting a small amount of soil with a shovel from his backpack. He felt nothing extraordinary, the aura of the secret realm having grown weaker since being brought here. However, Chen-Pai's rare earnestness and resolute expression compelled him to entertain a flicker of belief. The little compass, adorned with complex symbols incomprehensible to Wang Chen, had a single needle that now pointed directly at the small hill. Chen-Pai moved to the other side, and the needle realigned itself once more, consistently indicating the same spot. After several repeated tests, Chen-Pai's confidence grew stronger. Now, Wang Chen was half convinced, albeit skeptical due to Chen-Pai's previous unreliability. Who would have imagined that this portly fellow, after being beaten, would lead them astray multiple times, even to the point of endangering himself? Just wait, Zhou Dainiu, Chen-Pai declared as he rolled up his sleeves, both hands eagerly digging into the mound. Wang Chen observed Chen-Pai's slightly deranged demeanor, unable to fathom what transpired during the negotiations that could have transformed Chen-Pai's usual lethargy into such fervor. Is this fellow a fool? He has a shovel yet insists on digging with his hands? Pai Dan remarked, watching with amusement as Chen-Pai enthusiastically excavated the soil. Wang Chen said nothing, sitting beneath a tree, sipping water and munching on bread and fruit as he watched Chen-Pai toil. After half an hour, he finally approached with the shovel. Here is the shovel, he called. Chen-Pai's head snapped up. You have a shovel? You mean to say you had one all along? After I've labored to dig half a meter of soil with my bare hands, you choose now to tell me? How I long to smack you. Was it amusing watching me look like a fool? With a huff, Chen-Pai accepted the shovel and plunged into the half-meter wide hole, tossing small clumps of earth aside as though he were a small creature burrowing a nest. Chen-Pai did not ask for assistance, and Wang Chen, unsure how to help, continued to observe. This is exhausting. You dig, Chen-Pai finally gasped, emerging from the hole, his face entirely covered in dirt. Wang Chen took the shovel, witnessing Chen-Pai produce a bottle of mineral water from under his hat to wash his face, leaving him utterly bewildered. How could this hat, which he remembered being empty when Chen-Pai placed it beside his pillow, contain such treasures? Was it possible that this hat held some profound secrets? Wang Chen grew increasingly curious about the hat, which seemed to perform magic tricks by producing items at will. Why are you staring? Get to digging, Chen-Pai demanded, tucking the hat away as if trying to conceal a great secret. Wang Chen said nothing, crawling back into the hole. He had become quite adept at digging, and after an hour, he emerged, ready to switch roles with Chen-Pai. However, it was not long before Chen-Pai's frustrated shouts echoed from within the hole. You wretched Wang Chen, come here. What is the matter? Wang Chen asked, approaching and shining a flashlight into the hole, only to glimpse two legs protruding from the earth. What on earth did you do to make the hole so small? I'm barely squeezing in here. I'm slim. Wang Chen chuckled. You find this amusing? Hurry. Pull me out. I'm going to suffocate. Chen-Pai's calligraphy talismans floated to the hole's entrance, indicating he was using them to communicate. Wang Chen burst into laughter, exerting considerable effort to pull Chen-Pai from the hole. Once free, Chen-Pai shot Wang Chen a glare, gasping for fresh air. Expand the hole. We are almost there. Chen-Pai huffed, tossing the shovel to Wang Chen. Wang Chen, unable to suppress a smirk, grabbed the shovel and crawled back into the hole. 5 minutes later, Wang Chen sensed that he had struck something significant. The shovel broke with a snap. Before him appeared a source of light, which puzzled him. Logically, he shouldn't have reached the other side yet. How could there be a light source? Chen-Pai, come take a look. I've uncovered a light source, Wang Chen exclaimed as he clambered out. Upon hearing this, Chen-Pai hurried to the other end, confirming that they had not breached through. With a look of elation, he tightly grasped his compass, filled with hope as he crawled into the hole. Chapter 40. The entrance to the secret realm after much effort. Chen-Pai nearly got stuck again, prompting him to dig for another half an hour. Eventually, he arrived at the spot where Wang Chen had previously seen the source of light. It resembled a small window, through which beams of light streamed in, illuminating the cave with remarkable clarity. Looking through this source of light, he beheld a miniature world, teeming with grass and trees, and even glimpsed birds soaring in the sky. It was a vibrant realm, almost indistinguishable from reality, leading Chen-Pai to question whether he had truly broken through. As it turned out, he had not. When he reached out to touch this luminous world, he was met with an invisible barrier, a virtual wall that thwarted the intrusion of any living being or object. Elated, Shenpai thought to himself that the ancients had indeed not deceived him. There was indeed a secret realm waiting to be unveiled in this age of rejuvenated spiritual energy. From his hat, Shenpai produced a small knife, meticulously etching symbols into the invisible wall. His concentration was palpable, and the task seemed to drain his mental energy. Beads of sweat cascaded down his chubby face, splattering onto the earth as he deftly maneuvered the small dagger. At last, a breach was created, a gap measuring over a meter wide. Shenpai extended the dagger into the opening and confirmed that it could indeed pass through. His face lit up with joy. He felt as though he had discovered the very essence of life. Like a worm, he wriggled his way out, and upon emerging, he eagerly gulped down water, his face betraying an uncontainable delight. Wangchen, we've done it. It truly is a secret realm. Let us quickly gather provisions and venture inside. After quenching his thirst, Shenpai sought out several large leaves, disregarding whether Wangchen was even aware of his actions, and grabbed his wrist, urging him to hurry down the mountain to buy supplies. Entering the secret realm while famished was simply not an option. Together, they made their way to the market. Shenpai displayed an extravagant spirit, particularly when it came to food, pushing a cart through the marketplace and tossing in whatever caught his eye. Embodying the essence of a wealthy patron, it was hard to reconcile this carefree demeanor with the pained expression he wore when parting with money for someone else. They filled 3 large carts. Wangchen pushed one while Shenpai pulled another. To an outsider, they might have appeared to be wholesalers or employees of the marketplace, preparing to restock goods. Their carts brimmed with various meats, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, amounting to several pounds each. Wangchen benefited from Shenpai's generosity as he covered the expenses. By now, there was no need for pretense. Hiding food would only expose their hats. Shenpai was aware that Wangchen possessed treasures. And since they had already divulged their secrets to one another, a bond of camaraderie persisted. After securing their provisions, Shenpai donned his hat with great care, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Let us proceed to the secret realm. This time, we must break through and deal with Shodanyo. At that moment, many had gathered upon Kunlun Mountain, among them a youth with blue hair and sky-blue eyes. Standing still, he exuded an aura of tranquility. Though his image was somewhat marred by the fact that he was also digging in the earth, situated over 10,000 meters away from Wangchen. The young man's face bore a look of grievance as he laboriously dug, his movements clumsy and unfamiliar, reminiscent of a child overwhelmed by hardship yearning for maternal comfort. Today, the energy surrounding the area was particularly potent. Some had already ventured into the secret realm before Shenpai. The intensity of this energy grew stronger each day, suggesting that in the coming months, even more would discover this hidden domain. Even someone like Wangchen, who had a faint perception of spiritual energy, would eventually trace the aura to the secret realm after just over a month. Perched atop, Shodanyo was a diminutive figure, cloaked in gray, exuding an air of confidence as they searched for the secret realm's entrance. A hunchback child, no more than 10 years old, toiled away at the soil with remarkable skill and determination. Why dig? Because brute force was futile. Remembering Wangchen's earlier encounter with the shovel, they knew that the more aggressive their approach, the more the barrier would rebound fiercely. A direct assault could very well send them to meet the king of hell prematurely. Many had heard whispers of this secret realm, diligently excavating the earth in hopes of discovering its entrance. They had initially envisioned a grand door appearing before them as they walked, perhaps believing that the Kunlun Mountains housed a wormhole. Yet none anticipated that the entrance lay buried beneath the soil. A cadre of cultivators lay prostrate, digging into the ground, a commendable sight, grounded in reality. Shenpai and Wangchen returned to the entrance of the secret realm, brushing aside the leaves. Shenpai adjusted his hat and, like a small insect, wriggled his way inside, his ample backside shaking as he moved. Shenpai was the first to crawl in. Wangchen hesitated, waiting a while before he too crouched down and followed suit, unwilling to witness Shenpai's rear end traversing the narrow path, lest it haunt him in dreams later. Shenpai was filled with excitement, his entire being invigorated as if he had been injected with adrenaline. At last, he caught sight of light ahead. A beacon of hope, the hope of confronting Shodanyo. He gingerly moved forward, starting to immerse himself into the secret realm. What greeted him was a hazy vision. The entire world appeared chaotic, characteristic of the interior of a magical array. Unless he stepped completely outside the formation, this disarray would persist. Shenpai had previously received this information from seasoned sages, and he had warned Wangchen, who had laughed at those too timid to take a step further. Despite being on the cusp of success, without fear, Shenpai pressed on, resolute and steadfast, extending his hands in search of something to grasp. Where am I? He could find no leverage, and as he moved forward a little more, he reached out, but still found nothing. A little further, just a little further. Suddenly, a startled yelp escaped Chun-Pai as he lost his balance, toppling head over heels. He fell out of the magical array, screaming in terror. Help! Help! He found himself suspended in midair, over 10 meters high. In that moment, he cursed the designer of this trap. How could one fail to breach the formation, yet still suffer this fate? Who in their right mind would position the entrance high above the ground? Did they think their ancestors were birds? Designer, I wish to desecrate your ancestors' graves. Chun-Pai cried out, his eyes wide in horror, holding in a surge of inner energy as he plummeted from the sky, yelling in desperation. Seconds later, he crashed to the ground, fortunate that his head was resilient enough to withstand the impact, leaving a crater in the earth. Chapter 41. A fall for every bottom. Chun-Pai took a moment to calm his emotions. Fortunately, he was currently impervious to harm, with spiritual energy coursing throughout his body, akin to a protective shield enveloping his skin. Otherwise, that fall would have surely resulted in dire consequences. He had not yet exhausted his time on this earth and had deep-seated grievances to avenge, particularly the humiliation of having his armpit hair forcibly removed by Zhou Daniel. Such disgrace was unparalleled. He had never felt so mortified. The memory of the onlooker's skeptical gazes only fueled his determination further. Little did he anticipate that his first foray into the secret realm would lead to such a predicament orchestrated by the designer. He wondered how others fared. Had anyone suffered grievous injuries? After resting for a moment with his hands on his head, he acknowledged the dull pain from the imprint left on the ground. A reminder of the fall, which was notably deep. Before him lay a sprawling forest, a vast expanse teeming with flora, the dimensions of which were unknown. The very shape of this place eluded him. It felt as though he had entered a miniature world detached from Earth. He pondered whether this realm resided in another dimension and where exactly he had been transported, unable to fathom the light years separating him from his home planet. Those who have cultivated the way possess a far deeper understanding of the world than ordinary individuals. They are acutely aware of the existence of other life forms. Chun-Pai contemplated the nature of this secret realm and its potential dangers, but soon grew weary of such thoughts. He decided to set up a cooking pot and prepare a meal. As he sat in place, various cooking utensils materialized in his hands as if by magic. This was the convenience of a spatial artifact. With a beaming expression, Chun-Pai retrieved his treasures. This area was a perfect clearing, abundant with fuel sources like branches and other necessities. Everything one could desire was at hand. Timing and circumstance favored him. He had entered the secret realm long before Wang Chun, who was still struggling to crawl forward, progressing at a painfully slow pace. The path from the entrance to the secret realm measured over 10 meters, and crawling would take some time, but there was no rush. As Wang Chun crawled, he finally reached the barrier. Though Chun-Pai had passed through first, the memory of the small dagger's fate sent chills down his spine. Surely Chun-Pai had not gotten caught in the barrier? Wang Chun mused, cautiously moving forward. If he couldn't find a point of leverage, he might end up falling headfirst. He halted his progress, opting instead to backtrack slowly, attempting a different position with his feet leading the way, a strategy that was undoubtedly more challenging yet safer. This time, it took Wang Chun over 10 minutes to crawl back to where he had been before. He raised his head slightly, noticing the light source was within reach, his feet already having crossed the threshold. Meanwhile, Chun-Pai remained engrossed in rummaging through his belongings, blissfully unaware that a pair of feet had emerged from the 10-meter-high void above him. The feet flailed about, searching blindly like a lost soul, but alas, they encountered nothing. After much effort, Wang Chun managed to cling to the entrance, gritting his teeth in preparation to leap down. If he did not let go, he would never glimpse this world. His vision was engulfed in chaos. With a deep breath, Wang Chun resolved to take the plunge, reasoning that Chun-Pai was before him and should not meet a fatal end. Finally, he spread his arms wide. The brightness was blinding, suggesting it was noon. Yet something felt off. His body was plummeting at breakneck speed. It took only a moment for his eyes to adjust. Instinctively, all the hairs on his body stood on end. He was indeed 10 meters high, just as Chun-Pai had been, who designed such a perilous entrance. Wang Chun cursed under his breath, his heart sinking as he saw the ripples still dancing in the air where he had emerged. As his body fell rapidly, he had no time to ponder further. His singular thought was to survive. It would be a disgrace for a cultivator to perish or sustain severe injuries upon entering the secret realm. What would he tell his descendants? That he battled a mutated tiger for 3 days and nights, emerging victorious but crippled? Or would he recount how he diligently dug to find the entrance, jubilantly prepared provisions, only to break a leg or an arm upon entry, leading to an abrupt end of his tale? Absolutely not. Wang Qin vehemently shook his head in midair, channeling all his spiritual energy to protect his feet and rear, bracing for a hard landing. Suddenly, a loud yelp pierced the air like a thunderclap. Chenpai, with a skewer of bamboo sticks in hand, felt a jolt of fear. He had forgotten one crucial detail: Wang Qin had yet to enter, and the entrance was directly above him. With a swift motion, Chenpai raised his head, channeling his magical energy to shield himself, only to be met with an alarming sight: a bottom descending upon him. Crack! The sound echoed as Chenpai's neck snapped forward, his head plunging into the earth, half of his face now embedded in the soil. Wang Qin opened his eyes. Was he unharmed? He found himself seated upon something soft. Could the soil here be so yielding? He felt below, confirming its softness, and then glanced back to see Chenpai. Chenpai, are you all right? Wang Qin exclaimed, frantically pulling him from the earth. At that moment, Chenpai lay with closed eyes. Had he truly been knocked unconscious? The last thought that crossed Chenpai's mind before losing consciousness was, "You are impressive. My protective magic couldn't withstand your fall." Chenpai, are you all right? Wake up. Wang Qin shook Chenpai vigorously, reminiscent of a game controller, before finally checking for a pulse. To his relief, it pulsed steadily. Wang Qin feared that he might have inadvertently caused his partner's demise, and if word got out, who would ever want to collaborate with him again? Chapter 42. A resounding slap. Once Wang Qin confirmed that Chenpai would not perish, he unceremoniously cast him aside, clearing his throat awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. How would he explain it when Chenpai regained consciousness? Would he say, "You were rendered unconscious by my weight"? Imagining Chenpai suddenly unleashing all his hidden skills in a furious attempt to retaliate, Wang Qin knew that while he could endure blows and insults, being sat upon was a humiliation too far. With a heavy heart, he proceeded to gather branches, preparing for a meal while also surveying the basic conditions of this mysterious realm. The forest was thick with ancient trees, emanating an air of antiquity. Some trunks were so large that it would require 8 or 9 people to encircle them. Their branches were decayed, leaving Wang Qin unable to discern their true age, which could well exceed several years. Touching these banners, he sensed a peculiar energy emanating from them. Could they be magical artifacts? Crouching down, he began to dig with a small shovel, excavating nearly 2 meters without reaching the bottom, leaving him bewildered about how deeply the banner was embedded. With a furrowed brow, he continued digging, only to find himself in a stalemate. Despite having excavated 7 meters, the banner remained stubbornly rooted. It seemed to have activated a self-protective mechanism. As any attempt to touch it resulted in a powerful rebound, the force determined by one's strength. Reluctantly, he abandoned his efforts, suspecting that the object might be anchored deep within the Earth's core, rendering his labor futile. The return journey took him another half-hour, and upon reaching the clearing, he spotted a plump figure with his head tilted, busily stacking firewood. Confusion swirled in his mind. He could hardly recall the events that led to this moment, only remembering a sharp scream followed by an unsettling blankness. "Did you fall?" Wang Qin asked with a serious demeanor. "I fell myself?" Chenpai replied, recalling that he had indeed tumbled from the entrance, yet he had no memory of hitting his neck. "It must have been your fault," Wang Qin asserted. "Look at the ground. There's an imprint of your face." Tilting his head, Chenpai felt as if the world were at a 45-degree angle. Bewildered, he began slicing beef with a knife. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt. "Wang Qin, I think something struck my head. Could it possibly have been a wild beast?" Wang Qin, busy adding wood to the fire, suddenly brightened. "Ah, that makes sense. When I went out to gather firewood, I encountered a leopard. Ahem, that must have been a bobcat, as leopards do not dwell in forests," he replied with a bashful smile, satisfied that there were indeed wild creatures around. They both concluded that the injury was undoubtedly inflicted by a beast. "Humph, once I capture that creature, I shall skin it and make a fine stew," Chenpai declared vehemently, the knife striking the cutting board with a resounding thud. The pain in his neck was unbearable, and he could hardly fathom the frustration of working with his head tilted for hours. Wang Qin's mind buzzed with thoughts of the points he had contributed, each worth over 500. Such a profound grudge? A shiver coursed through him at the thought of having to chop the meat so mercilessly. "Aren't you a monk? Shouldn't you be filled with compassion?" "Nonsense. I eat all manner of meat," Chenpai retorted, neatly placing the sliced beef into a basket while continuing to skewer it with a stick. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air, sending his hat flying and causing him to tumble to the ground, his face pressed against the earth, momentarily dazed. "Chenpai, are you all right?" Wang Chen inquired anxiously. "Fine." Chenpai replied, his face still on the ground, extending a hand in a gesture that indicated he wished to be left undisturbed. At that moment, Wang Chen's mind registered the immense points associated with Chenpai 7 to 801 go. "Chenpai, I didn't control my strength well. I understand, after all. I was merely assisting you. But please, do give a warning next time." After several minutes, Chenpai managed to rise, his neck feeling better, although blood trickled from his nose. "All right. After a night's rest, we shall venture deeper into the secret realm." As he stuffed 2 white tissues into his nostrils, he began tidying their sleeping area. Both men had sleeping bags, and the long night passed swiftly in slumber. At dawn, they began packing their pots and pans, placing them all into the hat of the Taoist priest. Fortunately, he had forgotten that it was Wang Chun who had caused the earlier incident. Otherwise, he might have sought vengeance on behalf of Zhou Dinyo as well. As they continued on their journey, Chenpai, with a scarf tied around his head reminiscent of ancient maidens who adorned themselves to conceal their unrivaled beauty, presented an amusing sight. However, he was hardly a damsel. First, he had 2 large tissues stuffed in his nostrils, and second, a bright red handprint adorned his face. After walking a mile, Chenpai spotted another banner, his expression instantly shifting to one of mischief as he scampered towards it. Yet, the ground around the banner was a vast pit, leaving him no place to stand and examine it. Who would go so far as to uproot a banner? He mused, peering into the deep hole with a series of clicks. Wang Chen nearly kicked him into the pit but maintained a cheerful smile, unwilling to admit that he had dug it or that he had rendered Chenpai unconscious with his weight. After walking another mile, Chenpai discovered another banner, this one accessible without a pit surrounding it. He scrutinized it closely, even taking out a microscope. "Kunlun banner?" His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wang Chen, do you have a saw? Lend it to me." The Kunlun banners, it was said, each possessed immense power. When 33 were gathered together, they would summon the unfathomable might of a divine tortoise, a force to be reckoned with. Chenpai had not recognized the previous banner. Otherwise, he would have surely attempted to dig deeper. "Ugh," Wang Chen groaned, his expression darkening. Just moments ago, this rotund fellow had earnestly criticized the state of society. And now he was begging for a saw. If I had a saw, why would I have dug so deep in the first place? Chapter 43, The Kunlun Banner. No. Wang Chen replied nonchalantly. He almost confronted the stout man, wondering why he had not brought his own. The two exchanged disdainful glances as they continued their journey. The multitude of banners along the path began to sow doubt in Chenpai's mind. He questioned the authenticity of these flags, having counted no fewer than 33. Could they truly represent the Kunlun banner? This seemed implausible. He casually retrieved a bamboo slip from the Taoist hat. In this era, who still utilized bamboo slips? This artifact seemed to hail from an age long past. Wang Chun leaned closer, yet he could decipher not a single character inscribed upon it, not even resembling oracle bone script. The illustrations on the banners indeed depicted the Kunlun imagery. The legend of the Kunlun banner states that it was a distinctive flag erected on Kunlun Mountain during its existence. Once the mountain vanished, so too did the flag. Is the Kunlun Mountain of today genuinely the fabled Kunlun? It is not. It is merely the culturally transformed version that people now perceive as Kunlun, while the true Kunlun's whereabouts remain a mystery. For over 2 millennia, Kunlun Mountain has transitioned into mere myth, unseen and seemingly concealed by design. Ancient mountains were once visible to all, yet Kunlun has slipped from the realm of existence. Many speculate that Kunlun Mountain is actually Xiqing Mountain in Yangcheng, as certain features align, yet they overlook a critical detail: the ancient text Yugong records that during the Great Yu's flood control efforts, he traversed the mountains from west to east, guiding rivers and navigating through the mountain ranges, including Xiqing, Huanggu, Taihang, and Hengshan, as well as Jieshe. Xiqing Mountain had documented references in antiquity. How could it possibly be the Kunlun? Subsequent generations have designated the mountain range in Qinghai as the Kunlun Mountains. Yet this is merely a designation. The true Kunlun Mountain remains elusive within this range, and no one has been able to pinpoint its exact location according to the ancient texts, rendering its existence profoundly ambiguous. Whenever one embarks on a journey, claiming to visit Kunlun Mountain, all affirm its greatness, yet none can ascertain whether they truly tread upon the authentic Kunlun. It is the progenitor of all mountains, the cradle of Chinese civilization, and the royal capital of the cultural ancestor Fuxi, yet today, its precise location remains uncertain, and we cannot locate the birthplace of our civilization. However, individuals like Pai Dan might possess some knowledge about it. Chenpai, it seems, is also aware that the Kunlun mountain range can only indicate the general vicinity of the legendary mountain, while the actual Kunlun, towering thousands of fathoms high, distinguished as the celestial pillar, has long been shrouded in secrecy during the Age of Decline. The powers of deities can effortlessly obscure elements from history, erasing them entirely, while you, an ordinary human devoid of magical prowess, may only uncover these secrets upon achieving a comparable height. Gazing at the Kunlun banner, Chenpai felt an envious longing. Yet it remained unattainable. The ancient mythical treasures of Kunlun Mountain lay before him, yet he could not seize them. This secret realm was peculiar. The appearance of the Kunlun banner here was unexpected. Chenpai sat upon the ground, perusing the bamboo slips for several hours without yielding any results. He entertained a bold hypothesis. Could Kunlun Mountain be poised to re-emerge in the world? After all, the era of spiritual revival had dawned. At that moment, Zhou Dainiu prepared to enter the secret realm, having excavated a small hill within Kunlun Mountain. His fingers were caked with dirt, and his expression suggested displeasure. As he pondered how he would face others after engaging in such laborious digging, many had commenced their foray into the secret realm. It was a rectangular expanse, and the point of entry for Wang Chun and his companions was merely the starting point. Everyone who entered would materialize within a 100-mile radius. Due to the distance and the relatively sparse crowd, encounters were rare. "Ah, damn it!" Zhou Dainiu exclaimed as he fell headlong, his horns lodged in the ground, stubbornly refusing to budge. He struggled against the earth, managing to dislodge them slightly, feeling joy at his apparent progress. However, the gray-haired man who usually perched on his shoulder plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on him, further embedding his horns into the ground. If the designer of this realm were present, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of countless individuals. How could one create such a flawed magical formation? With the entrance suspended in the air, why not place it underground instead, thereby burying anyone who ventured in without the means to escape? Everyone speculated that the architect of the formation must be a rather dubious old fellow. What manner of person could concoct such a protective array for the secret realm? Perhaps he is a figure of infamy, or worse, someone who has already met their demise. Wang Chun and his companions were among the earliest entrants. The deeper they ventured, the more potent the spiritual energy became, transforming this place into a sanctuary for cultivation. The level of spiritual essence here was unparalleled compared to the outside world. How could he maintain an air of indifference while brandishing a dagger against his own flesh? Physical strength alone would render such an action painful. They pressed onward, and as they advanced, their magical abilities were further suppressed. Wang Chun appeared unfazed, casually remarking on the importance of knowing when to embrace or relinquish. This provoked Chenpai, who felt compelled to confront him, recalling the disdainful look he had received moments prior. "You, lacking any spiritual energy, have no right to speak on such matters." It was akin to a penniless person accompanying a wealthy individual to purchase a luxurious mansion, a property that would deplete the millionaire's entire life savings. The pauper, without hesitation, would urge buy it, inciting a desire to throttle him for suggesting such folly. "Are you hoping I become as destitute as you once the purchase is made?" Now, the spiritual threads within Wang Chun were likewise suppressed. He began to realize that Chenpai and others, who typically contended against cold weapons and firearms, did not solely rely on physical strength. What if Zhou Dainiu was similarly equipped? With the emergence of the secret realm, it was likely that formidable creatures from across the land would converge upon it, such as the ancient tortoise, the colossal python, and the violet avian. They must seize the initiative within the secret realm to gather all the benefits before others could. After traversing another 1,000 meters, the spiritual energy, or magical power, within both individuals was entirely subdued, leaving them reliant solely on their physical strength. It became a contest of brute force, akin to a child's brawl, where the one with greater strength would prevail. Before a small wooden cabin, Wang Chun spotted another figure. This was the first human he had encountered in the secret realm. A young man with blue hair, his hands clenched in a display of distress. His fingernails were torn, bleeding. Could there be something within this secret realm designed to harm one's fingertips? Wang Chun immediately grew cautious, clenching his fists tightly. The secret realm was fraught with uncertainty. Even the entrance was suspended in the air, making any peculiar occurrences entirely plausible. Chapter 44. Digging the earth. Wang Chun did not immediately reveal himself before the youth with azure hair. Instead, he concealed himself atop a large tree, covertly observing the peculiarities of the secret realm alongside Chenpai. Perched on the forked branches of the tree, the two sat quietly, the wood creaking beneath them, prompting Wang Chun to grip the trunk in trepidation. The trees here were extraordinarily lush, their trunks remarkably thick, with even the smallest trunk being ample enough for an adult to embrace. The verdant foliage distinctly surpassed that of trees in other locales, akin to the difference between fertilized and unfertilized soil. After a considerable wait, the blue-haired youth settled within a wooden cabin, tending to an injury on his finger. Wangshan noted that he was alone and continued his patient observation for some time until a hunchbacked child approached. Upon arrival, the hunchbacked child too sought refuge. Noticing the youth's injury and his bandaging efforts, the notion of a friend in need is a friend indeed lingered in the air. And soon 2 or 3 more individuals arrived, opting to remain hidden, cautious not to act recklessly. As more people came, they discovered several others concealed nearby. And a wave of suspicion swept through the crowd. Was the blue-haired youth an indigenous inhabitant? Did he possess an overwhelming power? Given the trepidation of so many, it was clear that he was not someone to be trifled with. Wang Chun, still in the tree, estimated that approximately 50 to 60 individuals had gathered, all too wary to reveal themselves, remaining over 100 meters from the wooden cabin, inching forward cautiously. As mealtime approached, stomachs growled in hunger. Yet no one dared to leave, fearful of missing something significant. The blue-haired youth began to utilize the kitchen facilities within the cabin to prepare a meal. The enticing aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air, causing many to swallow hard, their hunger intensifying. A sudden longing for the taste of instant noodles surged within them, sparking speculation of whether the youth was a hired promoter for the instant noodle company. While instant noodles may not compare favorably to other culinary delights, their aroma was unparalleled, eliciting a symphony of growling stomachs as the distinct scent of the seasoning packets permeated the atmosphere. The blue-haired youth carried a backpack identical to Wang Chen's, presumably filled with instant noodles. He even brought the noodles outside to enjoy, slurping them one by one, much to the chagrin of the onlookers who could hardly contain their anticipation. The indigenous appearance of the youth was not convincing, yet the apprehension he inspired was undeniable. As the youth finished one pack, he retreated inside, only to emerge shortly after with another, with over 100 pairs of eyes watching him consume his meal. The sight of him devouring a second pack was met with disbelief. The crowd, now cautiously inching forward to within 50 meters of the cabin, exchanged glances, caught in a shared state of anticipation. After consuming 2 packs, the blue-haired youth appeared satisfied and retreated into the cabin, where silence reigned for over an hour. Eventually, he re-emerged, stretching languidly as if he had indulged in a midday nap. The onlookers, their expressions darkened, were curious about the youth's peculiar behavior. Wang Chen felt compelled to investigate further, and he was not alone in this sentiment. The blue-haired youth soon re-entered the cabin, emerging with a thin, sharp piece of metal used for chopping wood. He settled at the cabin's entrance, commencing the bizarre task of hacking at the ground. The earth appeared especially hard, and after a prolonged effort, he managed to leave a slight mark on the surface, prompting him to dig with his fingers, only to draw blood from his nails. A collective moment of realization washed over the gathered crowd as they felt their intelligence insulted. Was the injury to his fingers truly a result of digging in the soil? Everyone had been overly cautious, their nerves frayed from previous encounters. In an instant, the entire assembly stood up and moved forward in unison, with Wang Chun also preparing to descend from the tree. The blue-haired youth held a piece of soil the size of a wristwatch, a smile gracing his face, as if the labor had yielded a worthy reward. Suddenly, he looked up to see at least 100 individuals approaching, their expressions menacing. Surely, they cannot be here to fight? I have not wronged anyone. In a reflexive gesture, he concealed the soil behind him and dashed to the cabin, as if preparing for an impending confrontation. The wooden cabin served as a protective barrier, a sanctuary from the approaching multitude. Despite the numbers, no one advanced toward him. Nonetheless, the blue-haired youth hurried inside, locking the door with a sense of urgency. As the crowd drew closer, they noticed a stark contrast between the soil surrounding the cabin and that of their own location. Bending down to examine it, they discovered that this soil was imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy. The realization hit them like a thunderclap. This soil was rich in spiritual essence, potentially capable of sustaining their cultivation for several years. With wide eyes, they recognized that the blue-haired youth was indeed the one who had made this remarkable discovery, explaining his curious actions of digging. Had they been the ones to uncover such a treasure, they too would have eagerly dug into the earth. This was the first true treasure revealed within the secret realm. However, the nature of this treasure was peculiar. The sight of a throng of cultivators collectively digging into the ground was almost comical. Yet, dismissing their pride, they focused on the importance of cultivation. The hunchback child, around 10 years of age, was the first to start digging, his fingers working diligently at the soil, cheeks puffed with effort. One by one, others followed suit. To their astonishment, the soil proved impenetrably hard, akin to dried earth scorched under the sun for countless days. They struggled to make any progress, their fingers barely leaving a mark. A sense of bewilderment settled over the group as they faced the realization that they had stumbled upon a veritable goldmine, yet remained unable to extract even a morsel from it. Wang Chun descended from the tree, joining the others in their futile attempts to analyze the ground, and indeed, the earth was lamentably tough. Chen Pai, brimming with excitement, rushed over, desperate for the spiritual energy he so sorely lacked. Having been unable to cultivate within the suppressed environment of the secret realm, the prospect of transporting the spiritual soil was akin to a windfall of fortune. In a moment of impulsiveness, Chun Pai struck the ground with a fist, the dull thud echoing through the air, drawing the attention of many. His face flushed with embarrassment. He stifled a yelp of pain, tears brimming in his eyes as he fought to maintain his dignity. The ground only bore a slight indentation, devoid of any visible cracks. In his heart, he could hardly suppress a cry of frustration. Chapter 45. The Little Turtle Shell. A group of individuals stood in front of the house, pondering their next move. They all recognized the value of the soil, considering it a treasure to either use for themselves or exchange for other valuables. Unlike this group, Wang Chun was not idle. He promptly retrieved a shovel from his backpack. Many curious eyes turned towards him, filled with envy at his foresight to bring a shovel into the secret realm. Wang Chun settled onto the ground, legs apart, gripping the small shovel firmly. He struck the ground vigorously, and to his satisfaction, a crack began to form. Within mere minutes, a clump of earth, roughly the size of a bowl, appeared in his hands. The presence of a shovel made a significant difference. The envy among the onlookers grew. They regretted not having thought to bring shovels themselves. At that moment, the blue-haired youth from within the house emerged, but no one engaged him in conversation. Instead, everyone rushed inside to search for any remaining knives or sharp tools. Initially, the blue-haired young man scanned his surroundings cautiously, anxious that someone might snatch away his precious clump of soil. However, his concerns were unfounded. The meager amount he possessed was insufficient to entice anyone, especially since they were all relying solely on their physical strength, their magical powers suppressed. Wang Chun, on the other hand, had accumulated several clumps of soil in just 20 minutes, each resembling a small bowl, making them quite tempting. "Little brother, might you consider selling me your shovel?" A small child, around 10 years old and hunched over, stood before him. Wang Chun, seated on the ground, found himself only slightly taller than the child. He was puzzled by the child's audacity to call him little brother. "Are you addressing me as little brother? Have you mistaken me for someone else?" Wang Chun replied, his expression one of skepticism. At that moment, many others shifted their focus to Wang Chun. If he had more shovels, they could purchase them too. The child had the idea first, and Wang Chun felt somewhat foolish for not having considered it earlier. "Indeed, little brother, please sell me your shovel." Wang Chun regarded the child, whose youthful face was earnest yet oddly mature in demeanor. Nevertheless, the prospect of a business transaction was too enticing to decline. "What do you have to offer in exchange?" The child hesitated for a considerable time, blinking wide-eyed, clearly fixated on the shovel without a plan to barter. After several minutes of contemplation, he finally produced a pack of instant noodles, the flavor being pickled cabbage, and reluctantly extended it to Wang Chun. "What on earth?" Wang Chun stared at the child as if he were a fool. A single pack of instant noodles? And judging by the child's expression, it seemed he treasured it dearly, as if it were a priceless commodity. Children, after all, could be quite peculiar, but one had to wonder whose child this was. Entering the secret realm merely to cause mischief? "Little brother, this simply won't do. I have no interest in instant noodles." "What? You don't like instant noodles?" the child exclaimed, his voice raised, as if he had encountered a shocking revelation. Many nearby turned their attention to this exchange, mirroring the child's astonishment. There were indeed people who disliked instant noodles? "What about 2 packs? The child bit his lip, retrieving another pack from his pocket, gazing at Wang Chun with a complex expression. "If 1 pack isn't sufficient, then how about 2? I truly do not want them. Do you have anything else?" Wang Chun, wishing to part with his shovel, felt a twinge of pity for the child, who seemed lost and hunchbacked at such a young age. Exchanges must be made for items deemed valuable. If he simply handed over the shovel, then over 100 others might come to him, feigning distress. Wang Chun was not an overly benevolent person. He possessed kindness but reserved it for those deserving, like small animals and children. The child visibly faltered, rummaging through his belongings for a long while, finally extracting a small turtle shell. "This is a divination tool. I'll trade it for 10 shovels. Divination? Shenpai, unable to contain himself, sprang to his feet and eagerly snatched the turtle shell from the child's hands, examining it closely. As a Taoist, he held a particular fascination for such treasures. At that moment, no one noticed the sudden change in the child's expression. Had Wang Chen not yet spoken, a confrontation might have ensued. Wang Chen felt a pang of guilt. It seemed somewhat dishonorable for an adult to seize an item from a child, akin to a rogue. Ah, Xiao Wang, this is indeed a remarkable item. You must trade for it. Shenpai's eyes sparkled with excitement. The glint in his eyes suggested that he had no intention of sharing the acquisition with Wang Chen. It appeared he intended to keep everything he found appealing. Sure enough, Shenpai stuffed the turtle shell into his hat and adjusted it with a serious demeanor before commanding, as if he were a boss instructing his subordinates, quickly. Bring 10 shovels to this child. Wang Chen's patience waned. Did they truly believe he had an unlimited supply of shovels? Nevertheless, Wang Chen reached into his backpack. And with a thought, 20 notable points vanished with a sound, transforming into a shovel that he withdrew. 1, 2, 3, 10. Business required trustworthiness. Yes, trustworthiness. Thus, he produced 10 shovels to sell to the child. The turtle shell had clearly piqued Shenpai's interest, suggesting its extraordinary nature. At this moment, everyone's attention fixated on Wang Chen's backpack, their expressions turning envious. It appeared as though he possessed a wealth of shovels, and their gazes were particularly unscrupulous, akin to thieves plotting. Wang Chen placed his backpack beside him, ensuring it remained secure. He and the Taoist were allies, and the latter's robe effectively deterred many from making any rash moves. The child wandered among the crowd, unaccompanied, with many eyes fixated on the shovel cradled in his arms. Shenpai, halfway through his digging, grew restless and retrieved the turtle shell from his hat once more. The shell was small, barely fitting in the palm of his hand. Quite adorable, and contained several copper coins. The surface was etched with intricate patterns. Within his mind, he heard the astonished voice of Pai Dan. These patterns appeared quite significant. This was indeed a treasure. As a Taoist, Shenpai had studied divination. He possessed a turtle shell of his own, yet it lacked the luster of this one. He decided to conduct a reading. Shenpai furrowed his brow. This doesn't seem right. He conducted another reading. And even Wang Chen recognized that the divination results mirrored the previous ones. Fatty, what does this mean? It can't be. This reading indicates I narrowly escaped disaster? Shenpai remained skeptical, performing another reading with dramatic flair. The outcome remained unchanged, a reading of survival against all odds. Could it be that this turtle shell can only yield this particular reading? Shenpai's expression darkened. After 10 consecutive readings, the results were consistently identical. Have I been duped? Was it merely a matter of exchanging one turtle shell for another? The patterns do not appear counterfeit. They resemble an ancient divination array. Chapter 46. Ignoring the ignorant 10 shovels for a turtle shell, reflecting upon it now, it seems a bit of a loss. Initially, it appeared impressive, etched with what seemed to be an ancient divination array, but upon closer inspection, this trinket appears merely ornamental, incapable of any practical use. Digging can wait. This item merits further study in due time. Wang Chen retrieved 2 shovels from his backpack and tossed them to Shenpai. Wait a moment. No, we must dig quickly, or we may face dire consequences. He feared Wang Chen might haggle, and he could not afford to give him even a sliver of opportunity for negotiation. Underestimating him would surely lead to regret. Then let us not delay. Wang Chen shouted as he dug fervently, a budding expert in excavation. In just 1 month, he had unearthed more soil than in the past decade, amassing an impressive collection of spirit soil, nearly the size of a basin. While Shenpai's haul was only 2/3 of that. Dear brother, might you be willing to sell me a shovel as well? A tall, slender middle-aged man approached briskly. Wang Chen lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the newcomer. What valuables do you possess? Instant noodles are not of interest to me. Who said I was offering instant noodles? I am not so pedestrian. The lanky man cast a disdainful glance at Wang Chen. This is 3 packs of potato chips. I wonder as the man rustled through his backpack, the sound of crinkling bags darkened Wang Chen's expression. Are you all gluttons? Absolutely not. I refuse. Wang Chen continued to dig without sparing a glance. 3 packs of potato chips. Far superior to instant noodles. The tall man stared wide-eyed, filled with longing. Wang Chen shot him a sidelong glance, almost asking if he had just emerged from a cave. Absolutely not. No way. At that moment, Wang Chen noticed a throng of people extracting various snacks from their pockets and bags, converging towards him. His expression soured. I seek treasures, not instant noodles. I am not a child. Can you not show me some respect? Dear brother, I have a pack of spicy strips. Might you consider it? Dear brother, I have a pack of sunflower seeds. What say you? Dear brother Wang Chun and Chun Pai exchanged glances, both recognizing the mutual frustration in each other's eyes. Truly, did they think him a mere child, to be swayed by a pack of spicy strips? Such a notion was absurd. I do not heed. I do not heed. The tortoise recites scripture. Wang Chun took out 2 earplugs to block his ears, mumbling to himself. The earplugs were originally purchased to counter Chun Pai's snoring at night. He had not anticipated their utility in this situation. I do not heed. I do not heed. The tortoise recites scripture. A multitude gathered, irritated by his repetitive phrase. Are you insulting us? Whom do you insult? A girl named Zhao Xianglu stepped forward, her delicate features and remarkable aura making her stand out. Since her emergence from the mountains, she had never faced scorn. I merely desire a shovel. Wang Chun glanced at her, utterly unmoved by her beauty. I do not heed. I do not heed. The tortoise recites scripture. Are you calling me a tortoise? Zhao Xianglu's displeasure intensified, realizing the insult was directed at her. She surveyed her surroundings, noting there were no more than 20 women present. If you are not insulting me, whom do you mean? Do you know who I am? The girl, now furious, felt humiliated. I do not heed. I do not heed. The tortoise recites scripture. Wang Chun continued his mantra, inciting Zhao Xianglu to stomp in anger. Were it not for the agreement to maintain peace and avoid harming ordinary folk, I could show you the ferocity of a lion. Zhao Xianglu's face flushed crimson. She had hoped to intimidate Wang Chun, a mere mortal, into yielding a shovel, but instead, she felt belittled. What nonsense are you uttering? I cannot hear you. Wang Chun, still focused on his digging, casually remarked, pulling a clump of earth the size of a small bowl from the ground. 3/8 hag? Zhao Xianglu's eyes widened. Are you accusing my husband of being a 3/8? A crowd nearby erupted in laughter, amused by Zhao Xianglu's predicament. I shall drown you in a mouthful of soda, she exclaimed, furious, raising her hand to strike. Chen Pai, initially entertained by the unfolding drama, immediately sprang into action upon witnessing Zhao Xianglu's aggression. Remembering their prior agreement to ensure Wang Chen's safety, Miss Xianglu, do temper your fiery spirit. He grasped her wrist gently, casting her a tender glance. Bah! Zhao Xianglu wrenched free from Chen Pai's hold, casting a venomous glare at Wang Chen, musing that were it not for the Taoist shielding him, he would face dire consequences. Wang Chen, unfazed, continued, I do not heed. I do not heed. The tortoise recites scripture. Zhao Xianglu's ire only grew. How had he survived thus far? There were over 100 of them, and what did his words imply? Did he not fear being beaten? Were it not for the agreement to maintain peace? Pah! What a ridiculous agreement! She fumed, lamenting her foolishness in signing it. The thought of repercussions loomed over her. Although no one acted against him, they watched Wang Chun with predatory anticipation. The mounting tension made Chen Pai uneasy, his heart racing. Was inaction merely due to insufficient temptation? Surely. Once Wang Chun amassed several basins of spirit soil, some would inevitably grow restless. Wang Chun, sensing the shifting atmosphere, promptly retrieved 40 shovels from his hiking bag, bringing the total to 50. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening with desire. Finally, he seemed ready to distribute the spoils. He had come to his senses. Come one, come all. A bargain awaits. Wang Chun suddenly proclaimed, reverting to his previous sales pitch. These shovels, small yet imbued with great power, capable of unearthing ancestral graves or spirit soil. Oh, wait, only spirit soil. The adventure begins with a single shovel. Rush forth to purchase. Who told you to dig up ancestral graves? Dear brother, tell me what you seek, and I shall provide. A burly man, reminiscent of Zhou Dinyo, interjected. 300 yuan per shovel. Wang Chun replied, casting the man a sly look. What? The burly man was taken aback. How many packs of potato chips could 300 yuan buy? In the eyes of the crowd, currency was merely a measure of their favorite snacks, and they often calculated value in terms of potato chip packs. You're trying to swindle us. Indeed, you have discerned my intent. Wang Chun grinned broadly. The crowd stared in disbelief. How audacious to swindle them openly. Did he possess no sense of shame? No one in the demon realm was as brazen as he. Shameless. Despicable. You shall face retribution. Wang Chun ignored their outcries. 300 yuan, or I shall not sell. After all, a crowd of people here provides ample publicity. I do not heed. I do not heed. The tortoise recites scripture. Chapter 47. The accusation is your sole talent in cursing others? The crowd seethed with anger as Zhao Xianglu stood by, taking deep breaths, awaiting the next individual to provoke Wang Chun. The corpulent Taoist served as an obstruction. Yet he could not deter the multitude. Protecting a mere mortal amidst 100 was a daunting challenge. 300 coins? That is excessive. Some benevolent creatures attempted to negotiate with Wang Chun regarding the price. If you lack currency, precious artifacts could serve as substitutes. If they hold sufficient value to equal 300 coins, exchanging them for a shovel is not out of the question. Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with mirth as he surveyed the wealthy patrons. How splendid it would be to acquire more items akin to turtle shells. Although their utility remains uncertain, they are treasures nonetheless, and I could investigate their worth later. Treasure? None here. A voice snarled, teeth grinding in frustration. This individual was loath to part with ancestral heirlooms, vowing never to relinquish them. Dream on, you shameless fool. A wave of indignation swept through the crowd. They had hoped for a price reduction. 300 is too steep. Could you lower it a bit? I only have 200. A rotund man approached, clad in loose garments, pulling 2 large red notes from his pocket. Insufficient. Borrow if necessary. There is no room for negotiation. Wang Chen cast a dismissive glance at the man, revealing his mercantile nature. I cannot incur losses. Business principles must be upheld. If everyone keeps bargaining down, where would that leave us? Having experienced financial scarcity since childhood, Wang Chun yearned to clutch abundant wealth, a source of security. Presently, that security was supplemented by his cultivation. His audacity to sell shovels before the throng of creatures stemmed from the agreement signed and his own formidable strength, rendering him unafraid of confrontation. Shenpai, the Taoist, was barely able to protect himself. Should multiple adversaries arise, he would likely flee. Wang Chun dug into the earth, lacking the courage to even meet their gazes. You have no shame. The rotund man glared at Wang Chun, displeased, and huffed away. The onlookers noted Shenpai's focused excavation, seemingly as enigmatic as a monk sweeping the temple grounds, which deterred them from instigating conflict, especially since agreements had been made. Exploring the secret realm was merely the beginning. Deeper within lay untold fortunes. Engaging in brawls here seemed foolish, a waste of energy over trivial grievances. The crowd comprehended that their demonic powers were suppressed, leaving them uncertain if human magic faced the same fate. Engaging in combat could lead to dire consequences. After all, a mere child could be sent flying with a single slap. The rotund man contemplated attacking Wang Chen's ensemble but shifted his focus to the child, who possessed 10 shovels. The hunchbacked lad cast a sidelong glance at the rotund man, continuing his work with impressive speed, accumulating a mound of earth the size of a basin beside him. At that moment, all their powers were restrained unless adorned in specific garments or unique forms. Thus, everyone, including Wang Chen and the child, was perceived as a mere mortal. The rotund man leered at the child, and the crowd regarded him with disdain, recognizing his unethical intentions. Was he planning to snatch the freshly unearthed goods from the child once he finished? Wang Chen set the shovel aside, joining in the excavation. For there was no one eager to purchase from him, and he could not simply stand idly by promoting his wares. Since there was spiritual soil present, it was plausible that deeper wonders awaited. He ventured further inside. At least half the crowd proceeded cautiously, aware of the dangers that lurked within the secret realm. Should they encounter another treacherous area akin to the entrance, calamity could befall them. As they advanced a kilometer in, a thick mist enveloped their surroundings, obscuring their vision. In this peculiar region, some chose to rest and dine, deciding to sleep there for the night while allowing the more adventurous to scout ahead. With time to spare, they observed Wang Chun excavating one clump after another, their envy palpable. Young man, 300 coins for a shovel. A generous uncle approached. Haha, excellent. You are a good man. Wang Chun laughed heartily, as if they were old acquaintances, handing over the shovel. Selling a single shovel for 300 coins was indeed a lucrative venture. The uncle's expression darkened as he accepted the shovel, feeling as if he had been duped. Congratulations. You have received 500 recognition points from Zhou Wu. Huh. I'll take one. The man who had previously claimed to possess only 290 coins approached, tossing down 300 in cash. Splendid. Wang Chen grinned broadly, tossing over another shovel. No bargaining was necessary. It was evident that he had 300 coins and was simply unwilling to part with them. 3 individuals subsequently purchased shovels, resulting in Wang Chen clutching 900 coins. Elated by the ease of his earnings, reflecting on past struggles for mere living expenses, often thwarted by city officials, he had finally established a foothold at T Street. Earning small sums. Truth be told, earning money was arduous, yet this 900 was hard-won. Wang Chun resumed his digging, undisturbed by others' intentions. He and Shenpai had already excavated a substantial sack of earth, creating a small pit on the surface. The child had also collected several basins, yet he appeared fatigued. Sitting down and staring blankly, lost in thought. "Hey, Shu, go play somewhere else. This treasure now belongs to me." The rotund man sensed an opportunity and approached with a menacing demeanor. His voluminous clothing accentuated his girth, starkly contrasting with the child's petite frame, the difference nearly having their heights. However, the child suddenly turned, gazing intently at the rotund man's attire, a spark of realization illuminating his eyes. An insidious thought began to form in the child's mind. "I know my clothes are splendid. No need for such scrutiny." The rotund man drew near, reaching for the shovel beside the child. He had 10, having broken one, leaving him with 8. "You dare." The child's expression shifted dramatically. "Are you attempting to steal my belongings?" In an instant, the child sprang to his feet, a wave of determination radiating from him. Chapter 48. A chilling encounter. What is there to fear? The stout fellow squatted down, grasping 8 shovels in his hands. As he counted the shovels, a sense of optimism enveloped him, suggesting that life was about to take a turn for the better. He regarded the little brat standing up with indifference. So what if he stood up? What could the diminutive one do? Could he possibly best me in a fight? One must admit, the stout fellow was rather oblivious, even neglecting the sudden surge of ominous energy that filled the atmosphere. He was preoccupied with counting shovels, a distraction that proved unwise. Meanwhile, others began to sense a heavy pressure weighing down on their hearts, an overwhelming force rising up. Was it the forbidden magic of the secret realm at work? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. The powers of those who entered were suppressed. Who could wield magic or demonic strength here? If not, then it must be a manifestation of mental prowess. Most people turned their gazes toward the source, including Wang Chun, who was equally intrigued. Chen Pai suddenly stood up, sensing a malign presence. Within the confines of the secret realm, where no prior acquaintance existed, it was impossible to discern one's identity through mere aura. Thus, no one knew who the little child was. While demonic energy was unusable and posed no harm, mental force was a different matter entirely. A formidable mental force, unimpeded by the realm's suppressive power, could inflict the most terrifying wounds. A person might remain alive, yet be stripped of several souls or spirits, rendering them vulnerable to psychological torment that could lead to a lifetime of affliction. Behind the hunchbacked child, a shadow began to materialize, enigmatic and immense. It was a demon, a far cry from an ordinary child. It was hard to fathom that a mere child could harbor such a colossal demonic presence, a notion that defied conventional thought. The sheer magnitude of this powerful demon's mental energy led one to assume it was likely a middle-aged man or an elder. Yet here stood a mere 10-year-old. A massive shadow of a dark tortoise loomed in the air, roaring at the heavens, its gaping maw capable of devouring everyone present. The stout fellow, though portly and clad in oversized clothing, was hardly substantial enough to fill its teeth, which were akin to a person's size and clearly meant for consuming flesh. The shadow loomed ominously behind the hunchbacked child, exuding an aura of invincibility. It was only when the tortoise roared that the stout fellow finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, dropping 7 or 8 shovels in shock. My heavens! What manner of monster is this? Upon closer inspection, he realized the tortoise shadow stood directly behind the child. Clearly, it was a projection of the child's own essence. Why didn't you mention you were a tortoise sooner? The stout fellow's smile faltered, leaving him in a state of despair. He felt as if he were digging his own grave, realizing he had unwittingly provoked one of the most fearsome creatures known to the outside world. A tortoise reputed to topple skyscrapers. Facing even conventional firearms was an everyday affair for this creature, clad in spiked armor that would not flinch before a Gatling gun. Would a scoff, he thought, let them have their fun. The stout fellow chuckled nervously, feeling the weight of his own impending doom. Everyone was taken aback, hastily clearing a path for the shadow. Despite being merely a projection, the girls covered their mouths in astonishment at the sudden appearance of a tortoise. Zhao Xianglu cast a glance at the tortoise, only to find Wang Chen looking in her direction. The expression in his eyes spoke volumes. As if he could hear her inner thoughts, screaming tortoise. Zhao Xianglu nearly exploded with rage at the thought of Wang Chen voicing it aloud. I shall endure. I shall endure. Wang Chen, sensing Zhao Xianglu's ire, felt compelled to act. A mere 600 for a point of recognition. He quickly averted his gaze, focusing intently on the tortoise. Were you just trying to steal from me? The hunchbacked child spoke, his small stature belied by an undeniable aura of authority. And no. How could that be? The stout fellow stammered, trembling at the prospect of confronting a true powerhouse. The revelation that the tortoise was, in fact, a child caught everyone off guard. Yet, Considering the longevity of tortoises, it was not entirely surprising, after all. One could easily fathom a creature of such age adopting the form of a young one. The stout fellow, still clutching a shovel, hastily tossed it to the ground. Momentarily at a loss for words. Do you dare claim innocence? Did you or did you not attempt to steal? And no, I wouldn't dare. The stout fellow's voice was laced with fear. The child's expression shifted instantaneously. The stout fellow, now panic-stricken, questioned what that might signify. Yes, I did steal. I was blind to your greatness. Acknowledgement is all I seek. The child's demeanor softened, no longer tense. The stout fellow felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a great burden had been lifted. Unexpectedly, the child stepped forward and picked up 3 shovels from the ground, placing them before the stout fellow. Do you feel moved? The stout fellow, bewildered, thought. Why do you ask if I feel moved? Is this a gift? He hesitated, shaking his head vigorously. This cannot be right. The tortoise had a fearsome reputation. Why would it be so generous? This must be a trap, a precursor to his demise. You are not moved by my gift? The child's expression darkened once more. The stout fellow felt tears welling up, realizing he could not decipher the child's intentions. It felt as if he were a minister serving an imperial court, yet he could not fathom the royal whims. Do not move. The stout fellow's eyes reddened as he nodded fervently, feeling utterly bullied. Gratitude is essential. I fulfill your desire to dig. So hurry and excavate. The child dismissed the tortoise's shadow, gesturing toward the half-dug hole. A tear of regret fell from the stout fellow's eye. I never wished to dig. This feels like self-harm, yet I must express my gratitude. Reluctantly accepting the shovels, he squatted down to dig, resigning himself to the labor. He contemplated rebellion, yet realized that facing the spiked tortoise required a level of strength he could not muster. As he toiled away, the tortoise child casually produced a bag of sunflower seeds. Munching contentedly, no one dared approach, recognizing the true authority present. Previously, many had assumed he was just another child, perhaps one who had recently begun his training. Yet none anticipated that he was the infamous tortoise. Those forced to labor felt sympathy for the stout fellow, including Chin Pai, who thought, look at how hefty you are. We are kindred spirits. Alas, I cannot save you, but I can silently offer you a requiem, singing for your plight. As night descended and the air turned cool, the once vibrant world fell silent, resembling frost upon fallen petals. All pretenses of indifference were mere illusions. At that moment, no one dared to challenge the child, for to do so would be tantamount to courting death. In this realm devoid of magic or demonic energy, one would be foolish to engage a spiked tortoise in combat. One's mind would surely shatter. With the tortoise's presence an insurmountable barrier, what of Wang Chen? With only a Taoist to protect him. All he needed was to intimidate the Taoist, and the coveted shovels would be within reach. Instantly, many eyes turned toward Wang Chen, their expressions darkening with ill intent. At that moment, Zhou Dainiu also entered this domain. Chapter 49. The madness of dried tangerine peel. Zhou Dainiu arrived, sporting 2 small horns, approximately 20 centimeters long, exuding an air of arrogance and standing tall with a straight back. Despite the suppression of his demonic powers, the strength of the Bull clan remained formidable, capable of enduring a beating. Thus, he had every reason to be confident. No one was privy to his venture into the secret realm, and Pidden did not sense him. Being wholly absorbed in the soil beneath him, Zhou Dainiu observed the rotund figure of the chubby boy and the turtle-like youth, clicking his tongue as he watched the chubby boy forced into labor. As a fellow demon, he lamented the boy's woeful existence. Why settle for being a servant to a child instead of pursuing greatness? Zhou Dainiu had little respect for such lackluster youth. He believed young beings should aspire to conquer the world, to hold lofty dreams. Were it not for the plucking of his chest hair, his yearning for dreams would burn even brighter. As he watched the chubby boy digging, Zhou Dainiu found it perplexing. Why would anyone willingly toil in the earth? Upon inquiry, he discovered that the soil was imbued with rich spiritual energy. This revelation prompted him to dig into a small crack in the ground with his hands. Ouch! Zhou Dainiu yelped in agony. The ground was too hard, and his nail bent painfully backward, an unbearable sensation. Feeling aggrieved, he rubbed his hand and then stopped a passing man. Brother, are there shovels provided? Not at all. They're being sold. The man spoke with a clenched jaw, a hint of frustration in his tone. Who is selling them? I want to buy one. Zhou Dainiu's bravado surged immediately. A scoundrel. You have no idea how shameless this person is. The man gestured in a particular direction, sighing deeply. Brother, take care of yourself. Take care of myself? Zhou Dainiu, still trying to grasp the meaning, thought it was merely a shovel he wanted to purchase. Brother, I want a shovel. After several inquiries, he found himself behind Wang Chun. What he beheld was a figure digging diligently, completely unaware that this was the human he despised daily. All eyes were now on Wang Chun, buzzing with anticipation. They doubted a mere mortal could protect this mound of spiritual soil. Ha ha ha, how many do you want? Wang Chun turned with a beaming smile, his countenance radiant. In that instant, all seemed well, but the next moment, he recognized Zhou Dainiu, and his smile gradually faded. It's you. Zhou Dainiu's gruff voice boomed. It's you. Chen Pai shrieked. Both Wang Chun and Zhou Dainiu echoed the same words, but while Chen Pai glared at Zhou Dainiu with loathing, Zhou Dainiu's gaze bore a similar hatred for himself. His head throbbed. How could Zhou Dainiu have found the secret realm so quickly when he himself had forgotten about him in the midst of his own busyness? Give me 30 shovels, or I want to let this go. Zhou Dainiu's tone was brash, his brows raised defiantly. The animosity between them intensified palpably. Not a chance. Unless each one cost 500. Wang Chun, initially feeling guilty, was taken aback by Zhou Dainiu's audacity to attempt to seize his belongings. You'll have to step over my dead body first. Think carefully. I'm giving you a chance to gather your thoughts. Zhou Dainiu crossed his arms, standing firm, while the 1.5-meter-tall man beside him also mirrored his posture, glaring at Wang Chun as if to convey a menacing message. Wang Chun's expression darkened. There was no way he would let anyone take his possessions. So simple? Zhou Dainiu, a bit dim-witted, thought to take a step forward. Stop. You cannot touch him. Chen Pai shouted, appearing suddenly in front of Wang Chun, glaring at Zhou Dainiu with his head tilted back at a 90-degree angle. It's you? Zhou Dainiu glanced, a smirk forming on his lips. What do you mean, you? Disappear from my sight this instant. Don't let me see you again. Chen Pai, resembling an enraged ginger cat, bristled with fury. Wang Chun, observing, wondered if Chen Pai was merely putting on an act, given the tone and intensity. It seemed Chen Pai should be in a more dominant position. Had he not been the one who lost his body hair to Zhou Dainiu? Young man. Could it be that your body hair has grown back? Zhou Dainiu quipped unexpectedly. A critical blow. Has it grown back? Has it really grown back? The uproar of his shout attracted many curious gazes, just in time to witness Chen Pai lunging at Zhou Dainiu. I can't let you say another word. I have my dignity. All the demons in the realm had previously feared Chen Pai, but now they had the opportunity to gauge his strength. Are you willing to part with your clothes? Zhou Dainiu bellowed, retreating several steps, startled by Chen Pai's sudden assault. Chen Pai, seemingly deranged, exclaimed. How can you even say that? How will I stand in the cultivation world afterward? Chen Pai's teeth clashed audibly, and this time his mouth moved, sharp teeth snapping dangerously close to any part of Zhou Dainiu. In desperation, he was prepared to fight back. Are you insane? Zhou Dainiu roared, finding it hard to fathom how a man of over 2 meters tall could be so flustered. Stamping his feet in frustration as he stared at the bite marks on his arm, his eyes wide with rage. I'll take you on. Zhou Dainiu had also lost his composure. His physique was his pride, and the Bull clan relied on their stature to attract mates. This was an assault on his appearance, a destruction of his life ambitions. As the situation escalated, the atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. The digging chubby boy, hearing the crowd's shouts of excitement, couldn't help but rise in curiosity. Tears nearly spilled from his eyes as he thought, in this world, who lived without enduring a form of purgatory. Turning around, he suddenly heard the turtle-like youth shout, "Forget it. I grant you amnesty. Come and see." Feeling a glimmer of hope for a better life, the chubby boy wiped away a tear and hurried over, only to be met with a stern gaze from the turtle youth. Crouch down, the turtle youth commanded. Why? The chubby boy felt aggrieved, as though in just a minute, he had experienced the tumultuous highs and lows of life. Chapter 50, The Scoundrel at Last. The little black turtle successfully perched upon the shoulder of the rotund fellow, gaining a height advantage that made the spectacle akin to watching a play as Zhou Dainiu and Chen Pai wrestled. Zhou Dainiu was frenzied, and Chen Pai matched his fervor as the two rolled on the ground, each gripping the other's hair with fervent determination, neither willing to relent. They tussled, their hair pulling causing their eyes to roll back in agony, neither yielding an inch. Let go, Zhou Dainiu cried, his head being yanked backward, chin lifted high. You let go first, Chen Pai retorted, unwilling to concede after having lost once before. No, you let go. Then neither of us will. With gritted teeth, Zhou Dainiu engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. Their cries echoed, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, as if they were pigs being butchered. For 10 excruciating minutes, they remained locked in this battle, their throats hoarse, voices rasping like that of a duck. Let go. If we're letting go, we do it together. Fine. 1, 2, 3. You fat scoundrel. Zhou Dainyu howled, finally releasing his grip, only to find Chun Pai, in a cunning twist, yanking his hair and scampering away gleefully. Let go. I want tea. Chun Pai, emboldened, darted in circles. Brother, save me. Zhou Dainyu cried, being dragged helplessly across the ground. He managed to glance at his friend in gray, who had taken a seat beside Wang Qin, laboriously digging at the earth with a look of utmost grievance. Brother, come help me. Zhou Dainyu shouted again. But the friend in gray remained oblivious, akin to a robot, mechanically wielding his shovel, his expression one of profound dismay. Zhou Dainyu, too, felt a twinge of injustice. His hair had suffered a significant loss, and he was on the verge of tears, plotting revenge against Chun Pai and Wang Qin for their audacity. After a grueling 5 minutes of relentless struggle, Zhou Dainyu finally extricated himself from Chun Pai's grasp. You damn scoundrel. We agreed to let go together. Zhou Dainyu bellowed, his frustration palpable. Determined not to fall victim to further hair-pulling or verbal jabs, Zhou Dainyu prepared for a one-on-one confrontation, confident in his abilities. He charged at Chun Pai, who, brushing off the dust from his clothes, fled in panic, like a mad bull. If you cannot overpower him, do not engage with a madman, his master had once advised him, a lesson Chun Pai had not fully grasped at the time. Suddenly, Wang Qin appeared, striking Zhou Dainyu in the gut with a powerful punch. Caught unawares, Zhou Dainyu flew backward like a cooked shrimp, the force of the blow evident. Wang Qin sensed that Zhou Dainyu's monstrous strength was being suppressed, his pure physicality proving ineffective against him. Quickly follow up. Don't give him a moment to recover. You can defeat him. You possess treasures and the spiritual energy to enhance your body. Have confidence. Wang Qin stood there, reveling in the beauty of his strike. While recalling Chun Pai's earlier cries, Chun Pai skidded to a halt, nearly falling into the pit he had just dug. He steadied himself, turning around, astonished to discover Wang Qin had indeed cultivated his abilities. Had he truly mastered the Golden Bell Shield, or had he glimpsed its hidden secrets? No matter. It was imperative to deliver a beating to Zhou Dainyu. Chun Pai leveraged his stance against the pit, nearly losing his footing, but quickly regained composure and dashed toward Zhou Dainyu. Zhou Dainyu soon felt a barrage of punches raining down upon him. Meanwhile, Chun Pai, though portly, strutted around like a victorious kitten, pretending to be aloof as he sauntered toward the dirt pile, basking in the admiration and incredulity of the onlookers. Behold, this is my prowess. Chun Pai reveled in pride, lost in his daydreams of glory, while Wang Qin sensed that this rotund fellow was about to boast for a lifetime. At that moment, Wang Qin's mind was abuzz with the recognition points from over 100 individuals. Although most contributed little, Zhao Xianglu had provided a substantial sum, exceeding 500. It seemed she had initially intended to confront him but now found herself thwarted. Over 100 individuals, some of whom might have considered robbing Wang Qin, now found themselves unable to act, leading to over 300 recognition points amassed. Wang Qin was elated. Who would have thought a skirmish would yield such rewards? He had nearly amassed 20,000 recognition points, bringing him closer to the next cultivation method. Zhou Dainyu, don't run. When I catch you, I'll strip you of every stitch. Wang Qin shouted into the depths of the secret realm. Curious glances were cast in his direction as if to say, is he mad? The fellow has vanished. In a blink, he gained an additional 3,000 recognition points, ignoring the strange stares. Chun Pai felt a sense of pride as well and joined in, calling out boisterously. Everyone perceived their antics as nothing short of childish. Had cultivators truly become this immature? Both displayed fierce demeanors, though it took Chun Pai a while to resume his digging. What now? We can't take him down. Zhou Dainyu was a formidable figure from Niu family village and had suffered a significant defeat. Last year, our squad faced Zhou Dainyu and learned of his might. Based on our assessment, we cannot compete with him. A group of 4 to 5 individuals debated amongst themselves as Wang Qin noticed more and more recognition points being offered by the onlookers, their eyes frequently darting in his direction. Wang Qin was undeterred. Having just emerged victorious, it was the perfect time to bask in his triumph. Shovels for sale. 350 each. Clearly marked, no credit. That's excessive. Just a moment ago, you said 300. Zhao Xianglu exclaimed in protest. Now it's 350. Wang Qin hummed a tune, his expression radiating confidence. Chun Pai joined in the ruckus. A throng of onlookers glared at them, muttering curses under their breath, yet feeling helpless against the duo. I'll take one. Me too. With the crowd swelling to around 150, the shovels were bound to sell out quickly. Wang Qin could no longer produce shovels from his bag. lest others suspect he possessed a spatial treasure. After selling 20 shovels, he raised his voice for 100 each. Some who hesitated widened their eyes in shock. "I'd love to knock you out, but scarcity drives value. Act quickly." A young bull from Myo family village, about 13 years of age, approached timidly, producing a silver ingot with trepidation as he purchased 3 shovels from Wang Chun. Chapter 51. The family heirloom. Within a mere 10 minutes, dozens of shovels were sold out, proving the adage that rarity enhances value. The last shovel fetched $700. A result of a fierce bidding war between a demon and a human, much to Wang Chun's delight. The sale of these shovels earned him nearly 30,000 reputation points. Wang Chun also surreptitiously captured photos of many demons and humans with their smartphones. Had the secret realm not lacked internet access, he would undoubtedly be trending on social media by now. Cultivators have begun to be gradually accepted in the world, even though the government has yet to formally acknowledge their existence. The changes in society are evident to all. The elderly are exhibiting unprecedented vitality, and some individuals possess strength surpassing that of ordinary humans. Encountering someone capable of leaping 50 meters high on the street no longer elicits the same astonished gasps from onlookers as it once did. If Wang Chun's photos and stories were disseminated, they would undoubtedly revolutionize public perception of cultivators. Are they not typically portrayed as graceful beings, detached from the mundane world? How could they possibly be so outrageous? After acquiring their shovels, each person sought a designated area, ensuring they did not intrude upon one another. As the number of people increased, they could not simply stand by, watching others dig. Surely, they wouldn't act like starry-eyed fans, mindlessly commenting or giving thumbs up. With no intention of digging, they naturally ventured deeper into the secret realm. A group had already entered earlier, yet no news had emerged since. One could only hope nothing untoward had occurred. Close to 30 individuals formed a team, embarking deeper into the first secret realm of spiritual awakening, which held an air of mystery. Recently, rumors circulated within the cultivation community, advising against using magical powers to forcefully open the entrance to Kunlun Mountain's secret realm. Initially met with skepticism, those who disregarded the warning and attempted to use their powers likely faced dire consequences. Everyone quietly dug, respecting one another's space. In such hard soil, a shovel's efficacy lasts approximately an hour. Those with quick hands could excavate around 20 pounds of soil, while slower individuals managed only a little over 10. Wang Chun, however, was unmatched in speed. With multiple shovels at his disposal, he had already amassed nearly 100 pounds of earth. After 2 hours, the shovels began to break, leading to a collective realization. How would they transport the soil out? Initially focused on digging, many had overlooked this crucial aspect. A child from Yo village, eager to keep pace with Zhou Dainiu, had purchased 3 shovels at once, but now found himself in a predicament. He had no means of carrying the soil. He lacked any containers, even a backpack, as entering the secret realm required minimal gear. He was not alone. Many others also failed to bring containers, including Zhao Xianglu, who had spent $700 on a shovel and now found herself in discomfort. Lacking a vessel to transport the soil was a significant oversight. 2/3 of the group stood in confusion, having not considered this before they began digging. Those who had thought ahead would have already ventured deeper into the realm, rather than remaining behind to dig like fools. At that moment, Xian Gui was equally bewildered, having forgotten this detail himself. Conversely, the plump individual found amusement in Xian Gui's expression, relishing the situation. Most people turned their gaze toward Wang Chun, hoping he shared their predicament, which would ease their own disappointment. Wang Chun began rummaging through his backpack, pulling out 4 or 5 burlap sacks under the watchful eyes of the others. Zhao Xianglu was the first to feel a sense of despair. Was it truly impossible to bring anything reliable besides shovels into the secret realm? A crowd of bewildered individuals exchanged glances, uncertain of how to react. "Little brother, I'll buy one from you. $100 for a sack." Xian Gui hurried over, desperate for a container after digging nearly 100 pounds of soil. Failing to take it with him would indeed be frustrating. "Not for sale. Family heirloom," Wang Chun replied seriously, tossing the soil into the sack. Xian Gui was left speechless, frustrated that Wang Chun would not sell it, declaring it a family heirloom as if it were a treasured relic passed down through generations. $300. Xian Gui gritted his teeth, clearly willing to part with a significant sum. "Family heirloom," Wang Chun reiterated, his resolve wavering after a moment of contemplation. 500. Wang Chun's determination faltered again. "This truly is a family heirloom." Xian Gui was so incensed he could hardly speak, grinding his teeth in frustration. 800. Wang Chun's resolve wavered once more. $800 for a sack, when the market price was just a few dollars. This was outrageous profit. In all his years of business, Wang Qin had never encountered such high margins, with the shovels being an exception. Family heirloom. Xian Gui was furious, viewing Wang Qin as a fool. 1,000. The final offer. Ha ha, deal. Wang Qin exclaimed, pulling a sack from his backpack, his smile blooming like flowers in spring. I have no cash, can I owe you? Not even once. Not a single time. Wang Qin's tone was resolute. He would not allow any debt. Xian Gui was left with no choice but to borrow money from other demons, leveraging his reputation in the outside world. $1,000 was no small amount, and the demon currency was distributed uniformly by their headquarters, making it scarce. After much effort, Xian Gui finally managed to acquire one sack before departing. Little brother, I have $1,000. Sell me a sack. More demons approached. Wang Qin hesitated, gritting his teeth. Family heirloom. My ancestors said I cannot sell it. Unless it's $2,000 each. But how did you just sell one to Xian Gui for $1,000? Wang Qin remained silent, steadfast in his $2,000 price, secretly intending not to sell any at all. In the blink of an eye, the price had risen by 1,000. $1,000 was already significant. 2,000 was even more. Unbuyable. The rest could only watch helplessly, enviously observing those with backpacks fill them with soil. After Xian Gui filled his sack, he found he could not carry everything. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the plump individual's oversized coat, refusing to look away. A chill ran down the plump person's spine. Take off that coat. Xian Gui shouted, eyeing the coat as though it were a treasure. To Xian Gui, the plump individual appeared quite peculiar. Why would I take off my coat if I don't have enough sacks? This is a matter of dignity. The plump person resolved to resist, clutching his chest and retreating. Stop right there. Xian Gui lunged at him, overpowering him easily. In a swift motion, he stripped the coat away, using it as a makeshift sack for the soil, tying it securely around the plump person's shoulder. The corpulent figure, tears streaming down his face, struggled under the weight of a burlap sack filled with clods of earth, trailing behind the enigmatic Xian Gui towards the depths of his secret realm. Indeed, discard your garments. Some robust men, unlike the pudgy individual, nonchalantly shed their clothing, repurposing it as makeshift bags. Others, however, hesitated, such as Zhao Xianglu, a woman among them. A few, feeling sufficiently prepared, followed in Xian Gui's footsteps into the mysterious depths, leaving behind those who had either packed insufficiently or were dissatisfied with their meager provisions. Chapter 52. You shameless wretch. Wang Qin had tied up 3 or 4 burlap sacks and tossed them aside, his face radiant with joy. Pai, too, wore a silly grin as he gazed at the piles of earth in the sacks. Unlike the duo of Xian Gui and the hefty fellow, they were not foolish enough to strip off their clothes and venture into the ruins. Zhao Xianglu squatted before a mound of dirt, feeling quite vexed at his own foolishness for laboring in vain. Hey, good brother, you didn't labor in vain. Hand over that heap of dirt to me. I owe you a favor. Wang Qin approached, a burlap sack in hand, unabashed. Seeing Wang Qin, Zhao Xianglu felt an urge to lash out. You come here as if you're collecting scrap. It's as though I desperately need your favor. He shot Wang Qin a disdainful glare, his pride evident. The implication was clear. He would let it rot before handing it over to him. Wang Qin seemed to have anticipated this. How about $1 per pound? What do you say? Sell it to me. Zhao Xianglu's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? $1 per pound. You're really collecting scrap. Don't wear that expression. If you don't sell it to me, it'll just sit here. Wang Qin retorted, gesturing toward Pai, who was merrily dragging 3 burlap sacks filled with the already excavated earth that others had left behind. Zhao Xianglu felt a pang of frustration. He knew that if he left it here, those two would undoubtedly take it away, and the thought of selling it left him feeling bitter. How about you sell me 1 sack? Not selling. Wang Qin replied firmly, as if Zhao Xianglu had snatched his money. He turned to leave, seeking another deal. Have you ever seen a scam this brazen? Zhao Xianglu fumed, knowing he was no match for Wang Qin. If he didn't sell it, it would likely be left behind. Wait, how about $100 per pound? How shallow. $1 per pound. Wang Qin, a seasoned trader, was not easily swayed by the negotiation skills of this novice girl. You're shameless. Zhao Xianglu's chest heaved with indignation. This is a proper transaction, fair and square. Wang Qin observed that many had ventured ahead to scout the path, thus he was reluctant to waste time. Otherwise, he could very well end up waiting until everyone departed. You're shameless. Selling shovels just to make us your laborers. Zhao Xianglu, infuriated, raised his hand instinctively but refrained from striking, opting instead to stomp his feet. $50 per pound. I don't care. Humph, I don't care either. It's $1 per pound, Wang Chun replied, exuding an air of confidence. Tears welled in Zhao Xianglu's eyes. She had never endured such humiliation. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to cry. You're the worst boy I've ever met. Thank you. $1 per pound. Wang Chun appeared elated, as if he were being praised. $10 per pound. Impossible. It must be $1. Anything less than 50 cents per pound would be a miracle, Wang Chun asserted resolutely. Zhao Xianglu stomped her feet in fury. Now walking into the secret realm while counting the $20 Wang Chun had given her, committing every detail about him, his appearance, voice, height to memory. She internally labeled him a disgrace to the cultivation world, a scoundrel, vowing to warn her friends to steer clear of him in the future. Wang Chun collected 20 pounds of dirt and rushed to the next buyer. You bully people. A boy from Yotsuan pointed accusingly at Wang Chun, his nostrils flaring in anger. Just a moment ago, that girl was selling it for $1 per pound, and now you're offering me 10 cents. You're telling me that that's not bullying? No. The little one must have misheard. That girl sold it to me for a dime as well. I never lie. We are all honest folk. The boy was more furious. He was certain he had heard correctly. She had indeed sold it for $1 per pound, yet the shameless scoundrel refused to admit it. The boy resolved to endure the situation. Finally, Wang Chun shyly smiled, conceding that 10 cents per pound was indeed excessive. How about 20 cents per pound? Go to hell. I'm not leaving. The boy sat atop a mound of dirt, crossing his legs and turning away from Wang Chun. Fine, 50 cents per pound. If you won't sell, I'll go to another buyer. You. The boy pointed at Wang Chun, his finger trembling. 30 cents per pound. Wang Chun maintained a serious demeanor as he haggled, and after half an hour, amidst the chorus of insults from the crowd, he collected all the dirt. Shameless. Unprincipled. A swindler. A disgrace. Everyone believed that this rogue had planned everything from the outset, waiting until they finished digging before coming to buy. No wonder he refused to sell burlap sacks. What a shameless scoundrel. As the crowd dispersed, Wang Chun was the last to leave, with more people arriving. He and Chen Pai retreated into a small hut, depositing the several burlap sacks filled with dirt into Chen Pai's hat. The two, now unencumbered, set off, shoulder to shoulder. While others on the ground diligently scraped at the soil, their earnestness akin to those applying film on a bridge. As they ventured deeper, the spiritual energy was suppressed to the point of being imperceptible, and their mental faculties began to wane. Chen Pai, having trained his mental prowess, found himself no different from an ordinary person 2 kilometers from the cabin. Aside from possessing a physique stronger than that of an average cultivator, there was little distinction. This place evidently rendered all practitioners into mere mortals. Those without a solid foundation in body refinement who entered would be reduced to ordinary folk, a dire predicament. As an untrained individual exploring the secret realm could meet a swift demise. Such locales were inherently designated for cultivators. Fortunately, Wang Chun's physique surpassed that of ordinary body-refining practitioners, allowing him to avoid significant losses while amassing 7 or 8 burlap sacks of dirt, nearly filling Chen Pai's spatial hat. Chen Pai adjusted his hat and continued alongside Wang Chun. As they journeyed, they encountered numerous skeletal remains, long deceased, with some bones nearly decayed, a testament to the passage of time. Chen Pai perused all his ancient texts, noting that this secret realm had no record whatsoever, leaving them to navigate blindly. As they progressed, the realm was filled with towering trees, each trunk requiring several people to encircle, their branches twisting and curling like serpents. It was eerily silent. Even if someone walked ahead, the desolation was palpable, a place seldom graced by human presence. Chapter 53. The Magical Artifact Spell. Wang Chun. You mentioned lending me a magical artifact, so why don't you show it to me? Chen Pai chuckled, having long coveted Wang Chun's treasure. Here it is. Isn't that turtle shell it? Wang Chun replied with wide eyes. Did you not receive it? Or did you lose it? No, you're being unreasonable. That turtle shell is an entirely different matter. Chen Pai exclaimed, exasperated. Isn't the turtle shell a magical artifact? Wang Chun retorted as he walked. You can figure out its uses. It can even predict the future. If not, just return it, and I'll exchange it for something else. Chen Pai's expression softened a bit. All right, I'll trade. He then retrieved the turtle shell from his hat. Wang Chun did not hesitate. He took out a bronze bowl from his backpack and tossed it to Chen Pai. What the hell? Why are you giving me a bowl? Are you asking me to beg? Chen Pai was bewildered. Is this how you treat people? First a turtle shell, now a bowl? Just because it's bronze doesn't make it an antique. Chen Pai was frustrated. He didn't need an antique but a proper magical artifact, one that was practical and formidable. Don't tell me this is your magical artifact. Chen Pai thought at that moment that Wang Qin was even less reliable than he had imagined. Indeed, this is my magical artifact. I tell you, it packs quite a punch. Wang Qin boasted. I knocked Zhou Danny out cold with this very bowl. Chen Pai was stunned, but still held on to the hope that it was a magical artifact capable of channeling power. So, how does this bronze bowl work? What else could it do? Just use it like this, Wang Qin said, and without warning, he struck Chen Pai on the head with the bowl. With a resounding clang, Chen Pai collapsed, unable to rise. Zhou Danny, with his tough skin and muscles, had been knocked out in 3 hits. Chen Pai, with his delicate physique, could barely withstand 2. At that moment, Chen Pai had not yet lost consciousness but felt dizzy, as if a swarm of bees were buzzing in his head. He could get up. He just lay there, pondering the absurdity of life. How can you just act without a moment's notice? He thought. Haha, how does it feel? I only used a fraction of my strength. Wang Qin laughed heartily, striking a pose of triumph. Chen Pai, still on the ground, grew more sullen at Wang Qin's amusement. How can you laugh at a time like this? It's outrageous. Hey, are you all right? Wang Qin finally noticed Chen Pai sprawled on the ground. Don't touch me. Let me think for a moment. Chen Pai gestured for Wang Qin to keep his distance. After several minutes, Chen Pai managed to get to his feet. A large bump forming on his forehead, internally vowing revenge against Wang Qin. He could understand why Zhou Danny would want to pursue Wang Qin. He could only imagine the extent of the damage done by that bowl in Zhou Danny's hands. Rubbing his forehead, Chen Pai suspected Wang Qin had done it deliberately. But what could he possibly gain from that? Was he still holding a grudge over the $300 he had lost? This is utterly useless. It's like using a brick. Doesn't it have any other functions? I haven't discovered any other functions, Wang Qin mused. Feeling the bronze bowl seemed only fit for meals, aside from its built-in cultivation system. He mentally called out, Pidden, what other functions does the bronze bowl possess? Pidden. The spirit of the artifact, yawned. How about I teach you a spell? Wang Qin's eyes widened. The thought of a spell sounded grand. What spell? Hurry and teach me. What is its purpose? He recalled how Chen Pai had once used a compass, murmuring incantations to follow a faint aura toward a hidden entrance. That ability seemed impressive to those who didn't understand it. There's a saying, not knowing yet feeling it's impressive. Wang Qin fantasized about casting spells in public, garnering admiration from all, elevating his reputation in the cultivation community. Point the opening of the bronze bowl at an item and shout, come into the bowl. The bowl will then attract the item toward it. Pidden's voice trailed off. Wang Qin shouted, startling Chen Pai, who stared at him in disbelief. Nothing. Wang Qin reassured him, aware that while Chen Pai could learn of Pidden, the spirit's existence was his greatest secret, one he could not explain. Once Pidden finished speaking, he vanished, returning to his slumber. The points Wang Qin acquired for his cultivation had been nourishing Pidden, which explained Pidden's recent lethargy. Otherwise, he would have been up causing trouble. Wang Qin, unable to wake Pidden, felt a bit embarrassed as he examined the bronze bowl. The function seemed decent, but the spell was quite ridiculous. He thought about how awkward it would be to shout that spell during a confrontation. Come into the bowl. Wouldn't that seem foolish? In the heat of battle, couldn't he conjure something more sensible? Have you remembered anything? Does the bronze bowl have any other functions? Chen Pai asked, tilting his head, his eyes pleading for information. Wang Qin, blushing, glanced around, finally fixing his gaze upon Chen Pai's hat. Suddenly, he held the bowl's opening toward the hat. Come into the bowl. Time seemed to freeze as Chen Pai watched Wang Qin. What are you doing? The spell failed. Wang Qin felt embarrassed. Was it that he couldn't add a single word to the incantation? Did it have to be recited verbatim? Come into the bowl. Wang Qin maintained his stance and shouted again. Chen Pai felt Wang Qin was acting foolishly, doing something incomprehensible. Are you advertising? You should be the one to go into the bowl. Suddenly, a powerful force emerged, and Chen Pai's hat was gone, leaving his round head exposed to the wind. Damn it. Ding. From Chen Pai, 748 points acquired. The hat shrank and appeared at the bottom of the bowl, though Wang Qin felt embarrassed. He realized the bronze bowl's ability was quite practical. This magical artifact had decent power, yet after wandering for so long, they had seen nothing, not even a shadow. Just having power without a means to exert it was pointless. Chen Pai looked around. The forest was eerily quiet. As the two continued on their path, after a short while, a golden palace emerged in their sights. Stepping out of the forest, they found themselves in a clearing, expansive enough to span 3 kilometers. With a magnificent golden palace at its center. Many people stood outside the palace, hesitant to enter. Finally, they spotted others, all gathered before the grand entrance of the palace. Chapter 54. The palm-sized bee, the Golden Palace, surrounded by walls soaring over 10 meters high, stood imposingly, even with unrestrained magical powers. One could not leap over it simply with the strength of their legs. Upon sighting the resplendent palace, Qianpai sought a spot to retrieve numerous bamboo slips and bone manuscripts, with Wang Qin assisting in the search. Such palatial structures were abundant in ancient times, belonging to the celestial abodes of the Kunlun void Taoist deities who resided within. This was a divine sanctuary. Who knows what celestial beings might dwell therein? Here, individuals possessing ancient knowledge were not scarce, yet they refrained from entering, paralyzed by fear. In ancient times, intruding upon a sacred temple without permission would have resulted in being treated as an invader, met with lethal consequences. The entire palace was constructed of gold, a testament to extravagant craftsmanship. One could surmise that the immortal residing within was quite the avaricious being. Wang Qin gazed at the temple with sparkling eyes. Tempted to uproot the entire structure, it was simply irresistible. "What are you doing?" Qianpai sensed something amiss in Wang Qin's demeanor. "I advise you not to act recklessly. We have no idea which deity resides within." Understood. Wang Qin acknowledged that he could not possibly transport the palace away, though the thought was tantalizing. If he were to attain mastery in cultivation and wealth in the future, he envisioned erecting a golden palace atop the mountains, inviting mortals to pay homage daily. The mere thought invigorated him. Zhao Xianglu hesitated among the crowd, much like many others stuck at the entrance. It wasn't that no one had entered, but once inside, they felt as if the very ground imposed some invisible law, rendering their speed akin to that of a tortoise, as if time itself had slowed by tenfold. The ground posed a challenge. This could very well be the restriction against unauthorized entry into the temple. A throng gathered outside, and Wang Qin had no intention of being the first to venture forth. Instead, he sought a retreat. Many shared his sentiments, diverting towards the Ling Hall before meandering behind it. This mystical realm was replete with towering trees, akin to a treasure hunt in an untouched wilderness, populated with small creatures and birds, a scene of perfect normalcy. Wang Qin even spotted palm-sized bees, their buzzing notably loud, as they traversed a vibrant patch of crimson blooms. The flowers danced gracefully, reminiscent of an ethereal beauty in motion. "Oh, flowers!" Qianpai exclaimed, becoming notably animated, seemingly recognizing them. "Wang Qin, these are spirit flowers, non-toxic and devoid of accompanying ferocious beasts. They possess beautifying properties and can fetch tens of thousands when sold to affluent women." The buzzing from this patch of flowers was the most pronounced. Ignoring the diminutive bees, Qianpai began to pluck flowers, and Wang Qin, upon hearing their potential worth, felt invigorated as well. With several blooms in sight, they could easily amass a fortune. They promptly deviated from the main path, edging closer to the flowers. Qianpai was particularly exhilarated, noting that such flowers thrived only in the harshest of environments, deep within spiritual mountains. He had only sold them once before, and was now intent on making a substantial profit. "This one is even more beautiful. This one is even larger." Qianpai gestured grandly, enthusiastically pointing out the flowers. Suddenly, a large bee, seemingly endowed with intelligence, buzzed over from another blossom and stung Qianpai on the back of his hand. The stinger was long, and unprepared, he was caught off guard. "Ah!" Qianpai's pained scream echoed from the flower patch. Before his cry subsided, the bee extracted its stinger only to strike him again. "Are you relentless?" The bee, with its wide eyes brimming with fury, appeared to defend its territory, determined to retaliate against the flower thief. Qianpai, incensed, protested, "I merely sought a flower. Is there no justice? Did you plant these blooms?" The bee, palm-sized and unyielding, stung him repeatedly without succumbing. Its stinger lacked barbs, resembling an oversized embroidery needle. His hand swelled, resembling a dumpling, and the pain was excruciating. Qianpai, unaccustomed to such humiliation, retaliated with a swift slap to the bee's head. Caught off guard, the bee blinked in surprise, initially assuming victory. However, it was unprepared for Qianpai's defiance and was swiftly knocked unconscious. This shouldn't be. It had been said that previous flower pickers were driven away by stings, too terrified to retaliate. "Run!" Wang Qin, who had been watching from behind, suddenly bolted. "Why are you panicking? We're merely picking flowers." Qianpai glanced at the fleeing Wang Qin, feeling he was overreacting to a mere palm-sized bee. He was ready to resume plucking the crimson flowers. The buzzing intensified. Qianpai looked up to see at least 30 bees approaching, their stingers poised for attack. "You have invaded our territory. Prepare to meet your demise." The swarm of bees, unapologetic, demonstrated their territorial rights. Those fleeing always moved swiftly, and Wang Qin, having sprinted 50 meters, was soon overtaken. His scalp prickled with unease as he muttered, "Why are you all showing your rear ends? We have no interest in them." In a moment of desperation, Wang Qin tossed a stinky fart ball behind him and dashed away, uncertain of its efficacy. The resounding sound of flatulence echoed, and the stench of the fart ball dispersed rapidly. Only after they had sprinted several dozen meters did they realize the buzzing had ceased. "Wang Qin, your timing with that fart was impeccable," Qin Pai, panting heavily, exclaimed. "Ha!" Wang Qin wished to clarify that the fart was not his. He anticipated Qin Pai would naturally inquire, "If it wasn't you, then who else would it be?" leading to a lengthy explanation. Thus, he simply handed Qin Pai a black spherical object. "What is this?" Qin Pai pondered. "A delightful little trinket." Wang Qin grinned, while Qin Pai appeared only partially enlightened. Ahead, a crowd had gathered around a sizable altar. "If I surmise correctly, this is the exit." As they approached, a multitude surrounded the altar, engaged in fervent discussion. A small creature ascended the altar, prompting it to emit a radiant light, and the being vanished into thin air. "See? I told you this is the exit." That light was undoubtedly a teleportation beam. "I beg to differ. An exit should resemble a small wormhole, not an altar. You are too antiquated. Can an altar not be inscribed with a teleportation array?" A throng of strangers argued passionately, their faces flushed. Wang Qin and Qin Pai squeezed into the crowd. Scrutinizing the altar, it was undoubtedly an exit. Qin Pai, knowledgeable in formations, recognized it instantly. The gray-white altar featured a central Taiji symbol, encircled by two serpentine stone dragons, coiling around it like a protective embrace. Chapter 55. After Han Yi discovered the location of the exit, Wang Qin, with Pai Dan in tow, made his way to the spirit hall. Their previous attempt to proceed had met with a dead end, revealing only a chaotic expanse from the entrance to the altar, marking the entirety of the secret realm. Many had traversed this path, ultimately converging outside the Golden Spirit Hall. A considerable number of Taoists had come here, and outwardly, they appeared more serious than Qin Pai, none quite matching his corpulence. Wang Qin surveyed the scene. Over 200 individuals gathered outside the Grand Hall. With humans in scarce supply, most were of the demon kind, many exhibiting peculiar features, such as Zhou Dainyu, who sported two horns, making them easily distinguishable. Aside from Wang Qin, the lone human among a few Taoists garbed in traditional robes, it seemed that humans were indeed a rarity. As Wang Qin scanned his surroundings, his gaze suddenly landed on a familiar figure. Remarkably, it was Han Yi. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed her, though her face was smeared with dirt, likely from a fall at the entrance. Many others bore disheveled hair, a stark contrast to Wang Qin, who appeared unscathed. Beside Han Yi stood a slender Taoist in his 40s, notably shorter than her by about 10 centimeters, his expression stern and unyielding, wielding a whisk in hand. Alongside him was a man in his 30s, also grasping a whisk, both evidently from the same sect, dressed in identical Taoist robes. "Look, Han Yi, there's a golden palace. I am certain to acquire treasures to show you," a young man, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, said as he trailed closely beside her. Han Yi feigned ignorance, appearing not to hear him. Wang Qin was taken aback by his presence. Was this not the pretentiously Xiao from the playground? He recalled Li Xiao mentioning some connection between his master and Han Yi's. It seemed they had been brought here to broaden their horizons. Upon noticing Wang Qin, the master of Li Xiao rolled his eyes in resignation and hurried over. "Brother, please calm down. I will not mention that again." "You still mention it." The slender Taoist suddenly bellowed, drawing the attention of many, including Qin Pai. Foes. Their encounter was bound to ignite conflict. Qin Pai glared at the slender Taoist, his chin jutting defiantly. "You fatso, you've finally stopped running." The slender Taoist, brandishing his whisk, charged over in anger, unimpeded by any attempts to restrain him. "Humph." Qin Pai continued to look down upon him. "Am I to fear a scrawny wretch like you? Let us duel." The slender Taoist readied himself to strike, but Li Xiao's master swiftly intervened. Come on, come on," Qin Pai shouted, removing his Taoist shoes, preparing to brandish them as weapons, while Wang Qin instinctively tried to restrain him. "What benefit is there in fighting? No. I cannot find peace until this scoundrel is dealt with." The slender Taoist roared. "Release me. Today, I shall ensure this old fool learns what kind of temper Qin Daoi is known for in the martial world." Qin Pai seethed with indignation. Wang Qin, upon hearing this, "Let go. What are you saying?" he questioned, doubting his own hearing. "Stop me," Qin Pai urged in a hushed tone. Wang Qin was bewildered. "What on earth? Just now you told me to let you go, and now you want me to stop you? Scrawny fool, come here. I'll make sure you regret it." Qin Pai exclaimed excitedly, bouncing on his feet with his Taoist shoe in hand. "Do not restrain me. I must go teach this fatso a lesson. Honey, yes, master. Equally agitated, leapt up, clutching his whisk. A crowd gathered, witnessing the two Taoists hurling insults at each other from a meter apart. Come over here. If you have the guts, approach. I've recently learned a new technique. You'll be perfect for practice. Chenpai bellowed, his voice competing with that of the slender Taoist, who matched his volume with escalating intensity. Both were caught up in the fervor when, suddenly, Li Shao's master accidentally lost his grip, sending the slender Taoist lunging forward, covering the short distance to stand directly before Chenpai. The slender Taoist paused for a moment, surveying the onlookers, and declared loudly, "Humph. Were it not for the primary purpose of exploring the secret realm, I would engage you in a battle to the death." Chenpai's shoe halted in midair, failing to strike the slender Taoist's face, and he huffed, raising his chin in arrogance. "In light of your role as a mentor, I shall grant you a modicum of dignity and refrain from humiliating you." Honey, rubbing her forehead, pondered the whereabouts of her previously stern and humorless master. "Whose master is this? Take him away. I no longer want him." "Oh, you speak so highly of yourself. What is this? After taking on a disciple, you've become arrogant?" Honey, yes, master taunted. "Huh. And what of you? How fares your disciple? Care to compare?" Chenpai, ever concerned with his pride, thrust his chin upward, looking down at the slender Taoist. "My disciple is the daughter of the Han family, destined for greatness." The slender Taoist puffed out his chest. "The Han family has produced immortals in history. Their ancestral palace still stands atop Kunlun Mountain. Which prestigious clan does your disciple hail from?" Chenpai was taken aback. Wang Chen instinctively sought to clarify that he was not Chenpai's disciple, but Chenpai pulled him aside to whisper, "You must not let this slender fool undermine my reputation. No, 100 yuan. Absolutely not. Unless you reduce your share of the spoils from this secret realm by another 10%. Chenpai glared. "You are being unreasonable." After a moment's hesitation, Chenpai clenched his teeth and nodded. The slender Taoist, chest puffed out, remarked, "I bet he is asking your disciple which family he belongs to." "Fool. My disciple is from the Wang family," Chenpai declared confidently, startling even Wang Chen, who himself was baffled by this claim. "Which Wang family?" The slender Taoist's eyes widened, his tone turning serious. "The Wang family holds a preeminent position in Huaxia." "Humph. I have no desire to engage in lengthy discourse with an ignorant individual like you." Chenpai rolled his eyes, then turned to Wang Chun, saying, "Chenair, this man is Zhan Daoist from the Yinyang Temple of Changbai Mountain, known for his sharp tongue and feeble abilities, yet he parades around acting impressive. Henceforth, avoid dealings with such a person, understand?" Upon hearing this introduction, Zhan Daoist's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 56. Embarrassing past events. The inner turmoil of Master Zhan was palpable, as he yearned to deliver a resounding slap to Chenpai. "How dare you slander me in public? How am I to maintain my dignity in front of my disciple?" Yet Chenpai persisted, dragging Wang Chen into the conversation. "My dear Chen, let me confide in you. This Master Zhan is rather foolish, widely regarded as the least intelligent in the Taoist community." Wang Chen, puzzled, refrained from interjecting. "Do you know, 10 years ago he scoured the world for a miraculous elixir, only to find it and end up with a week-long bout of diarrhea." "Ha ha." Chenpai erupted in laughter, reveling in the retelling of this tale. His voice, far from whispered, was loud enough for Han Yi and Li Shao to hear clearly. They stood behind Master Zhan, astonished that the usually stoic master had such a comical history. Was this truly the master chosen by his family? Today's encounter suggested otherwise. Master Zhan's face darkened as he endured Chenpai's ridicule. This incident had become notorious within the cultivation community. A Taoist suffering from a week of digestive distress due to a supposed miracle pill. It became a topic of gossip for months. Wang Chen nodded, listening intently, while Chenpai continued his theatrics. He even clogged all the toilets in our Yinyang temple, forcing his master to be exiled for 3 months. Master Zhan's expression grew darker still. They had agreed not to bring this up. Han Yi and Li Shao stifled their laughter, surprised to discover this side of their master. Li Shao's own master, exasperated, grasped Master Zhan's wrist to prevent an outburst. Slap. Master Zhan smacked Li Shao on the back of the head. "What are you laughing at?" Li Shao, bewildered, retorted, "You should be hitting your own disciple, not me. I'm not your disciple." He quickly lowered his gaze, not daring to meet Master Zhan's eyes. "Do you understand your mistake?" Slap. Another strike landed on Li Shao's head. Master Zhan felt it inappropriate to strike a girl, so Li Shao became the outlet for his frustration. Li Shao looked up, only to meet Master Zhan's furious glare, his bravado deflating as he muttered, "I understand, Master." That is more like it. Master Jean's demeanor softened slightly. Allow me to enlighten you all. The most unscrupulous and unreliable individual in the cultivation world is none other than the man standing behind me, Chenpai. A robe with no sect or affiliation. Slap. Master Jean struck Li Xiao again. Pay attention. Li Xiao shivered, glancing at his master, seemingly questioning why the blows were directed at him. His master shrugged, turning away, wishing to distance himself from the scene. Chenpai, ever the trickster, had initially hoped to showcase his skills in the secret realm to win Han Yi's admiration, only to find himself humiliated instead. Master Jean continued. But he realized both Han Yi and Li Xiao were more captivated by Chenpai than by his words. Sensing a losing battle, he turned towards Wang Chen, standing directly in front of him. Young man, you appear honest and upright. Do not let Chenpai lead you astray. He is particularly deceptive, capable of ensnaring even himself. Master Jean straightened his collar. With your integrity, consider becoming my disciple. I shall teach you the true path of Taoism. Do not waste your future on unworthy pursuits. Wang Chen smiled shyly, his heart elated at being called honest and upright. Do you require payment? Not at all. Your integrity is enough. I shall waive the fee. Master Jean thought to himself how easily he could recruit a disciple, envisioning the exasperation it would cost Chenpai. Refusing payment? It must be a scam. Wang Chen laughed. Chenpai found the situation amusing, casting a mocking glance at Master Jean. The latter, his face darkened, mentally cursed as he made a note of Wang Chen's qualities. However, he realized that no one would come without some form of payment. This youth's integrity, refusing to betray his master even for free, was indeed commendable, although rejected. Master Jean's impression of Wang Chen improved. Master, you mentioned that it was Chenpai who sold the elixir to Master Jean, hence Master Jean's animosity towards him? Li Xiao blurted out, his voice loud and inquisitive, unable to rest until every detail was clarified. Let me share a secret, but do not speak of it. Li Xiao's master lowered his voice. Agreed, I want to say a word. Li Xiao insisted, his volume betraying him as he cupped his ears. Years ago, Master Jean scoured the cultivation world in search of an elixir, rumored to grant several millennia of life, allowing one to witness the resurgence of spiritual energy and the return of ancient myths. I do not know who fed him this tale, but he believed it wholeheartedly. Searching for months without a hint of the elixir. Then Chenpai appeared, a mere boy at the time, clad in an enigmatic Taoist robe, boldly entering our Yin-Yang temple to sell elixirs for 500,000 each. Master Jean, in his folly, became flustered and borrowed money from everyone to purchase the elixir. 500,000 was a staggering sum, yet for a chance at immortality, it seemed worth it. After acquiring it, he eagerly consumed it. Haha. And then he suffered a week of digestive distress? Li Xiao burst out laughing, unaware that Master Jean stood behind him. Li Xiao's master instinctively covered his ears, while Han Yi noted the uncanny resemblance between the two. Do not laugh. That is not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that he clogged 20 toilets in our temple and was banished to the mountains to relieve himself. Li Xiao's master chuckled, clutching his stomach in mirth. Ha! Li Xiao laughed heartily, feeling avenged for his earlier humiliation as he sought out more tales of Master Jean's misadventures. Han Yi, too, found delight in the unfolding drama, her own curiosity piqued. And then what happened? Li Xiao pressed eagerly. After a week of embarrassment, he pursued Chenpai for 3 months. Li Xiao's master laughed again. Chenpai, once a nobody, became infamous throughout the cultivation community. Thus, both Master Jean and Chenpai achieved notoriety. Li Xiao's master laughed heartily, suddenly receiving a slap on the back of his head. Li Xiao, too, received a swift smack, while only Han Yi escaped unscathed. Among the trio, these two found the greatest amusement, realizing only then that Master Jean had silently approached them. Chapter 57, The 500-Meter Golden Passage. Master, I was wrong. Li Xiao's mentor wailed. Elder, I was wrong. Li Xiao echoed his despair. The scene that unfolded next was unbearable, as Han Yi turned her head away, overwhelmed by the continuous cries of both Li Xiao and his mentor. Jean Dauren did not exert excessive force. It was merely a light chastisement. However, given his fiery temperament, Li Xiao bore 5 or 6 prominent lumps on his head. Han Yi, your gaze earlier seemed to resonate with that young man, did it not? Jean Dauren, ever observant, noted. Han Yi glanced at Jean Dauren, then at the anxious expressions of Li Xiao and his mentor, and nodded. Yes, he is my deskmate. Ah. Li Xiao's eyes nearly bulged out in shock, feeling an immense pressure to shine brightly within the secret realm, hoping to capture Han Yi's admiration. To speak candidly, Han Yi had numerous admirers. As a girl brimming with artistic charm, She had captivated Li Xiao's interest shortly after their acquaintance. With her deskmate present and also a practitioner, Li Xiao felt compelled to surpass him, at the very least. All right, master. Han Yi harbored some doubts about Wang Qin's sincerity, yet she followed her master's words without question. Li Xiao's sense of pressure intensified. They had lingered outside the spirit hall for quite some time, and it appeared that some had already ventured inside. However, Chen Pai and Zhang Daoren were not among those eager to take the lead. Only those extremely confident in their abilities, or perhaps overly arrogant, would dare to break the ice. Being the first to enter was perilous, as the cultivation world was never forgiving and could cost one their life at any moment. More and more individuals arrived, gradually surpassing 300 and heading towards 400. The grand entrance of the palace led to a corridor stretching 500 meters. Adorned with numerous illustrations depicting creatures with the bodies of horses and heads of bulls wielding tridents, among various other designs seemingly narrating the ancient splendor. You twisted your ankle at the entrance. Stay outside for now. Master will first assess the situation and return to escort you. Zhang Daoren spoke softly. Han Yi obediently nodded, recognizing that if danger lurked within, she would only hinder her mentor. I promise to bring back something valuable, Li Xiao declared, his tone brimming with youthful zeal. Han Yi chose to ignore him, her gaze fixated on Wang Qin, the boy labeled an orphan by his classmates at school. What background did he possess? Which Wang family was he from? Han Yi pondered, genuinely perplexed, for how could an ordinary orphan be chosen by a Taoist as a disciple? Zhang Daoren's choice to accept her as a disciple surely stemmed from his interest in the Han family's substantial influence. It was a matter of mutual benefit. She continued to contemplate which Wang family Wang Qin belonged to, or whether he hailed from an ancient lineage that had persisted through the ages. Standing from a different vantage point, she understood more than others. Indeed, hidden families existed in this world. Many powerful business magnates relied on these clandestine clans for their own survival. Over the past 2 millennia, countless wars had transpired, and those families had become adept at remaining concealed, successfully multiplying and thriving, unless the era of spiritual energy revival emerged. Otherwise, they would remain self-sufficient and withdrawn from the world. The Han family, too, had support from a hidden lineage, having once been a secret family themselves until circumstances compelled them to step into the light. Zhang Daoren led Li Xiao and his junior disciples into the 500-meter golden passage alongside the throng. Upon entering the corridor, everyone felt their movements restricted. While their arms remained unaffected, their legs trudged as if walking through mud, drastically diminishing their speed. Traversing the 500-meter golden passage at this rate would take an eternity. Those who had entered an hour earlier were still visible in the distance. Suddenly, they spotted a hunchbacked child who, at a normal walking pace, began to surpass everyone. Hey, you all look strange. What are you pretending for? The child, known as Xian Gui, remained unaffected by any restrictions, gazing at the others with a puzzled expression. Frustration arose among the crowd as they speculated why this child was unaffected while they felt as if they were wading through a mire. Hanging from Xian Gui's neck was a pendant that glimmered with light. A magical artifact? Child, hand over that artifact, or I will make you regret it. A latecomer threatened roughly, only to receive sympathetic glances from those nearby. Who are you talking about? Xian Gui retorted without courtesy, swiftly knocking the man unconscious and dragging him out of the passage by his collar. Once Xian Gui departed, someone inquired of the nearby demon clan member. Who was that child? Do you remember the one who overturned a 10-story building? That's him. Ah, he looks so easy to bully. There was no choice. Those who had fallen victim to this child's hands numbered 7 or 8, one of whom, a wolf demon, had been so thoroughly beaten that he lost control of his bodily functions, unable to transform back due to the realm's suppression, suffering immensely. Zhang Daoren, observing silently, etched the image of the hunchbacked child into his memory, gaining insight. Everyone knew that possessing a magical artifact ensured normal speed, yet very few owned such treasures. Magical artifacts were exceedingly rare, especially in an era where spiritual energy had not yet revived. It was not that demon clans lacked them. Rather, it was unrealistic to expect that everyone venturing out would be granted a magical artifact for protection. Those artifacts were typically reserved for maintaining dominance within the demon clans. The demon clan members had little to complain about. They could only proceed at their own pace, given that so few possessed magical artifacts. Just as this thought settled in their minds, a young man with blue hair and blue eyes sprinted past, wielding a large blue club over his shoulder, stirring up a gust of wind. Everyone assumed this blue-eyed demon was aloof and unapproachable, but that perception quickly faded as he brandished a wolf-toothed club, undermining the impression of his supposed detachment. This was merely the beginning. One by one, others raced past them. Zhou Dainyu, clad in a shining leather outfit, strutted by with an air of arrogance. Do you all have other outfits? The distinguished heirs of the Cow Village are truly exceptional. They even venture out adorned with magical artifacts. I wonder how formidable this thing's defensive capabilities are. A man with gray hair and clothing bounced past, also clad in leather. It is poverty that limits your imagination. A wave of irritation washed over the crowd as they grumbled. What are you showing off for? Is Cow Village truly that impressive? Meanwhile, Xian Gui showcased his magical artifacts, producing several turtle shells and casually distributing one to a plump individual who followed him eagerly into the passage. The plump man raised the turtle shell high, reveling in the attention, and no one dared to snatch it away. Everyone understood that the hunchback child's true form was that of a divine turtle, and no one wished to provoke his followers. Some individuals remained composed, for no one knew where the magical artifacts were concealed. Regardless, their walking speed was noticeably quicker than that of others. Shenpai, proudly holding the turtle shell aloft, pranced along, his ample figure jiggling with every step, exuding an air of triumph. In this realm, possessing a magical artifact set one apart, creating an innate sense of superiority. Skinny one, I hear you lack a magical artifact? Shenpai circled Zhandaren, unleashing a barrage of taunts. TSK, you're rather impoverished, aren't you? How old are you? It seems all that cultivation has been in vain, as even I, a youth, surpass you. Shenpai danced and dashed around Zhandaren, who merely cast him a glance, unwilling to engage. Striking him was futile, pursuing him was equally fruitless. Instantly, numerous eyes turned toward Shenpai, a collective desire to silence him brewing. Yet they restrained their anger, recognizing the significance of the turtle shell. Wang Chun approached, cradling a bronze bowl in his hands. His countenance darkened as he pulled Shenpai away, feeling utterly humiliated. The source of Wang Chun's ire stemmed from an incident where a demon had tossed a 1 yuan coin into his bronze bowl, which evoked memories of his past experiences beneath the wormhole. On the other hand, Taoist John found Wang Chun increasingly agreeable. He regarded him as a good person and felt an irresistible urge to take him as a disciple. Many individuals had already ventured into the secret realm, and 2 hours were ample time to traverse the 500-meter golden passage. The initial group that had entered the passage soon vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Chapter 58. An unintentional emission of a foul odor. As they were running, a sudden and resounding sound of flatulence erupted, startling Wang Chun. What just happened? He suddenly recalled the black orb he had given to Shenpai. Could it have shattered here? Were they truly at odds with the entire world? Turning around, he indeed saw Shenpai, bewildered, clutching the black orb in his hand. Shenpai had been toying with the black sphere, perhaps thinking it was a medicinal pill, and in his curiosity, he had inadvertently crushed it. Wang Chun was equally perplexed. What was the purpose of bringing out that foul-smelling orb? Was it merely for novelty? The pervasive stench of flatulence wafted through the air, tinged with a hint of spiciness. Who was that shameless person who just farted? A burly man bellowed. At that moment, the speed of everyone's movement slowed to a crawl. Were they intent on poisoning everyone with such a foul odor? Oh my goodness, save me. I can't take it anymore. The potency of the foul orb was overwhelming, with those nearest to Shenpai being the first to suffer its effects. Shenpai, in utter disdain, tossed the offending orb to the ground, and many witnessed the black sphere, now deemed toxic. Heavens, could a foul-smelling demon have infiltrated our midst? I've heard they release gas upon seeing an ugly person. A chorus of complaints erupted as people searched for the source of the stench, determined to confront and punish the culprit. That flatulence even has a spicy flavor. Ugh. Several individuals, caught unawares by the foul orb, began to retch. Shenpai panicked. He hadn't anticipated such a devastating effect from that small black ball. He exchanged bewildered glances with Wang Chun, both confused as to how they had offended everyone so inexplicably. It must be that fat Taoist. He threw a gas bomb. Everyone, hold your breath. Let us take him down. Shenpai found himself amidst the crowd, hands reaching out towards him with great ferocity. The majority believed Shenpai had intentionally thrown the black orb into the crowd. You did this on purpose. Shenpai, caught in the throng, attempted to evade the grasping hands, his expression one of utter confusion. I didn't mean to. I swear. But who would believe him amidst such a foul stench? In this well-ventilated area, the odor from the flatulence orb continued to permeate the surroundings, and the practitioners within the passage felt increasingly aggrieved. The stench would linger for several minutes before dissipating. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Shenpai shouted, standing his ground to explain. However, most were indifferent to his pleas. their eyes blazing with fury as they advanced upon him. You've landed yourself in serious trouble. Even the Xian turtle cannot save you now. Run. Wang Chen grasped Chen Pai's wrist and fled. Any explanations were futile. A misunderstanding was a misunderstanding, after all. It was Chen Pai who had whimsically decided to play with the foul orb. Chase him. That dastard was definitely intentional. Most of the pursuers were of the demon clan. Pinching their noses with one hand, while incoherently shouting, 1, 2, 3. The two took off at a sprint, with Chen Pai still calling out his innocence. Within moments, they burst out of the passage. Breathless, the two were relieved that they possessed some cultivation. Otherwise, a 500-meter sprint would have been impossible. You're incredible! Wang Chen gasped, baffled by why Chen Pai had produced that foul orb without cause. I thought it might be a magical artifact. Chen Pai chuckled awkwardly, feeling rather embarrassed for having implicated both himself and his companion, all before they had even begun to explore the secret realm. Let us first seek treasures and then find a place to hide, Wang Chen suggested, recalling how several individuals had retched to the point of tears. He couldn't shake the memory of the classroom incident, fearing they might face a mob. Why did you bring such things into the secret realm? Chen Pai's face was filled with confusion. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Chen remained silent, pondering whether he should disclose his ability to conjure items from thin air. What does coughing mean? Chen Pai's confusion only deepened. There must be magical artifacts ahead. Wang Chen quickly shifted the subject. Upon traversing the passage, they entered a vast courtyard, where an immense ancient tree loomed before them, soaring at least 50 meters high, its canopy casting a shadow over the ground. Wang Chen had never encountered a tree of such magnitude, comparable to a building. The trunk was so massive that it would take a considerable number of people to encircle it. Wang Chen glanced at Chen Pai, estimating that it would take around 40 of them, lined up in a circle, to nearly cover the trunk's area. At that moment, Wang Chen noticed a young man in blue, standing with his back to them, exuding an extraordinary aura as he gazed up at the towering tree, creating a picturesque scene. Wang Chen approached the young man, but to his surprise, he found that the blue-clad figure was holding a Bluetooth stick, a rather jarring sight, previously obscured by his body. Wang Chen recognized him as the first person to dig in the small wooden cabin, the one who had shouldered a magical artifact and dashed into the passage, all the while carrying a bizarre weapon. Brother, what are you doing? Wang Chen inquired, his friendly demeanor clashing with the young man's aloof presence. After considering the situation, Wang Chen rationalized that the young man was likely not as detached as he appeared. Following the young man's gaze, Wang Chen and Chen Pai saw numerous beehives hanging from the tree, each nearly half the height of a person. What are you staring at the beehives for? Chen Pai's expression soured, fearing the young man might entertain a reckless idea. After their encounter with the swarm earlier, Chen Pai felt a shiver. This was clearly the bee's stronghold, yet he felt powerless to intervene. You mustn't think about harvesting the honey, while it can enhance cultivation speed. Those bees are not to be trifled with, Chen Pai cautioned. However, he soon realized that the blue-clad youth hadn't heeded his warning. Instead, Wang Chen stood shoulder to shoulder with him, both gazing up at the beehives with an intensity akin to that of brothers, their eyes filled with fervor. Chapter 59. The Soul of Jade. The youth clad in blue stood shoulder to shoulder with Wang Chen, both of comparable height. Wang Chen stroked his chin, resembling a sage deep in contemplation over a matter of great significance. One donned ancient attire while the other was dressed in modern clothing, creating a stark contrast that felt somewhat jarring. Yet, such was the nature of the present era. In a mere couple of months, an influx of individuals in traditional garb had emerged worldwide. Initially, many assumed they were merely cosplayers, with their blue and yellow hair and peculiar horns. However, it soon became apparent that these individuals were indeed born that way, seemingly not of human origin. The gravity of recent events had led the populace to gradually accept the world's transformation, rendering them hesitant to engage these strangers in conversation, instead silently awaiting the government's stance. The blue-clad youth, named Landong, was a young master from a branch of the demon clan. His ethereal appearance exuded an air of aloofness, accentuated by his flowing blue coat that draped elegantly down to his ankles. He too stroked his chin, fixating on the beehive before him, his ancient attire and cascading blue hair lending him the visage of a sage. Yet, the image was marred by the memory of him charging and wielding a wolf-toothed club moments ago. The mutated bees, no larger than a palm, produced honey far superior to that of the Earth's own mutated honeybees. If the beehive were to be removed, their cultivation progress would be unimpeded. Among the secluded families, a select few possessed spiritual bees, frequently harvesting honey to enhance the cultivation speed of their promising descendants. However, not all hidden clans had such resources. Landong's clan was among those who did not, especially rare in an era of dwindling spiritual energy. Do you think it's possible to stealthily acquire a beehive while the bees are distracted? Wang Chun mused, filtering Chen Pai's words in his mind. Focusing on the potential for accelerated cultivation. It is indeed a possibility, but the plan must be meticulous. These bees are particularly vengeful once they attain sentience. Landong blinked, his fervor diminishing his rationality. I can't wait any longer. What if I simply charge in and seize one before fleeing? Swallowing hard in excitement, Landong took a few steps forward. Chen Pai, observing their obliviousness to his warnings, panicked as he saw Landong move, hastily rushing to grasp his waist. No, brother. If you attempt to steal it, we'll all have to crawl out of the secret realm. Hundreds of these palm-sized bees will take turns stinging you. Just imagine the pain. Any sane person would quail at the thought. If their magical and mental powers were suppressed, they would be as defenseless as mortals. Attempting to forcibly seize the hive would be akin to self-harm, risking being stung to the point of unrecognizability. Who are you, and why are you holding me? Landong shot a glance at Chen Pai, skepticism creeping in. Brother, please, don't drag us down with you. Chen Pai implored earnestly. These mutated bees are ferocious. I've been stung before. If you wish to survive, let us seek fortune elsewhere. He raised his hand to reveal a conspicuously swollen bump. A testament to his painful encounter. See this? Just one sting. Chen Pai protested, his gaze shifting fearfully towards the hive above. Landong regarded Chen Pai with suspicion, his disbelief apparent. Ahem, perhaps we should venture inside instead. Wang Chen suddenly recalled the terror of being pursued by dozens of bees earlier. Landong's confidence wavered. Were these bees truly as vicious as described? Wang Chen turned, resolutely pulling Chen Pai deeper into the garden, leaving Landong to contemplate his next move before ultimately following. They entered a dilapidated garden, spanning several hundred square meters, the remnants of its past glory evident in the shattered rocks and pervasive desolation. Upon entering, they discovered dozens of individuals rummaging through the foliage, desperately searching for something. Among them was Zhou Denyo, who, upon sighting Wang Chun, lowered his head further, attempting to conceal himself amidst the grass. Landong trailed behind Wang Chen, observing at least 10 bruised individuals, their faces marred as if they had just endured a fierce beating. Chen Pai, comparing their injuries to his own swollen bump, burst into laughter. Clearly, these individuals had attempted to harvest a beehive and paid the price. These battered souls remained engrossed in their search, and both Wang Chun and Chen Pai instinctively sensed that this garden harbored treasures, hence the fervent digging. They had lost track of time, having scoured every patch of grass when Wang Chun spotted the Xian Gui kid alongside a notably plump individual, adorned with numerous strands of jade beads and cradling a large jade rabbit, all glistening with a soft luminescence. Jadeite? They are foraging for jade in this overgrown mess? Suddenly, the Xian Gui kid squatted and picked up a bead, placing it around the neck of the plump man, drawing envious glances from those around. Jade soul? Chen Pai mused, his excitement palpable. The premium jade souls nurtured for over 2,000 years in this spiritual land could fetch astronomical prices and boasted rejuvenating properties. Before Wang Chun could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Pai vanished in a flash, joining the throng in their frenzied search. These were not mere stones, but jade souls, infused with spiritual energy, the essence from which jade was derived, possessing incomparable value. Jade souls? Landong, well-versed in ancient texts, realized his oversight. His expression one of regret as he clutched his chest, lamenting the time wasted beneath the tree. I must join the search, he exclaimed, disappearing as well. Wang Chen, a modern individual unfamiliar with jade and its properties, observed as both Chen Pai and Landong became frenzied. He approached and began sifting through the earth alongside Chen Pai. What is this, you foolish glutton? Wang Chen inquired, his keen intellect recognizing that mere jade could not incite such fervor in his companions. Jade soul. It possesses rejuvenating properties. Can you fathom its worth? Hurry and search diligently, Chen Pai replied, his focus primarily on the hunt. Jade soul. Wang Chun remained perplexed, understanding only that it had rejuvenating effects, as he had heard jade could mitigate aging. But hold on, rejuvenation? How long would it last? Wang Chun endeavored to remain composed, still skeptical of the existence of an elixir for eternal youth. Ordinary jade souls, in an age of waning spiritual energy, typically offered a century of youthful vigor. After that, one's skin would age at a rate significantly accelerated compared to normal. Chen Pai's excitement grew as he elaborated. These jade souls have thrived here for countless years. The rejuvenating effects would mesmerize even the cultivators, selling for a fortune. Doesn't that mean if we acquire jade souls, our fortunes will be made? Wang Chen echoed. His enthusiasm ignited as he beheld the Xian Gui kit adorned with several jade souls, while the plump man boasted even more. They were likely among the first to enter. Explaining their impressive haul. Given their lifespans of around 200 years, the jade souls they uncovered could indeed grant them a lifetime of youthful radiance. Wang Chen diligently sifted through the grass, yet found nothing. Beyond the garden lay a grand hall, featuring a massive door that appeared exceptionally heavy. It was nearly impossible to open without immense strength, weighing several thousand pounds, and presently stood only slightly ajar. Chapter 60. Solo Feast. The heaps of grass outside had been thoroughly searched, and no one could find the jade soul. The jade soul possessed extraordinary effects. And aside from it, there was nothing else here. How could one return empty-handed? For Wang Chen, this was a matter of wealth, and wealth equated to life. He had once contemplated living a life of despair, but then realized that a life devoid of dreams was no different from that of a salted fish. Lu Sun once remarked that the greatest dream in life is to awaken from a dream, finding oneself at a dead end. Wang Chen did not wish to be filled with regret at that moment. What could provide Wang Chen with a sense of security? It was strength and wealth. They must hold equal value to life. With nothing left to scavenge outside, Wang Chen turned his gaze towards the grand hall, wondering what secrets lay hidden beyond its massive doors. Not only Wang Chen, but many others also focused their attention on the entrance of the hall, contemplating whether to push the door open, for behind it might lie endless dangers or boundless treasures. The only danger present in this secret realm at the moment was merely the mutated bees, which posed no threat as long as one did not provoke them. Should they open the door or not? The atmosphere remained silent for a full 5 minutes, with everyone exchanging glances, yearning for someone to take the initiative. In this era, those who acted recklessly were the first to perish. It was evident from the earlier excavation that 99% of the people were hesitant to proceed first, preferring to watch Wang Chen and his companions dig. Once again, silence enveloped the group. Even those who had previously clung to a glimmer of hope of finding something among the grass stood up, scanning their surroundings as if awaiting the emergence of a leader from ancient times. Why not push someone forward to take the lead? A woman awkwardly stepped forward. But after speaking, she was met with silence. Everyone regarded her with skepticism, sensing that her presence lacked the commanding aura necessary for leadership. At that moment, no one stepped forward. The woman glanced around, realizing she had no supporters, and slowly lowered her head, retreating into the crowd. "Haha, I will do it," exclaimed the youthful voice of the Xian Gui child, who boldly stepped out and stood before the grand door. The door, weighing several thousand pounds, appeared as if a mere toddler stood before the entrance of a mansion. Yet, everyone remained motionless, merely observing. This door was 10 meters high and 8 meters wide. Even a slight push would require immense strength. What made it more astonishing was that it was forged from gold, as was the entire palace, including the inner hall. Wang Chun and Chun Pai silently watched as the Xian Gui child attempted to move the door, his small frame firmly planted, pushing forward with all his might. His face flushed from exertion. The stout man, bare-chested, joined in the effort, but the primary force remained with the Xian Gui child. When he revealed his true form, he had effortlessly demolished a 10-story building. Now, in human form, his strength had diminished significantly, reduced to less than 1/10 of his former power. With a creaking sound, the door began to budge. The Xian Gui child's strength was formidable, and all eyes turned to him in awe. Without any point of reference, they had only heard rumors of his might. Witnessing it firsthand was truly shocking. Everyone present felt a sense of inferiority, acknowledging him as the undisputed champion. The stout man squeezed through the door after a minute of struggle, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Initially, no one followed. But Wang Chun was the first to dash inside. With a path cleared, no screams echoed from within. Instantly, the crowd recognized Wang Chun, the audacious one who had exploited a group of cultivators to assist him in digging, only to later purchase their finds at a meager price. Many gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with contempt as they regarded Wang Chen, wishing they could devour him whole. Wang Chen sheepishly smiled at the crowd before swiftly darting into the hall. Everyone, gnashing their teeth, silently followed his lead. As more people entered, the gap in the door widened, accommodating even more. "No, it's all mine," Chen Pai wailed, for upon entering, he was met with the sight of the Xian Gui child and the stout man desperately gathering the scattered jade souls from the floor. There were hundreds of jade souls, and by this time, 80% had already been collected by the Xian Gui child, whose speed was astonishing. Although they did not know the origins of this immortal and why he had such an affinity for collecting these treasures, it did not hinder their desire to seize the riches. With a fierce glare, the Xiangui child dove down to the ground, his hands moving even faster. As Wang Qin and Chen Pai rushed over, they found the two already clutching the jade souls tightly. They were all smaller pieces, and the stout man, having removed his trousers, knotted the pant legs to create a makeshift bag for the treasures. Wang Chun could hardly believe the ruthlessness of these two. How could they stoop so low? It was outrageous. The onlookers stood behind Wang Qin, bewildered. For all they could see was a child and a stout man clad in bright red underpants, an exceedingly jarring sight. Not only had the stout man stripped off his shirt to gather treasures, but now he had even removed his trousers. What kind of treasure had they stumbled upon? The plump Taoist felt quite embarrassed, offering a sheepish smile to the crowd. You all. Wang Chun was equally excited. Having initially believed that entering second would yield some rewards, only to find nothing at all. From now on, he vowed to be the first to enter, danger be damned. With all the jade souls collected, the hall stood eerily empty, save for 2 candle holders, their candles long since turned to dust, leaving only the gilded holders behind. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Wang Qin rushed to seize one of the candle holders, only to discover it was deeply embedded in the ground. He retrieved a shovel and entered a frenzy of digging, finally revealing his true strength. In just 20 minutes, he had excavated a pit over a meter deep. Meanwhile, the others frantically searched the hall, yet found not a single coin. All the treasures had been snatched away by the Xiangui child and the stout man. Greed consumed them. Even with their formidable strength, many looked at them with envious eyes. The Xiangui child, feeling guilty, quickly whisked the stout man out of the hall. The grand hall had already been thoroughly searched. It was merely a dead end. Inside, there was only a weighty jade soul chair, several tens of thousands of pounds, and 2 candle holders. Nothing else remained. Wang Qin continued digging for another half hour, only to discover that this chair was as deeply embedded as the Kunlun banner. Too outrageous. Wang Qin tossed aside the shovel, running towards the jade soul chair as the others looked on in confusion. Is he not a fool? Zhao Xianglu chuckled. Recalling that the dozen or so individuals she temporarily allied with had been unable to move the chair even an inch, Wang Qin was furious, having entered the secret realm. There was nothing to be found except some spirit soil. It was utterly unacceptable. He and Chen Pai exerted all their strength, yet could not budge the chair. Chen Pai felt a pang of regret. Such a large jade soul chair held immense value. Wang Qin too was disheartened. Having ventured into the secret realm, he had gained nothing aside from the spirit soil. This was a severe loss, and this so-called secret realm felt more like an abandoned palace, with all the good treasures long gone. Humph, just you wait, Wang Qin thought bitterly, his gaze piercing through the hall's doors, seemingly fixated on the beehive. Chapter 61. The Hive Heist. With a thunderous roar, Wang Qin burst forth from the grand hall, leaving everyone to assume he was in pursuit of the Xiangui boy. However, both the Xiangui boy and the rotund companion had already slipped away, leaving no trace behind. Following Wang Qin's exit, Chen Pai trailed after him, intuitively grasping Wang Qin's intentions. After all, it was evident that he was plotting something grand. Lan Dong scratched the back of his head, biting his lip as he hoisted his wolf-toothed club upon his shoulder, his gaze fixated on the largest beehive nestled high in the branches of a towering tree. This hive was notably larger than the others, by a third no less, and it was highly likely that it housed a queen bee. Setting aside the matter of the queen, the honey contained within this hive would surpass that of its counterparts. Lan Dong contemplated his singular chance. Rather than settle for the smaller hives, he resolved to seize this honey-laden treasure, even if he were to emerge covered in welts, akin to a pig's head. As long as he successfully activated the teleportation array, it would all be worth it. A sly grin, incongruous with his otherwise stoic demeanor, crept across Lan Dong's face. This was his plan. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from his left. He turned to find Wang Chun racing towards him, teeth gritted and determination etched across his features. Arriving at his side in an instant, no one dared approach the hive. After all, more than 20 had already been stung, leaving everyone in fear, their bodies swollen and instinctively avoiding the bees. Wang Chun, panting heavily, halted beside Lan Dong, lifting his gaze to the grand tree, meticulously assessing which hive was the largest. He understood that they could only act once. The bees had gained intelligence, and there would be no second chance. Little Wang, are you truly going to do this? Chen Pai gasped, finally catching up, nearly losing Wang Qin in the process. It is essential. I, Wang Qin, have traversed countless places, and I refuse to leave without at least a token, a blade of grass if need be. It is the rule. Wang Chun declared with righteous fervor, scrutinizing the tree as he sifted through the loosened soil, remnants from a candle holder in the hall. This was a principle of Wang Chun's, the origins of which were unknown even to him. "Oh, brother, you wish to partake in this venture as well?" Lan Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement, recognizing a kindred spirit. You share this sentiment?" Wang Chun finally glanced down at Lan Dong. "Ha, brother, it's a pity we met so late. Your earlier words resonated deeply with me. As treasure seekers, how can we return empty-handed? Even a single blade of grass must be taken." Lan Dong's eyebrows raised, finding Wang Chun increasingly agreeable, akin to a childhood friend. The rare bond between exceptional individuals was highlighted by the stories of Boya and Zhang Ziki. Lan Dong felt he had encountered a true ally today. "I have observed for quite some time. See that branch in the tree's fork? The hive hanging there is the largest of all, surpassing the others by a third." Lan Dong exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "Come, brother, let us coordinate our efforts. I will draw away the bees," he said, his voice trembling with excitement. Without waiting for Wang Chun's response, he brandished his wolf-toothed club, leaping into action towards the tree. Wang Chun, momentarily taken aback, thought to himself, "I haven't even agreed to collaborate yet." Chen Pai mirrored his confusion, exchanging glances with Wang Chun, both wondering if this individual was perhaps a fool. Before their eyes, Lan Dong dashed up the tree trunk with the grace of an arrow, his blue attire billowing as he ascended. His composed expression betrayed a clear strategy: knock down the largest hive and make a hasty retreat while Wang Chun retrieved the fallen treasure. Then they could share the honey. As Lan Dong swiftly approached, he aimed his wolf-toothed club at the hive, feeling a rush of joy as he prepared to retreat. However, to his dismay, the hive remained steadfast. His efforts had proven futile. A low hum began to resonate, unlike any sound he had encountered before, charged with the bee's fury. This was no mere handful of bees. At least 300 were responding with a collective wrath. In that instant, a wave of panic surged through Lan Dong as he realized the gravity of his miscalculation. He deftly sprang away, but the bees, agitated and enraged, surged forth, every one of them poised to defend their territory. Meanwhile, the onlookers below finally comprehended Lan Dong's intentions, recognizing his role as a decoy to divert the bees while someone else claimed the hive. Wang Chun, after a brief moment of contemplation, sprang into action, producing 5 foul-smelling bombs and launching them with precision at the largest hive. The stench wafted through the air, prompting the bees from nearby hives to swarm forth. Their eyes ablaze with fury, yet they hesitated, torn between attacking Wang Chun or pursuing Lan Dong. Ultimately, they chose the latter, driven by a primal instinct to protect their domain. "Thank you, my brother," Lan Dong called out, filled with gratitude as he fled. He was naively optimistic, believing that after a few hundred meters, the bees would relent. However, he found himself fleeing over 3,000 meters, with the relentless swarm still in hot pursuit. Wang Chun, it seemed, had not acted out of kindness, but merely to clear the hive of its occupants. Yet, Lan Dong's gratefulness was palpable, leaving Wang Chun feeling somewhat sheepish. As a significant portion of the bees pursued Lan Dong, Wang Chun produced a bronze bowl, dramatically raising it before the largest hive. "Quickly, into the bowl," he bellowed, his voice echoing far and wide. Onlookers turned in disbelief, wondering, has he lost his mind? What is he doing with that bowl? Suddenly, someone recognized the bronze bowl, exclaiming, "Isn't this the boy who was begging beneath the wormhole? Has he started acting foolishly again?" The beehive remained motionless, and Wang Chun stood awkwardly in place. He felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He was still unaccustomed to directly commanding the hive to enter the bowl. He always believed that adding a word would help alleviate the awkwardness. Blushing once more, Wang Chun raised the bronze bowl and shouted at the beehive with precision, "Come into the bowl." Just as everyone anticipated another moment of Wang Chun's discomfort, the beehive stirred, detaching from the great tree and dashing towards Wang Chun's bronze bowl. Could it be true? Did those words actually hold power? The beehive truly rushed into the bowl. Although Wang Chun remained flustered, the hive had significantly diminished in size, resting at the bottom of the bowl. Without hesitation, Wang Chun took off with the bronze bowl in hand, with Chen Pai closely following. A calamity was imminent, for all the bees had their eyes glowing red. Chapter 62. Overwhelming. Wang Chun cradled the bronze bowl in his hands, fearing its loss. For it contained the honeycomb he had risked his life to acquire, the honey within worth a fortune. At that moment, he himself was unsure if it was merely an illusion. The heavens darkened suddenly, and a tremendous thunderbolt streaked across the sky, followed by a deafening roar that startled Wang Chun, causing him to gaze upward in trepidation. Frozen in place by the thunder, he watched as Chen-Pai, oblivious to the sound, dashed past him, his ample form jiggling. The thunderclap was so overwhelming it nearly drowned out all other sounds, leaving Wang Chen momentarily stunned. He observed that Chen-Pai ran as if he had not heard the thunder at all. Is it not time to run? Why are you just standing there? Chen-Pai shouted, his urgency palpable as the swarm of mutated bees closed in behind them. Did you not hear the thunder? Wang Chen queried, perplexed. What thunder? We must flee now. Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? Chen-Pai halted to wait for Wang Chen, his face a mask of anxiety as he frequently glanced back at the ever-approaching horde of bees. The sincerity in Chen-Pai's expression left Wang Chen bewildered. Could it be that he truly did not hear the thunder? Turning to survey his surroundings, he noted the fear etched on the faces of others, none appearing to have heard the thunder either. Was it possible he was the only one to have perceived it? What was this thunder? Wang Chen pondered, the resounding clap having left him momentarily disoriented. As he scanned the expressions of those around him, he belatedly realized a massive swarm of bees was trailing closely behind. The thunder had utterly interrupted his train of thought. The bees, now imbued with intelligence, were undeterred, their eyes glowing red, even more agitated than when they had been invaded by the blue winter. Wang Chen felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, as at least 1,000 bees, their eyes alight with fury, buzzed relentlessly in pursuit of him. Finally, you choose to run. Why were you dawdling at such a critical moment? Chen-Pai's girth bounced rhythmically as he matched Wang Chen's pace. The two moved in perfect synchrony, their speeds aligned. While Chen-Pai lamented that this visit to the secret realm would surely cost him 20 pounds of flesh, the bees, their eyes aglow, were led by one notably larger than the rest, fervently bent on exacting vengeance upon Wang Chen. The sheer number of bees was beyond Wang Chen's expectations. It seemed as though the entire hive had mobilized. I merely took one honeycomb. Must the entire family pursue me? Wang Chen lamented. Chen-Pai's expression mirrored his own distress. Is this really necessary? I only snatched a single honeycomb. The bees showed no signs of holding back, all intent on launching a full-scale attack against the two perceived thieves. The fervor with which they pursued was far more intense than when they had been chasing the blue winter. It was a relentless charge, a commitment to annihilation. Ah, what does this have to do with me? Shouted a middle-aged man, sporting a pair of small mustaches, who was overtaken by the swarm. The bees quickly surrounded him, unleashing a barrage of stings. His face contorted in pain, he protested, I was merely a bystander. Why must you target me? Despite his desperate resistance, he was overwhelmed by more than 20 bees, writhing in agony until he collapsed, his mind consumed with hatred for Wang Chen. No, no, no. I don't want this. I was just watching. A young man, presumably brought in by an elder for training, cried out as he fled, hoping the bees would redirect their wrath toward others. Ah, you shameless creatures, he yelled, only to find another 20 bees diverging to pursue him. His cries echoed in the air as he too succumbed to the swarm. Ah, you scoundrel, slow down. A woman screamed, her face drained of color, for being caught meant her beauty would be marred. The thought of ending up with a disfigured visage fueled her desire to outrun Wang Chen, yet he moved too swiftly. Many women held their appearance in the highest regard. The prospect of being disfigured was a pain comparable to death. A dozen women screamed in unison, falling behind in their desperate flight. We're going to die. We're going to die. Wang Chen shouted in horror. The others behind him collectively raised their eyebrows in disbelief. You're in the lead. Why are you yelling? The bees noticed Wang Chen pulling further ahead, his speed astonishing. The lead bee's buzzing shifted in tone, signaling a collective resolve to eliminate the thief. Ah, do not touch me. Ah, you vile man. I never wish to see you again. The bees accelerated, engulfing the group of over 10 people. Their screams filled the air. Frustrated as they watched Wang Chen and Chen-Pai soar ahead, leaving them far behind. From the grand hall, more individuals emerged, only to be met by a frenzied assault from dozens of bees. The swarm had gone mad. They stung anyone in sight, perceiving humanity as a target for their wrath. What? Someone raided the hive? This is a death sentence for us all. The people in the hall were enraged, demanding to know who was responsible for this chaos. Chapter 63, Ma Mountain. As those who had just emerged from the passage were still processing their surroundings, they caught sight of several bees, frantically darting towards a singular destination, the depths of the secret realm. What could possibly be transpiring within? These bees were as large as a palm, their stingers glistening in the sunlight like the luminescent trails of fireflies at night. The newcomers were thoroughly startled. They had never encountered such colossal bees before. If one were to be stung, it would surely be dire, although they presumed they could fend for themselves. This group comprised 3 or 4 individuals, all from the same demon clan. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the clan elder had finally permitted them to venture out as a team to broaden their horizons. Each bore a singular horn upon their foreheads, reminiscent of Zhou Denyo, and even in their human forms, they retained some of their racial characteristics. "Ma Ge, where shall we head now?" inquired a horned young woman, addressing the youth standing before her. This young man, plump and towering over 6 feet tall, was named Ma Shan. A promising young expert of the Spirit Horse clan, his strength rivaling that of Zhou Denyo, and thus everyone looked to him as their leader on this expedition. At present, the secret realm suppressed everyone's magical and mental powers, rendering the other 3 individuals even more reliant on Ma Shan. With his hands clasped behind his back, he pondered how best to exude positive energy and set an exemplary standard. Suddenly, he noticed a rotund figure hastily rounding a corner of a wall, urgently sprinting toward him. Wang Chun had grossly underestimated Chen Pai. It is said that when cornered, even a rabbit may bite, and a dog may leap over walls. Wang Chun did not anticipate that Chen Pai could unleash potential when pushed to the brink. As the others observed Chen Pai and Wang Chun racing, they couldn't help but draw parallels to the fable of the tortoise and the hare. Wang Chun, a slender figure, should have been the swiftest, while Chen Pai was the tortoise. Yet, reality proved otherwise. The plump fellow was indeed the fastest of them all. At that moment, Chen Pai was already 20 meters ahead of Wang Chun, his short legs propelling him with remarkable force. "Help me, help me," Chen Pai cried. Spotting Ma Shan in the distance, the entire clan momentarily froze. Could there be a substantial danger ahead? Ma Shan, ever astute, refrained from immediately responding. What if a colossal beast were to suddenly appear? Would his role as a beacon of positivity still hold? The exit of the garden was not far from Ma Shan, approximately 500 meters away. Given the speed of cultivators like Wang Chun, 500 meters was hardly a challenge. In less than a second, another individual materialized before Ma Shan, a slender figure with well-defined features, appearing quite handsome. This young man had a fair complexion, exuding an approachable demeanor that seemed harmless. Ma Shan was particularly fond of befriending such individuals, and immediately, the young girl behind him, Molly, lit up with curiosity. Was this a human? Upon his emergence, Wang Chun did not shout for help. It was Chen Pai's keen observation that noted Ma Shan's slight forward movement upon seeing Wang Chun. "Buddy, please save the 2 of us," Chen Pai bellowed. Panting heavily, his intention was merely to enlist assistance to alleviate the bee's relentless pursuit. Otherwise, they truly seemed on the verge of madness. Had Ma Shan known Chen Pai's propensity for trouble, he would have turned and fled in a hasty retreat. Alas, he was not the wise Zhang Dao round and remained oblivious. Following Wang Chun's arrival, a small swarm of bees, numbering about 30, trailed closely behind him. A mere 30 bees posed no real threat. Perhaps 2 individuals could not contend with 30 bees, but with an additional 4 on their side. Subduing the swarm should prove manageable, wouldn't it? Just 30 bees. Ma Shan chuckled lightly, finding the prospect of exuding positive energy almost effortless. Heaven had been exceedingly kind to him. This was a question of easy marks. All right. The 3 of them chorused in unison. As Chen Pai dashed closer, Ma Shan puffed out his chest with pride, contemplating the possibility of adding another to his ranks. "Buddy, let us fight side by side," Ma Shan called out, only to find that Chen Pai ignored him entirely, rushing past with a look of sheer panic. Ma Shan coughed awkwardly, dismissing the incident as a minor mishap. They could observe from the sidelines, if need be. "Brother, stand behind me. I shall lead our comrades to vanquish the swarm." Ma Shan roared with vigor. As he turned, he noticed that Chen Pai had already distanced himself significantly, his speed allowing him to outpace Wang Chun by a wide margin. Once more, Ma Shan felt awkward. Yet to maintain his authority, he had to confront the swarm and subsequently rally others to join their group. Is this fellow not a fool? To challenge the swarm of bees, one must be out of their mind. Even the Xian Gui child would flee from such a confrontation. Attempting to face the swarm head-on is tantamount to courting death. Nonsense. We cultivators are not cowards. Brothers, let us annihilate that swarm, Ma Shan declared passionately, his voice ringing with conviction. He was the first to charge forward, retrieving a massive blade nearly a meter long from a large box slung over his shoulder, its widest point measuring 30 centimeters. The others, unarmed, believed they could easily defeat 30 bees through sheer force. This was the initial assumption of Ma Shan and his companions. Chapter 64. The pit Ma Shan wielded a large blade with the fierce determination of a lone warrior facing overwhelming odds, charging forward to confront a swarm of bees. As he swung his sword with ferocity, the scene unfolded with a sense of urgency. The narrative paused for a moment, inviting readers to refresh the page for the latest updates. In the midst of the chaos, Ma Shan engaged in combat with dozens of honeybees. With his 1-meter-long blade, he struck down the bees that dared approach him, sending them flying with each powerful swing. His companions fought valiantly alongside him, exchanging punches as they battled the relentless swarm. Though a few of them found themselves at a disadvantage, their spirits soared as they pressed on, gradually gaining the upper hand against the dwindling numbers of bees. At that moment, Ma Shan was struck by a profound sense of purpose, as if he were a cultivator destined for this battle, feeling a rare conviction that he would have no regrets in life. However, a chilling premonition crept over him, and he dismissed the thought, chiding himself for such notions. He still had much life left to live. With a swift motion, he incapacitated 2 larger bees, flinging them 10 meters away. The bees' hardened exoskeletons rendered them nearly impervious to his strikes, yet soon dozens lay toppled on the ground, dazed and disoriented. Despite sustaining 3 swollen bumps on his face, Ma Shan remained standing amidst the chaos, a smile gracing his features as he hoisted his impressive blade with pride. His companions, though bearing their own injuries, were expressions of satisfaction. This was their first battle since emerging from seclusion, and the victory heralded a promising future filled with confidence. Ma Gu, this battle was extraordinary. Let us delve deeper into the secret realm and see where else we can lend our aid, exclaimed a girl with a horn, her excitement palpable for the next skirmish. Indeed, let us press on, Ma Shan replied, adopting a tone reminiscent of the elders. We are fundamentally different from those 2 who fled earlier. They were driven by fear, running from a mere handful of bees. Such timidity leads to a life of limited achievements. Ma Gu speaks wisely. In this revitalized world of spiritual energy, you are destined to achieve greatness, his comrades chimed in, their eyes filled with admiration. Greatness? You underestimate my aspirations. I aim to become a practitioner of eternal life. Perhaps the first to achieve longevity in this era of renewed spiritual energy, Ma Shan retorted, concealing the delight that betrayed his expression. Enough of your naivety. Such aspirations are not easily attained. The realms of existence are vast and distant, far beyond the reach of even our clan's reclusive elders. He feigned seriousness, though his heart was buoyant. Suddenly, a series of blood-curdling screams echoed through the air. Help! It's the end for me. A middle-aged man appeared before Ma Shan and his companions, fleeing in terror, pursued by a veritable storm of bees that obscured the sky with their numbers. The sight was harrowing. The bees' eyes glowed a menacing red. The fleeing cultivator cried out in despair, "What does this have to do with me? I was merely passing through." Ma Gu, shall we still rush to assist? A young man asked, glancing anxiously at Ma Shan. Though Ma Shan's face remained composed, his legs trembled beneath him. The overwhelming swarm was a daunting sight, and the notion of aiding another suddenly felt less appealing. Yet, he remembered the exemplary behavior he had just demonstrated and steeled himself. Let us go and help, he declared, rallying his companions to follow the girl with the horn. As they approached, a wall that had obstructed their view crumbled, sending clouds of dust into the air. The middle-aged man, now visible, was in a state of sheer panic, desperately fleeing from the onslaught of bees. With a determined spirit, Ma Shan and his companions prepared to face the overwhelming tide of honeybees, but doubts crept into their hearts as they witnessed the chaos that lay before them. Wait for me, Ma Shan shouted, his voice echoing as he sprinted after the girl, who had already dashed ahead. In that moment, the swarm of bees turned their attention toward them, their stingers glinting ominously. Panic surged through Ma Shan as he realized the gravity of their predicament. As the relentless swarm pursued them, Ma Shan felt a sharp pain, and soon, his entire body was racked with agony. He fell, collapsing to the ground amidst the chaos of buzzing wings and frantic screams. Meanwhile, Chen Pai, a notably agile figure, had managed to reach the golden passageway, closely followed by Wang Chun. A tense silence filled the air as they exchanged glances. Chen Pai, hand me a few stink bombs, Wang Chun urged, knowing full well the implications of such a request. What do you intend to do? Wang Chun asked, apprehensive about the potential consequences of unleashing such chaos. To create a diversion, Chen Pai declared, steeling himself for the bold decision ahead. Very well, Wang Chun acquiesced, and together they prepared to face whatever lay ahead. Wang Chun brandished a noxious gas ball in his hand, running and shouting, "Make way for me." Indeed, upon seeing the foul object, most people wilted instantly, save for the Taoist Zhan. He bore a deep-seated grudge against Chen Pai. "Young friend, hand Chen Pai over to me, and I shall eliminate him," Zhan Taoist declared, clenching his fists. "Absolutely not. Wang Chun is a man of his word. Young friend, if you entrust Chenpai to me, I shall offer my disciple's hand in marriage to you. Jean Daoist, eager to exact vengeance on Chenpai, was willing to make a considerable sacrifice. Wang Chen sighed, internally doubting Jean Daoist's authority over Han Yi's marital affairs. However, Chenpai was quick to react. Shameless old man, perish. He lunged forward, delivering a swift kick to Wang Chen's hand, sending nearly a dozen black gas balls soaring into the air. They were airborne. Wang Chen was momentarily stunned. Jean Daoist panicked, but the constraints of the space rendered his speed inadequate to intercept the gas balls. What are you dawdling for? Run. Chenpai grasped Wang Chen's hand, and with a whoosh, they vanished from the spot. A cacophony of thuds echoed as a wave of toxic mist surged forth, leaving Jean Daoist in the center, striking a pose reminiscent of a celestial guide, his fingers trembling as he muttered the word shameless before collapsing straight down. A large crowd began to retch, unable to endure the stench, questioning the identity of the perpetrator. I know this person. It's Wang Chen from Class 3 of the second year at Lucy High School, shouted Li Xiao, nearly expelling his stomach acid. Shameless. I will make my way to their school. This is outrageous. I must seek revenge on these two. Help me. Within a minute. 20% of the individuals in the golden passageway had succumbed, leaving a few lesser cultivators struggling to endure. Soon after, Xin Guiwazi appeared, carrying both the plump fellow and Lan Dong, their faces etched with terror. They followed Wang Chen's lead, desperately fleeing from the crowd. The remaining individuals began to realize that something catastrophic was unfolding, especially as the strongest among them, Xin Guiwazi, was fleeing in earnest. Buzzing filled the air. What on earth is that? Li Xiao nearly lost his mind. At the passageway's entrance, a swarm of bees emerged, pursuing them relentlessly. Help? My backside. Don't shout. Play dead. The swarm surged forward, and anguished cries echoed, resembling the simultaneous wails of 100 distressed chickens.